At the close of the day, after giving it some thought, there was a request by the state to excuse Juror 7. And the last word ahead was the defense objected.
Well, Judge, I think that I would object to at least having I would ask that the juror come in.
Oh, I want to hear his
Right.
side of it before I do anything.
Right.
But I did want to get your position.
That's,
Or you don't want to form a position until you've heard from him?
I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
Okay, and I think you're right. So let's,
add a little bit, Your Honor.
oh, please do.
Yes. What I heard from you yesterday, and I understand this is literally fourth hand from the juror to Lieutenant Zerline to you to us. So I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what the juror said, but it was my understanding it was something along the lines of, why did the Kenosha police shoot Jacob Blake 7 times? That's what I thought you had said to us. And
That may have been.
Sure. That puzzled me for a moment. And you made it sound like it was the beginning of a joke. So I wondered what the rest of the joke is. It's my understanding that the rest of the joke is because they ran out of bullets. To me, that is anyone who would find that funny would be
sorry, I was muted. Yeah,
finding the implication that if the Kenosha police had more than 7 bullets, they would have continued to shoot Jacob Blake as funny, which I do not. The joke is in bad taste. There are a plethora of bad jokes out there about everything to do with.
He's saying Juror 7
this is one of them.
told this joke.
The rest of this joke, as it were, suggests some sort of racial bias, which I think comes into play in the subtext of this case. And beyond that, for a juror in the midst of a trial like this,
Well,
which stems from the Jacob Blake, may I finish, Your Honor?
No, you can't, because I think that the better course is to let the juror respond, and then
Right.
And then I'll certainly want to hear the rest of what you have to say. But I would think it would become better after he's had a chance to respond.
Understood. Thank you.
So
Okay, they're probably gonna.
is he? I assume he's.
They're not gonna show this juror, obviously.
He's upstairs. Or would you ask him to come down, please?
Good morning, Tanisha.
Yeah, I get it.
Good morning, good morning, all my mods.
Your Honor, the other matter that was pending was Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor's
everyone else is
objection
tuning
to
in.
my question.
Yeah.
I will withdraw that question. It's going to come in with the next witness, and that's fine.
As you wish. Then the next thing is a note from a juror.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've got.
Can you get more love notes, man?
Yeah, the one from yesterday. This
Call
came
it what
at
it
the
is,
end
man.
of
This
the day
judge is a
yesterday.
player.
I think you've already been given copies.
Ooh.
Yes, please.
In the comments, how many people are
over here?
thumbs up, thumbs
I
down
assume
type
that's
thing
easier.
for
Yeah, squeeze
this
it through here.
judge? What do you guys think about this
Challenge
judge?
And this says, I heard the name of Lucas Zanin. Something. In today's, does that say video? Is that what that says? I heard the name of Lucas Zanin something, video maybe. In today's testimony, I never heard his name in the jury polling, which I'm quite sure it was in there. I know of someone with that name, have never discussed anything about this case prior to this, nor was I aware he did video of the happenings. For all I know, it's not even the same person, but did want this disclosed to you. Anybody want to do anything about this letter?
I would just note, I think the name was read by both sides.
I was quite sure that it had been read.
Beyond that, I don't think any action needs to be taken.
All right.
Is
So
he a videographer too?
He took what's been referred to as the video on 63rd.
man, I hope they don't refer to me as a videographer.
Oh, okay. Okay, no. Okay.
I don't think a lot of us
It's not a
that are out there
common name, so I'm sure
like
it's
streaming at the
same.
time would consider ourselves videographers.
You want to do anything about it?
No.
State?
No.
Okay. This is the one I just received. And it just says number 49 express. I guess this is probably written by one of the bailiffs. expressed, number 49 expressed that he cannot see videos at with his trifocals mentioned in jury room after day was over. Number 49, having trouble seeing due to his trifocals.
Maybe talk to the bailiff and put him in a seat where he can see.
Let's hope.
Facts.
Number 49.
Violence of any kind is not accepted here. Just to be very clear.
See if there's a better location where he can sit and still be able to see the videos. And also, if there's any videos that he definitely feels he needs to view again, we need to know about that.
So as Danielle says here, yeah, your lips to God's ears right there. Yeah, we're gonna keep it very cool, you guys. I know this is kind of a polarizing topic,
One more
and
thing.
it's got people feeling a lot of ways, but it's not gonna stop the way we
After
interact
I
with each
took a
other
poll
from
from
being,
the
you know,
jury
civil and
yesterday
respectful.
about the
So
heating conditions in here. It came out about two to one in favor of saying that the temperature was okay.
He's about to
Not
pull
everyone agreed with that.
the judge
So,
didn't agree with
I
that.
had it mildly
Watch.
adjusted because it had been turned down quite a bit the day before.
Told you it was like it's
While we were in the library
cold in here.
on Monday, apparently it did get quite warm in here.
Did they turn it down?
said,
Turn the heat down?
Turn it up halfway to where you turned it down. Now, so I'm going to ask the jury.
Man, that's the
how
old
they
trick.
thought the temperature was
Yeah.
yesterday.
Like with volume, when your mom would tell you to like
But the-
turn the
and the reason
TV
I'm doing
down,
that
and-
is
and
because
so you turn it up 3 and then
My wife
turn it
caught
down
a little
2,
bit of the action on
or turn it
television
back down to where it was at.
and told
Just
me
do it
that
real
the
fast. So it
media
sounds like
were
you turned it down.
complaining that it was stiflingly hot in. Is that true? How many in the audience portion, media or not, felt it was extraordinarily warm in here yesterday?
Jared, is that better?
You were cold. Okay, well, I may bring my heater up here, so I'll let you sit up here and try to benefit from that. Nobody's complaining. Well, someone apparently did on TV, so I don't know.
I was a little chilly.
Yeah.
I'm not
Good
gonna,
morning, sir.
just saying.
Can you give him a handheld?
You know, I'm just glad that he brought his heater.
Judge.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, cool, George. Thank you.
The court reporter.
They're
Sure,
in,
can you move over?
they're in
the
Kenosha,
reporter can see you
Wisconsin right
just,
now. You're
about 10 feet over towards the back door or the front door?
they're from Minnesota. They are cold. Yeah, right. You'd think they'd be
more,
over
a
there,
little
right?
bit more. Right there is good. Okay. Okay. The reason I asked you to come down
They
was
said, yeah, this
there
judge
was
is
a,
a legend.
uh,
You got that right.
I was told that while you were being escorted to the car the other day,
Brian says he brought the.
that you
Ooh, someone putting on
began to
blast.
tell a joke about the shooting of Jacob Blake.
Do you think they did it just to get
And
out
I
of
wanted
jury?
to see if is that accurate or not. It is. Okay. Are you comfortable repeating what the joke was, or do you want to just leave it alone? I'm going to tell you that I spoke about. Well, I guess I'll hear from Mr. Did you want to finish what you were saying? I will tell you that I've talked quite a bit about public confidence in the outcome of the trial, and regardless of whether the issue is as grave as you presented it in terms of inner feelings, it is clear that the appearance of bias is present, and it would seriously undermine the outcome of the case. So that in itself would be sufficient cause for discharge. But if you want to expand on that, you're welcome to.
No, Your Honor.
Did you want to say anything, defense?
If number 7's unwilling to repeat it, what it was, I think we're at a disadvantage. And I suppose his unwillingness could be taken in the worst light. So based on the unwillingness at this
Yeah, that was
point, I think it's
Juror
probably
7.
the proper course.
Okay. All right. I think the best thing under the circumstances, I'm going to dismiss you from the jury, sir. And we do thank you for taking the time to come down here. Thank you.
My feelings is that it wasn't nothing to do with the case. It wasn't anything to do with Kyle and his 7 charges.
Here, and I have not, I've not stated that you have, it's not, one of the things that I have to do when I have to make judgments.
He's about to say it's
I
not you,
try
it's
to confine
me.
my judgments to the things I
He's
have to
real
judge
close to
and
that
not
breakup.
forming opinions about other people other than that. So I don't want to get into that. The point
Ooh.
I'm making is that the public needs to be confident that this is a fair trial. And I think even at the very most, it was bad judgment to tell a joke of that nature. Okay, so that's, okay, thank you very much, sir.
The joke, Mickey.
Did I
And
say at the very least or at the very most?
At the very
At
something.
the very least, it was bad judgment. All right.
So the
now,
judge, the juror number 7.
anything else other
I
than
wonder if
checking
he did
with
it intentionally to
checking
get
the
out of
jury's
jury
temperature?
duty.
The question is being withdrawn,
Was
then
he
there's no need
said,
to resolve the objection,
why did
and
the
we can
police
continue the
shoot
testimony.
Jacob Blake 7
Funded.
times?
Judge, I would ask.
And
address
I
the jury
believe
generally
that the
and instruct them
the way
they
that
cannot
the
do
judge
or
said that judge
know
that joke
immediately
apparently ends is
that we've
because they
already
ran
gone
out of
through
yes,
bullets.
that's
Is what they
days.
said.
Okay.
Excellent.
So obviously out in super ill taste. Yeah, I don't know if the joke, as he considered it a joke, was ever finished.
Okay.
But it obviously
Okay.
gave an insight into the jurors, bias, if you will. And if nothing else, it's just in poor taste, man. It was in ill taste, man. So,
Okay, good. Thank you.
so yeah, they just dismissed juror number 7. You guys remember from yesterday? That was it.
I still need. No, he's free.
What up, Steve? Welcome back. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Hey, you're welcome, Marty Pixley. You're very welcome. Yeah, Mickey, you're welcome.
Okay, ready to
So,
go?
make sure to share the stream if you guys would, please. Pick personal groups. Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
That'd have been a trip if that had actually been what it was. Yeah, pick a personal group of friends, co-workers, colleagues, whatever it might
Okay,
be.
juror number 7 is out after telling a joke, I guess, if you want to call it that, about Jacob Blake.
Right.
The jury is about to come in. We'll slip at a break. Get
Keep
you
in mind
for
now
day
that
3 of testimony
you've got
when
20 jurors selected for a 12-jury panel, right? Now, what that means to let me do this real fast because these commercials are pain in the butt. So, yeah, what you have is each side, so prosecution and defense, can go through and remove 4 jurors. So they have an excess of 8. Prosecution at that point is like burning timeouts. And so the prosecution now has the opportunity to remove 3 more jurors. Defense has the opportunity to remove 4 if they charge that veto to the prosecution. So, and it came down to a super ill taste joke that the bailiff was told by juror number 7, which, as we were just saying earlier, and I don't know if you could hear me because I had the volume was up pretty loud on this, but the juror said, why did they shoot Jacob Blake 7 times? And I mean, it's not even a joke. It's like I said, it's in the judge saw it and felt the same way. It's an ill taste. It just real, yeah, not something to joke about, man. And going right back down the line. So he or they, he, it sounded like, or whatever, the person, juror 7, got the axe. So, yeah, I'm drinking my cup of coffee right now, Bella. But man, these days they snuck up on me. I wasn't expecting to be doing it because mind you, I'm in Seattle, so it's 7 o'clock my time. So I'm up at like 5:30, trying to get things all dialed in. I'm getting ready for the day, getting the dog taken care of and all that stuff. So, yeah, they creep up, man. I don't sleep well at night, y'all. Man, this is really, I'll tell you right now, this case, whew, man, really, like I was talking to Lakota from Kenosha, whose footage they used a bit of his footage too. Neither one of us, much like anybody, even Andrew and some other folks that I talked to, have gone over this footage in detail that even in the last 3 or 4 days of this court case, how we've gone over, so and man, it has dug up some stuff, man. Like last night I had some terrible dreams and I was done with it. I woke up wicked early this morning, just kind of wore out. So but yeah, so like I said, this has had some real personal attachment, this case to a lot of people. Julian, I'm over in Seattle right now. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, it's messing me. So Brian Delaney says, can I ask your take on Rittenhouse hero? No. Do I think that he is a hero for one side and a villain for the other? No. I think he is a kid. And I'll say this, and I've been saying he was a little kid with a really big gun in a messed up situation, and he got put in a like I said, he put himself in a situation that ended catastrophically for multiple people, and I think that's terrible. I think it's terrible for the people that were shot. I think it's terrible for Kyle, having had shot them. I think it's terrible for all of us having the tens and thousands of people that were watching that live. It's terrible for me. It's terrible for everyone that I've talked to that was involved, man. Anyone from even Kenosha, man, it was terrible. Going out and seeing blood in the streets the next day. That's something that doesn't just go away. And so for that, yeah, it was terrible. But do I think Kyle Rittenhouse is a hero? No, I don't think right now we should even be looking at Kyle as a figure outside of that chair he's sitting in. You know what I mean? Like, that's on him, man. So we're gonna jump back in here, but just remember, man, he's on trial right now, and if anything else, hopefully we can run through it. Get some catharsis out of this, going through it together. So, yes, Liz Montoya, I think they've already replaced the juror because the other jurors are like backups; they're ready to rock and roll. So, they actually are watching the case the whole time. So it's a team of 20, but only 12 get to make the decision. So that's where we're at right now, and we're gonna jump right back in.
Attorney's office on August 27th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, you, in your course of investigation, wrote a lengthy police report, approximately 57 pages.
Yes.
And that summarizes, for lack of a better word, much of your involvement in this case, not all of it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to page of your report, 55 of 57. You received a thumb drive from the FBI, correct?
Detective Antaramian received that thumb drive.
You viewed information from the videos of that thumb drive.
Sorry, I was thinking about the drone footage, or the fixed wing aircraft footage that we saw here. That was obtained by Detective Antaramian, but I also received a thumb drive, yes, from the FBI.
And specifically, I'm referring to FBI video AE5. If we could have that on the screen. And I'm going to read from your report and tell me if I'm reading correctly, and then we'll play the video.
Okay.
It's on. Page 55 of 57, second to last paragraph, stating in your words, at 41 seconds into the video, something appears to draw the attention of the videographer. The video quickly pans to the right, parent to the north, closed parent, and directly to Kyle Rittenhouse and Joseph Rosenbaum. When the video reaches them, a male voice is heard yelling, "Gun, gun, gun."
I was just saying that the days are lined up. This is day 4 of the trial, including 1 day of jury selection. So it says it had it differently in the titles of the videos up to now. So
Yes.
just want to say
Play the video.
I corrected that for day 3, day
Started at
2.
1.
At least I think I did. But if it doesn't look like that on Facebook or YouTube, just remember we're 1 day off.
Damn, homies out here.
I believe that's Reg.
Whooping.
I swear if this thumb drive has my footage on it and it explains any of this about how my page got removed for whatever reason. They got their footage and then click.
And that was, can we go back 10 seconds? Back 10 seconds.
All right, so you can see Kyle enter.
The upper right of the exhibit, I'm pointing right now at Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Right behind him is the masked Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
And you hear the words that Mr. Rosenbaum uses, and you opine that that is in fact Mr. Rosenbaum's voice, correct?
Yes.
And that opinion is based upon you listening to other videos that have Mr. Rosenbaum's voice on them, correct?
Yes, and also what is depicted in the video.
Okay, and that's Kyle with the gun
Tom.
and Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mind you, Martin Howard has been on the stand for quite a while now. I mean, he was on there for most of the day. I mean, he came up after Corey Elijah, and I think Corey wrapped only earlier in the day yesterday, and then it was all day with the Detective Howard here. Prosecution's back up.
Detective Howard, I just have a few follow-up questions. Yesterday, you were asked about that search warrant that you obtained for Mr. Grosskreuz's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the time that you obtained that search warrant, did you consider Mr. Grosskreutz to be a victim of a crime?
Yes.
You mentioned something called Marcy's Law yesterday. What is that, as you understand it?
Marcy's Law is a relatively new law in the state of Wisconsin, which grants victims more rights.
I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on April 7th, 2020, Wisconsin voters amended the Wisconsin state constitution under a ballot initiative called Marcy's Law. That took effect on May 4th, 2020. Will the court take judicial notice of that?
There are some things that even lawyers can't argue about, and they can be put in a category called judicial notice. For example, no one could reasonably contend that the Christmas doesn't fall on the 25th of December, so that can be judicially noticed. And the lawyers are agreed in this case that that something not in dispute in this case is that the voters on the date which he's indicated approved an amendment to the Wisconsin Constitution that is called, I don't know if its official name is Marcy's Law, but its everyday usage name is Marcy's Law. Any question about that? That was adopted as part of the state constitution. What was the date?
The effective date was May 4th, 2020.
Okay, it was not adopted on that date, but became effective as of that date. Okay, thank you.
The exhibit 37, the search warrant for Gage Grosskreutz was obtained approximately 4 months after that on September 23rd, 2020. Does that sound right to you?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned yesterday that at that time, it wasn't clear to you and the department what the effect of Marcy's law and those enhanced protections for victims would have on your ability to get search warrants for phones in this type of situation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so my intent when I wrote the search warrant was to obtain more information, and I was not thinking about Marcy's law as I was writing the search warrant, but started thinking about it afterwards and wanted to err on the side of caution in respect of Mr. Grosskreuz's rights.
You were also asked questions about whether or not your interviews with certain people were recorded. Can you explain to the jury what the normal practice is as a detective with the Kenosha Police Department when you decide what interviews you do are going to be recorded and which ones you may not record?
We typically will always record a custodial subject. Those interviews will always be in a recorded interview room. Typically, we will put witnesses and complainants in non-recording interview rooms to obtain their statement. In this investigation, we put a lot of witnesses and we have 4 rooms, interview rooms in our detective bureau, 3 of which are always recording no matter what. And one of these rooms is delegated as a room that we will put complaining witnesses and witnesses in that room so we can conduct an interview without it being recorded. The interviews that we conducted throughout the course of this investigation, we didn't intend to interview or record all of them, but some of those interviews were taking place inside of interview rooms that are always recording. So when we were able to go back, we were able to, even though we didn't intend to record those, we were able to pull those.
Leaning on that, having been,
but the ones that were conducted in the interview room that isn't always recording,
detrimental to the, not detrimental, but
a record of video and audio of that.
So what he's saying is
Is it fair to say, Detective, that when you're dealing with someone that you...
All right, guys, I'm going to remind you about what's going on just to kind of catch it up. So what he's talking about is Marcy's law, is that they had originally got a search warrant or a subpoena or a search warrant for Gage's phone. And then they never ended up executing that search warrant on his phone because of Marcy's law, which protects victims. And so, and that's what prosecution is leaning on, and then defense is leaning on the fact that they didn't and they should have, as in failing the due process.
So, you've been investigating this case, have you experienced individuals who have been reluctant to come forward and provide information?
We experienced a lot of reluctance in gathering information in this investigation.
Why do you think that is? Fair enough. You were asked a question regarding Mr. Rosenbaum, and at some point during the evening, there's an allegation that he was holding a chain. You've seen photos or something to that effect. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Based on your investigation and your understanding of the timing of all of the events of that evening, do you know approximately when in the evening Mr. Rosenbaum had that chain?
I know location is going to be the area of St. James because based on the information that we were able to gather, it appears that he obtained that chain from the St. James campus. And so it's hard to put an exact time on it, but I would estimate a couple hours before the incident at Sheridan and 63rd takes place.
Before you were shot by the defendant?
Yes.
In your investigation, have you seen any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum possessed that chain at the Ultimate gas station on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan?
No.
The defense has alluded to Mr. Rosenbaum being involved in verbal disputes, altercations, whatever you want to call them. There's a dumpster involved, etc. At any point in any of those scenes at Ultimate gas station, does Mr. Rosenbaum have any sort of weapon in his hand?
Just a plastic bag.
Just the plastic bag?
Yes.
No gun?
No.
No knife?
No.
No chain?
Not at Ultimate Gas, no.
No baseball bat or club or any kind like that?
No.
As far as you can tell in all those videos, is the only thing he's ever holding in his hand that plastic bag?
South of 60th Street, yes.
You've seen the video of Mr. Rosenbaum walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Street car source where he is shot by the defendant, correct?
Yes.
As he's walking down that street, is there any indication at any point that he's ever armed with anything?
Just a plastic bag in his hand.
Doesn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
No knife.
No knife.
This is a different part of the sequence.
Overall,
No gun,
No.
no knife,
No.
no baseball bat or club,
No.
no chain.
No.
Obviously, in the end, at the time that he is shot and killed by the defendant at the 63rd Street car source, is there any evidence in the record of any kind that you've seen as the lead detective in the case that Mr. Rosenbaum was armed with a weapon?
No. He had the plastic bag, which he threw, and then had nothing in his hands after that.
I want to talk about that incident at the 63rd car source where the defendant shoots and kills the defendant, or Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please pull up exhibit?
No apology needed, Angie. That's a
Number
good place. I
19.
appreciate the reference on that for anyone that's looking to look up the statutes of Wisconsin. doj.state.wi.us gives you a chance to look up the statutes. So Angie Lannon over on Facebook, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Marv, it's not buffering on our side here. It might just be it sounds like it's a Twitch thing right now.
Can we please play exhibit number 19? This is the video that is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. For the record, I'm just going to point out the parties as they're walking here. For the jury's benefit, we've heard testimony about this. This is a video that's taken as people are walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Car Street. This individual is Richie McGinnis, and this is the defendant in front of him. Read. Yes. Please continue.
So the detective and this is Richie McGinnis's film over here.
Detective Howard, on the screen there, it appears to show the car source dealership, correct?
The car source at 63rd and Sheridan, yes.
Okay. And would you help us to understand, maybe using the laser pointer on the map,
Yes, he had.
approximately
Just
where
released from
this
hospital.
person would be standing when they're taking this video?
Drew Hernandez at this time is on the north end of the car source. So looks like he's standing in the grass if you look at the bottom of the screen. So I'd say he's right about here, and his video is pointing south into the parking lot. So I'd put him right about here in the grass.
The property that you are pointing to there on the map, which is just to the north of the car source, what is located on that lot?
That's one house.
So this individual, Mr. Hernandez, is in the yard of that house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, this house right here.
Okay.
And the grass right there.
All right, please continue the video.
That's on their end. Again, the video. I'm not sure why they've got that blurred. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Molly. It is. It is. It's yeah.
Detective, in the lower right-hand corner of that screen, there appears to be an object laying on the ground. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you identify that for us?
That is the plastic bag that Joseph Rosenbaum can be seen throwing in other videos.
All right, please continue the video.
Well said, Aaron. It's not my place to announce or to, make any of those, assessments of anybody. So,
Can we now please go back and show the FBI? Actually, no, I'm sorry. I believe it is exhibit number 25. The FBI video with markings, please.
thank you, Stephanie Corley. I appreciate that. Well, it's interesting. I talked to a reporter out of South Dakota yesterday about how this case is being made by social media. This whole case is I was just about to say the only footage that they've viewed
Detective
so far
Howard,
that hasn't
in
been by
this
someone in a social media
exhibit number 25,
platform is this
I
one
think
right here.
we've
The
already
FBI thermal
established
cam.
that person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this shows where he runs immediately upon entering the car source lot. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, based on what you're seeing there, where it appears he's located at the moment of this video?
Pretty close to where Drew Hernandez was standing in the last video we watched. So this right here is going to be that. I put Mr. Rosenbaum right about here at the far north end of the car source parking lot. I think it's important to note that on this map, the car source lot is filled with cars, but as we can see in the aerial footage, it's not filled with cars at this point in time. So I would put him Mr. Rosenbaum right about here.
Okay. Please continue the video for just a couple more seconds, then I'll have you stop. All right, go ahead and stop that, please. Now, can we go back to the last video, which is exhibit number 19?
We'll let him explain it.
The bailiff advises, I'm sorry, but someone had inquired about using the laser on the screen. And I can't tell you why, but the lasers do not work on the screen. That's why we have to use Sister Marcian's pointer for that.
Sister Marcian's pointer?
Yeah, there it is. But
so it is from a
I know
Catholic
it well.
school. So people did get their knuckles cracked by that bad boy. We were joking saying that thing was a weapon, but that thing for real is a weapon.
Whatever.
Diocese is using that thing
Please
to
play exhibit
whip
number
some kids'
19.
asses. I mean, just wail on them, At least it was anything like when I was growing up. But yeah, so that was that wood stick that they've been using to point. Respecto Periamus.
Detective Howard, after watching that last video, which showed the movements of Mr. Rosenbaum, are you able to tell on this video? I know this doesn't show Mr. Rosenbaum in the proximity of where he originally went when he got to car source, but are you able to tell on this video where he went initially? Does that make sense?
I would put him at the approximately the front passenger tire of that white sedan, adjacent to where that gentleman is standing.
Thank you. Now, there's been a lot of testimony regarding the shot that was fired by Joshua Zeminski. Did Joshua Zeminski fire that shot in the direction of any particular person?
Objection. We just didn't know that.
If he knows, he can answer. Well, how would he know? You're gonna have to set the foundation.
As long as that-
Absolutely.
how can he know?
Have you watched
They'll never
the
know.
videos
They're gonna
that
know.
show Mr. Zeminski firing that shot?
Yes,
Where is he pointing the gun?
straight up in the air.
You also testified that the lapse in time between that gunshot and the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum was 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
You said you based that on timing with a stopwatch.
Yes.
Did you do that based on one of the videos in the case?
No, I believe I did it with approximately 5 or 6 of the videos.
So you went through 5 or 6 videos and each one of them timed it with a stopwatch and determined that they're all right about 2.5 seconds?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
In video
So I got
19, which was just
buffering
shown,
over here,
and you
or
pointed to the,
doing whatever they do. So it gets a little loud. I still just mute it. Just mute it, I suppose.
where they're standing on the grass. Mr. Hernandez.
You guys remember that FBI footage was interesting too, because one of the things he said right the first time we watched that was, I don't know who cut and clipped this, but it must have been the FBI. Like
Just
it
go
came from
forward
them.
to-
So, because the video apparently like cut like right after the flash, and then it, I don't know,
Or stop.
maybe that's something to do with the way
You
they do
play
the
from
footage.
there,
I don't know.
please. When you talk about the white sedan, that's the one that's centered right in the middle of the frame now that's been frozen, correct?
Correct.
And it's your belief in sinking in your mind when looking at the aerial footage that he would have went up approximately to the driver's side passenger tire?
No, you said the driver's side passenger tire. The passengers, the front passenger tire, I would approximate that that's where Mr. Rosenbaum went.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we talking here or between these two vehicles? And when I'm pointing at the vehicle, I'm pointing at the white sedan and what looks to be like a silver late model Cadillac.
I would estimate the white sedan that's closer to us in this video.
So you're saying it's here,
I would estimate there.
okay, and not between these two vehicles, correct?
That's my estimation,
Can
yes.
we have the video that was just shown to him, the aerial video, please? Stop. Person of interest one is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Keep in mind, guys, everyone's gonna have their own opinions and views in the comments.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Let's just allow people to
but
feel the way
there's
they
a
feel,
vehicle
think the way they think, as long as it's not promoting hate
I'm pointing at right
or
here,
violence,
which is
you
the
know, or being a total
vehicle
tool
nearest
or trolling
the
super
open
hard.
house on that block.
Yeah, we're gonna let you ride.
Yes.
This
So
is a
he's
safe
not
place to share opinions. You
on
have to be
the
one side or the
passenger
other,
side.
but keep
He's
it respectful,
between
please.
What I would refer to as if the Duramax is car number one, there's car number two, the late model Cadillac, and then the white sedan.
Yes,
So he's between them.
that's what appeared. The FBI has a better depiction of that, yes.
So when you testify that he was at the passenger side of the white vehicle, that's not correct.
Not correct.
And you see person of interest one, which is my client, Mr. Rittenhouse, he doesn't go into these cars after him, correct?
Oh, he's person of interest 2 on this video, and Mr. Rittenhouse does not. He stays closer to the sidewalk area.
And he walks down in this location to the corner of the Duramax vehicle,
That approximate area, yes.
where he's then, the individual comes up from behind him, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Mr. Rosenbaum comes around those vehicles towards Mr. Rittenhouse.
And we're not suggesting, or excuse me, you're not suggesting that there was more than one chase, correct?
At any point in the evening, or
No, just car source 3 that night at approximately 11:50 p.m.
On this car source property, I observed one chase.
And you testified on redirect about Marcy's Law. You remember that?
Yes,
And you were told by someone, or Detective Antarami was told by somebody about Marcy's Law, and you couldn't go in the phone even though there was a signed search warrant, correct?
it was erring on the side of caution.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your department went into Mr. Huber's phone without a search warrant.
He's deceased.
He's still a complaining witness, decedent, or victim, however you want to label him, correct?
I think it's different if someone is deceased, then they don't even have the ability to give consent.
They're a state, correct? What I'm getting at is you went in the phone without a warrant for Mr. Huber, correct?
We don't need search warrants if they're deceased.
That's your opinion, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you went and you got a search warrant, which you drafted and were the affiant, meaning you swore to it, for Mr. Grosskitz's phone, correct?
correct.
And then it was never executed, correct?
No, because I did not feel comfortable with my knowledge of Marcy's Law, and I wanted to err on the side of caution with that.
He's nodding at you right now, isn't he?
He's what?
I'm pointing at Mr. Binger as he's nodding at you, correct?
I was not even looking at Mr. Binger. I was looking at you.
Okay. Last night, during the break overnight, did you talk about this testimony?
No.
Nobody from, can I finish the question?
You can finish.
Nobody from the Racine District, Kenosha District Attorney's
It's
Office
spicy.
about this issue. Never talked about it.
No.
Okay. If you don't have a search warrant, you can get into the phone other ways, correct?
Which phone are we talking about?
Grosskitz's.
I see you have consent on one side or a search warrant on the other side.
Okay. And consent was asked for, correct?
Correct.
Was turned down, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Nothing further, I said. I'm sorry.
You may step down, sir.
I said nothing further. Nothing further, I said. Damn. So, yeah. Orlando, what up?
The state law McGinnis.
Louisiana. Mother calling. Okay. Rich
All right, next witness is going to
Illinois,
be
House,
Richie
Minnesota,
McGinnis as he
West
makes his
Man,
way into the
Pennsylvania.
courtroom. Nicole DeBoard, Kimberly Mando, still with us. Let's talk
Man.
quickly. Juror
Oregon
number
in the
7.
house.
How did
Keno,
he get
of
on
course.
this
What's up,
jury?
everybody in Kenosha?
Nicole.
That is so wild. It is unbelievable with this juror making jokes
What up, New
about
Zealand?
shootings.
Canada in the
and,
house. Baker,
somehow, whatever he
Go
said in
up.
response in voir dire did not bring out the types of concerns that this juror had. He is
Man.
gone, and
So
it is
Delaware-
because of his poor judgment and the jokes that he was telling the bailiff on the way
Yeah,
to
to
his
be
car.
clear, they booted that jury.
Kimberly,
Number
to
7.
tell that joke, I would say
made
you
a,
got to
made
be
a
a
joke.
racist.
What up,
He was
Texas?
on the jury. That's scary, is it not?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
yeah,
this is why I
again,
don't
shout out
like
to my
picking
mods for
juries
being
for
on
serious
squad
cases
today. I
in one
appreciate
day
it.
because you don't
I
get
know
to be
it's-
thorough and consistent, and people like this will get by you.
These
You
days are
won't even
starting.
know it until, fortunately, he showed himself
But
before he went to the room to deliberate.
yes, Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon.
He
They
is
could be
gone.
Ozarks.
The next
Man,
witness,
I really want to get out there. Ever
Richie
since I saw
McGinnis.
Ozarks.
This is an individual, a journalist who had that.
So, like I said, I was talking to a reporter yesterday
Talked about how he
out of South Dakota, and they're doing coverage on just how important live streamers have been for these court cases over the course of this last 2 years. And as you can tell from this case, what is the fact that the only footage we've seen that hasn't been from someone on a live stream platform or from social media platform is from that FBI thermal footage that good old Rich from the helicopter, so or wherever they were from. So let's just jump back in here. I know they still swore on a Bible.
I do.
Oh, I thought they had a Bible there. My bad. Okay.
If you could please make sure to pull that microphone close and speak as loud as you can into it. Thank you. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Richie McGinnis.
Be clear, Richie looks like he's about to go. All right.
RICHIENSGINNISS.
How are you
Boy,
currently
Richie
employed?
looks like
I'm the video director for the Daily Caller.
What is the Daily Caller?
It's a news website.
How long have you been working for the Daily Caller?
Since May of 2017.
When you say you are the video editor, you said?
Technically chief video director.
Chief video director, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee all of the video content that goes up on the website and all of our video and social media platforms.
Is it fair to say that the Daily Caller is an online news source as opposed to, say, a newspaper or a magazine?
Yeah, there's no print.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in Middle Eastern history and Arabic from Georgetown University.
Would you consider yourself a journalist?
I would consider myself somebody who works alongside journalists every day.
When you say you work alongside them, what are the different roles that you have versus the journalists that you work alongside?
So basically the journalists are the ones who actually post articles.
Okay.
I'm the one who, for example, if a journalist is, on a location, they record a video. I'm the person who helps them get that video onto whatever platform
You're
necessary.
hired. I need you immediately on my
Okay,
squad.
Richie McGinnis on the stand going through his CV, if you will. We have to slip at a quick break as we approach the top of the hour. More testimony when we return. Stay with us.
So yeah, they're going to break. I'm not going to subject us to those commercials. Also, I don't want to deal. I'm not, doing advertisers unless they want to pay to advertise on CJTV. That'd be great. But that ain't happening right now. So, Richie McGinnis, from the Daily Caller is in on squad right now. He's on the stand. We've watched a lot of his footage. We've also BG on the scene, Lakota, Andrew, myself, and we've had a lot of people in the live stream world, like I said, that have been the key elements that they're using for this case. We're trying this case, which is interesting for me, especially in the wake of thereafter. Everyone's asked why I've been called to testify. I was talking to Kristen Harris from the Rundown Live, based right out of Wisconsin or Milwaukee, whose footage we watched extensively. And they remember, if you guys remember, there was a scuttlebutt about, if that's a term, I don't know if that's anything outside of a pirate term, but if it either way, there was a little bit of a hullabaloo. We're gonna go that route with the audio on that footage from the Rundown Live. They were arguing because they couldn't. It was hearsay, the audio, because they couldn't cross-examine the person who was giving their testimony, speaking on the video. So what they did was, I don't think they realized at the time, the defense or prosecution at the time, but Kristen was actually sitting in the he was in court, actually sitting in one of the I don't want to call them pews, church style, but he was sitting in court. One of the other journalists pointed out, like, well, that's him right there. And so they called that recess, and then they subpoenaed him right there at court. So that being said, everyone immediately, everyone kind of joked, like, well, hope your bags are packed, which they are, just in case. And the gallery, there you go. Thank you, Linda Lou. And so I called him. He was. I had him live for a second. We didn't talk about the case, to be very clear. Just asked him, like, hey man, did you see we're watching your footage? And then he told me right then. He's like, dude, I'm literally in court right now. I just walked down the hallway and they handed me my subpoena. They're like, hey man, you're getting called in. So they've used, the names come up, CJTV has come up multiple times already. We've seen clips of my footage. One of the clips they showed, they did edit the volume though. So, or not edit, but they muted the volume. So, it's a matter of if they need me or not. But again, I've given my testimony to prosecution, defense, private investigators, like I said, the ADA, the district attorney's office. It's been, nothing new really. All of the the footage that they're going to watch, I'm sure, is going to come up quite a bit. What's wild is they said they had 200 witnesses that they have on the list, and they said they're not going to call them all, but we're officially working on our third witness right now. Actually, no, I take it back. We had Dominic Black, right? I think he was the very first witness we had, and we talked about the shoulder strap for the AR-15 pretty extensively. Then we had Corey Elijah, then we had the detective, and now we're moving on to Richie McGinnis from the Daily Caller, who's the chief executive, supreme overlord of videography there at the Daily Caller. Also is a stand-in for Matthew McConaughey when he's not out hacky sacking. But so we're 4 people into a 200-person roster. So they said they're not going to call everybody. They said this case might take 2 weeks. If they do end up going deep into the list, we'll see. But we're going to jump back in here to Mr. McGinnis.
Move forward to Kenosha. Everybody here is familiar with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd,
Yeah, good looking dude.
2020.
Good looking dude.
After that, was there a time in which you became interested in coming to Kenosha
5 witnesses so
to
far.
cover
Thank
what
you,
was going on
Kristen.
here?
Appreciate you.
Yeah, Shelby and Jorge, who are 2 of our reporters who I traveled with extensively, implored me to book the trip, and we had lengthy discussions with our editor-in-chief who regarding whether or not we should go.
Eventually, the decision was made to come here. Is that fair to
Correct.
say?
Yes.
Do you remember when it was that you first arrived in Kenosha to begin covering these events?
Yes, it was that Monday.
Do you remember approximately what time of day?
It was the afternoon. I'm not sure. It was before it was before it was dark.
There's been a lot of testimony about the events of that night, some of the things that happened around town. Did you personally witness any of that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you personally witnessed?
Witnessed many cars being burned. I actually, Shelby recorded an interview with some of the individuals in front of, so there was the big car lot that was burned, but then there was the lot actually where the armed individuals were on the night of the shooting. We actually were in front of that business the night before, and Shelby recorded an interview where those individuals were there were people who I guess the owner of the business had asked people to go out and try to put out the fires. So she recorded an interview with individuals who were using a power washer, and there were other people using like buckets to try to put out fires with the cars.
Mr. McGinnis, we have a map on the wall behind you there. I don't think there's going to be dispute that we've established that on Monday night, the car source location, which is at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan Road, had a large number of cars that were destroyed by fire that night. Did you personally witness that?
Yes.
Now, you said you spoke to the owner of the business. That would be the car source business?
I didn't speak to the owner. I spoke to individuals who were out there trying to put out fires. And I believe in Shelby's interview, they mentioned that the owner had asked them to come out to put out the fires.
Now, you also mentioned there was a second location, and that would be this car source, which is sort of kitty corner to the southwest. I know you mentioned there were armed individuals there on Tuesday night, right?
Yes, and that's the same business that we saw people with power washers at the night before.
At this location that I'm highlighting here, which is at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan, on Monday night, did you see any armed individuals there?
I did not know.
Were there fires at that location on Monday night?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people putting out fires with pressure washers, were they putting out fires only at that location on the southwest corner, or were they also trying to put out the fires on the northeast corner?
It was only at that one, and I didn't see anybody trying to put out fires on the other one across the street.
Understood. I think the fires were out of control at that point, so I get that. I'm just trying to pin it down. So you told us that you witnessed the fires at those 2 locations on Monday night. Did you witness any other events on Monday night that were noteworthy?
Yes. I mean, there were fires everywhere. And Shelby, Jorge, and I recorded a number of those, including multiple businesses that were also burned.
And you recorded that information and then obviously published stories about it on the Daily Caller website. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yeah.
I want to move to the next night, Tuesday night, August 25th, the night of the shooting. Did you come back to that area to view the events of that night?
Well, the way that it happened was we went to the courthouse to document the demonstrations that were happening in front of the courthouse. And then subsequently, the police pushed the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, away from the courthouse. And that's actually when everybody ended up in that area.
On Tuesday night, based on what you've just described, do you recall approximately when it was that you first got out and were covering things?
We'd been out all day. We were actually, during the day, we were interviewing the owners of the businesses that had been damaged the night before. And so, and also many people from the community in Kenosha came out to help clean up. And so we recorded a bunch of interviews with those folks, as well as getting aerial footage of the damage. And then we went and ate, and then we went back out before sunset as the demonstrators were arriving at the courthouse.
When you said you took video or photos or whatever of people trying to clean up and things like that, did any of that include the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
I know you discussed some of the events that occurred right out in front of the courthouse. Do you recall approximately what time that was when you were here out in front of this building covering things?
We first got out there probably about 7 p.m.
And how long was it before the event occurred that you described as the police pushing people out of the way?
That was after dark, and it was probably closer to 8:30 or 9.
What did you do then?
Well, I was typically in these kind of situations, the goal is to show both what law enforcement are dealing with and what the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, you want to show both situations. So you want to, I was in the middle of the protesters on one side and the police on the other, and I actually recorded, a variety of things, including things being thrown, bricks being thrown at law enforcement. And then I returned to the hotel because there was no cell service to get Wi-Fi to communicate with folks back in Washington, D.C., as well as post the videos for our team to then redistribute.
What hotel were you staying at?
I forget the name of it. It's literally right there. It's
Is it the Stella?
Stella, correct.
And that's located a little bit off the map here, I think, to the north, but very close to where all this is happening.
Actually, my hotel window was on the third or fourth floor, and it was overlooking that car lot right there.
That's actually the Stella there, isn't it? Yeah. After you returned to
the
the
Stella
hotel,
Hotel is just
you
north
described what you
of
did there.
the,
Was there a
car
time when
lot
you came back out onto
and
the streets
east
after
of
your time at
Civic
the hotel?
Park.
I
Kitty
actually
corner,
didn't.
basically one block off.
I didn't even post anything because when I returned to the hotel and got on the internet, I saw armed individuals in front of the same business that we had recorded people trying to put out fires the night prior. And in my mind, that was a continuation of that story. And so I actually dropped what I was doing. I also had Shelby and Jorge who were out there. And once I saw people who were armed, the situation was clearly escalated in my mind in terms of the level of danger. And part of my role was also to, make sure that none of us were harmed. And so I went outside, back outside, and actually I couldn't see that business from the window, but I could see the car lot across the street from it. And basically I just ran down the stairs and went right out there and started communicating with Shelby and Jorge to find out where they were.
The business where you saw the armed people out on front of, was that the Car Source location at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
You mentioned that after seeing them, you felt like the situation was escalating. Why did you feel that way?
Anytime that there are guns, that elevates the level of danger in my mind. Just given that, I've been to, like I said, across the country, many protests in places where people have guns and there's a lot of people in a confined space. You know, these are the kind of situations where everybody's very passionate about why they're out there. So in my mind, that the presence of weapons meant that, you know, I should be on the ground, and Shelby, Jorge, and I should be as close to each other as possible to ensure that, you know, we're all safe.
So did you feel that the presence of guns at that location, did it make you concerned about the safety of your reporters?
Yes.
So you said you ran down the stairs of the hotel, and did you go then if you left the hotel, did you go directly to that location, that car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Now, you've referred to guns. Are you familiar with guns yourself?
I'd say familiar.
One of the guns that we've talked about already in this case is it's technically a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, but it is an AR-15 type rifle.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that type of rifle?
I've shot it.
And when you got to that 59th Street car source location, did you see individuals who were armed with that type of rifle?
Yes, multiple.
Tell us what you did once you left the Stella and went to that location.
I went down and proceeded straight from the hotel to the car source. And basically, as I walked up, I saw, you know, I guess there were about 3 on the ground, and I couldn't quite tell how many people were on the roof, but there were like approximately 5 or 6 armed individuals in front of the business. And typically in these situations, especially with armed individuals, I'm just trying to look as unassuming as possible. And so I put my hands up and I said, hey, are any of you guys willing to do an interview about why you're here? Yeah.
Now you've given interviews to various media outlets about your experiences that night, correct?
Yes.
And at one point you described the appearance of these armed individuals at the 59th Street car source as menacing. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. What interview was that?
Sure.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's, I would say menacing is not a bad word to describe it. I would say actually, like I said, the presence of weapons, just in my mind, elevates the level of risk.
You did an interview shortly after this August 25th incident with someone by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
And in that interview, at one point, you indicated that the group that was armed at 59th Street car source appeared menacing.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? We can play it.
I would agree. I would say that, I mean, I don't know the exact definition of the word menacing. I guess I was using it in a live interview. But I would say that, you know, the level of risk was elevated, is what I would say.
One moment.
Sir, if it's possible to get some water. Sure. Water. Thank you.
Good TVs.
I think she's coming down.
Survive.
She went upstairs to get a cold one.
I have up on the screen a section of the interview that you did with Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you recognize yourself on the screen?
Yeah.
And do you remember giving this interview to Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Okay. Can we play the excerpt from 7:12 to 7:47, please?
I basically just walked up to them and said, is anybody willing to do an interview? And Kyle was just the most willing. And obviously that's the kind of situation where you have 5-6 guys armed with some heavy weaponry. Most of them looked like they had AR-15 style rifles, and a couple of them were standing up on the rooftop in the darkness. So it was a menacing situation. So my goal was just to get my interview and be as non-threatening as possible and get out of there. So when Kyle volunteered himself, I just wanted to, go with the path of least resistance. And he actually.
Thanks. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And this was something that you said within a week or two after the incident?
I was in Kenosha when I recorded that interview. That's in the basement of the hotel.
Oh, okay, good.
That
Thank
was
you.
like maybe a day or two after.
Now, when I think you said in that interview, when you approached the group, you wanted to interview someone from the group. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many members of that group did you interview?
One.
Who is that?
Well, I guess Mr. Gulch was the other one who walked into the interview as I was recording, Mr. Rittenhouse. And then we proceeded up the street after that. So if you would constitute that as part of the interview, then two. But Mr. Rittenhouse was the only one that I interviewed prior to him arriving.
And I think you said Gulch, but actually for the record, that's Ryan Balch.
Balch, sorry.
No
Yes.
problem. No problem. Did you ask, and for the record here, the person you interviewed, Kyle Rittenhouse, is seated here at council table with the gray suit and the red shirt. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Did you ask him how old he was?
I believe as I was taking out my phone, generally the procedure is, are you willing to do an interview? Yes. Okay, I'm going to record it. Yes. And I believe that I said something along the lines of, how old are you? And I believe the response was something along the lines of, I'm an adult. I actually don't recall because I was doing two things at once, but I just remember the answer being satisfactory enough for me to proceed with the interview.
If the defendant had been honest with you and told you that he was 17, would you have recorded an interview with him?
I would, in those instances, I can record an interview if somebody's a minor, but I need permission from the parents.
Based on what the defendant said to you, whatever the wording was, you had no indication from him that he was 17. Is that fair to say?
I actually told the police the night of that I believe that he was in his mid-20s, but I believe I said exactly that he had a baby face.
We've got the interview that you recorded, and that is exhibit number 16. Can we play that, please?
If you would please share the stream for anyone who's just joining in. Go ahead and share it out there. I'm gonna crack that 1,000 mark right now. It'd be great. I know a lot of people are attached to this case, me personally. So if you know anybody that might benefit from seeing what's going on here and talking to folks as they're going through it.
You're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed as well.
Their job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
we're running medical, and we're going in and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but
Your eyes
you know, as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and then arrested.
This church right over here?
That church right there. And we stopped the fire out all the way down at the school.
Wow. And what do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at. And that
I got a quick video clip I need to show you guys here in just a second. Actually, that gave me a wide eye moment. I'm gonna pull it up and get it queued real fast.
Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention.
But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again.
All right.
Understood.
If you want to follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good night, Adler. This might be over there.
You are at this point in the video walking south along Sheridan behind the defendant and Ryan Balch. Is that right?
Correct.
At that moment, given what you've told us about why you were out there and the coverage you've done with other events around the country, why did you decide at that moment to follow them?
Well, during the interview, he mentioned, what his mission was there. And it seemed to me that they were proceeding to, try to do what he was talking about. And I wanted to record it.
Can we please play exhibit number 17?
So once, I don't know how long it's going to take me to pull this up, but well, either way, the one that I got queued up here.
Anybody need medical?
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
The
good looking, y'all got those views over
defendant
1,000.
tells you that he is an EMT. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he say anything else to you? It's a little hard to hear in the video as to what his qualifications were.
I believe he mentioned something about lifeguard certification.
In your experience at the various events that you've covered, similar to what was going on in Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, etc., have you seen other individuals who proclaim themselves to be medics or EMTs who are armed with AR-15s?
I don't recall any people who I saw a lot of people who were medics.
I've seen
Some of
plenty.
them were armed, but not with an AR-15 that I recall.
When you saw these other medics who were armed, what sort of things had they armed themselves with?
I just recall specifically in Seattle, a medic armed with a handgun.
Other than that one medic with a handgun, do you recall seeing any other medics in any of the other events that you covered who armed themselves with a gun?
No.
Do you recall seeing any others that armed themselves with an AR-15?
No.
We can continue the video, please.
I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you.
There. Do you? It appears Mr. Balch reacts to something at this point in the video. Do you know what that was?
That was I believe it was a brick that was thrown at a piece of a brick that was thrown at the armored personnel carrier right there.
Did it like bounce off towards you guys or something? Do you know?
Yeah, it bounced off in front of us.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Gulch, the guy on the right there, he's on the witness list as well.
Anybody need medical? We're running through over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical? Fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? It's all right. Where you shot? I'm not shot. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't. You got rubber bullet. Oh, no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. No, it didn't even leave it well.
Those rubber bullets are one thing, but I was showing you kind of some of the impact rounds. This is one of the ones I got shot with in the hip, and I thought it like shattered my whole pelvis area. It just knocked me off my feet. I couldn't walk. It was bad. And then you got these bean bags right here as well. They look like little octopuses, octopi.
Someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
But yeah, get smacked with, I mean, a handful of these things that I got hit with. Yeah, those less legals are no joke.
Everybody need medical? You were just the one to get out the car. I'm trying to help you out. Now you talking about medical? I remember you. You said get off the car. Oh, you talking about medical? Yeah. Everybody need medical?
He's making that point. They were saying earlier, like, if you're here to protect the property, stay on the property.
What car? Over in the dealership? Sorry, I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, oh. If I had it, the crowd wouldn't be right here right now. I wouldn't fucking the car though.
First of all, Mr. McGinnis, the video we just watched was.
Let's take a break at this point. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. 15 minutes.
So they're going to go to a quick bathroom break, whatever you want to call it. So I got this little clip, and I'm going to see if I can. Okay, so yeah, this is interesting. So this is that Gulch, I believe the guy's name is. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I want to pause that so I can get it from the jump. So, and hopefully you can hear this. This is sent by one of my mods. Good looking at Derek. I appreciate you click, because this I hadn't seen this up until now. So hopefully you can hear it better than. We'll play it a couple times so you can hear it all. So let's go here.
You know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave.
We'll watch that again.
But you know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave.
Did you guys all catch that? The so great pick, by the way, Derek. Did you hear what he said? Yeah, right. He said. Now, granted, we don't know how. You know, maybe he's just saying that. I don't know. Maybe he's just saying it because it sounds good or whatever. But the fact that he just said, we're gonna watch it one more time here.
Well, you know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave.
And then we're going to leave. Man. that's crazy to me. That because we've been talking about this right from the jump, how bad it was when everyone's down in Civic Park, right? Everyone's down in Civic Park and or the Civic Center area, and which is that courtyard. You got like the dinosaur museum, you got the courthouse, you got the school, and then across that the street there, you've got the post office, which is all boarded up, and then you've got the Bearcats and riot police. You got National Guard. You've got the federal law enforcement. You got all sorts of law enforcement out there, right? So, and then they all got pushed into the city. And if you guys, like I said, here we're gonna pull this up real fast again, because I think it's perfectly relevant to understand, not just relevant, but I think it's important that we look at this and see what's really. I mean, this will blow your mind. This stuff to me is it was crazy to me when it started happening. Just seeing people getting pushed that direction, and law enforcement, everyone does what they do, in their own way, I suppose. But what I'm getting at here is that that situation was crazy. All right, so here we go. Let's go right with this one right here. Make sure I'm looking at this right. And so I was making sure I've got this pulled up. Where we at over here? So yeah, I mean, and like I said, Court TV is on a quick break. They'll be right back. And there it is. Sorry guys, we got this map here, and I want to show you all what I'm talking about with the is it right here? Either way, there's kind of explaining a few things over here, and I have no problem with. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Cool. This one here, and there we go. All right, cool. So this right here is, as we're going to look at it. Boom. Here we go. Okay, appreciate you guys bearing with me on this one. So I'll make sure we get this queued up properly for you. And I'm gonna play this one more time.
Well, you know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're gonna push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're gonna leave.
We're gonna push them down by you, and then we're gonna leave. Yeah, Richie McGinnis was the guy that's on trial. Oh, sorry. Let me pull it off. He's not on the screen right now. So let's go ahead and do this. So we're gonna look at this real fast here. I believe this is the one. Make sure we're looking at the right one. Add the stream. All right, cool. And we're gonna go read on this one. Okay, so this is where we're looking at. Okay, so this is the Civic Center, right? Civic Park. Now, if you're looking this way, this is the courthouse over here, which is the Kenosha courthouse, right? This is where it started here on the other side of this in the police station. Remember, they lit this window on fire over here. But so you had the line of police that came through here. And we're going to watch some of this footage later, which will be, I think, interesting for everyone to see, because you'll see how it all happened. The Bearcats came out. They started moving up here. You had over here, we had garbage trucks, the old garbage trucks that were lit on fire. And we watched footage of that. And I'll show you guys that again for those that are new. That we watched yesterday. I'm filming them while they're, as they were being lit. When we got here down on this corner over here, there's one burning already. You've got everyone being pushed this way, right? You got a lot of folks that are being marched down the street. You got the post office over here that was all boarded up. You got the school over here on the right, which was getting pretty well defaced and smashed up. We're going to kind of run through this. This building was lit on fire. This was a fight right here. This woman was in front of the Taekwondo studio and was just doing what she could to defend her building. Kept saying that it was a place for the kids, that it was a community location. which that's a big deal. If you ask me, that's a really big deal. You had people that were having to explain to people that were destroying stuff that this is a staple of our community, of our community. Be clear about that, because we had so many people that came in to Kenosha that were destroying things and blowing things up that weren't from Kenosha. These weren't Kenosha. You had the Kenosha residents are actually telling people to leave. They were kicking them out by the end of the night, and multiple nights. So again, you got the school on the right here. Fast forward down here, you've got the Bradford Unitarian Church in the back over here, which is the one that became, a big point for Andrew and I when the fire was spreading from right here. If you guys remember, this was the first car lot that went up, and it looks like it could have even been not this, maybe same suburban, because this is from, well, it could have been July 2019. Maybe been sitting on that lot for a while, because this is when that video or this photo was from. But Stella Hotel's on the left there. But this first car went up, and then this car caught next to it, and then they lit another car on fire on the right side of the lot. And before long, all these cars were up. And I interviewed the owners. We'll watch that again. And they had over 150 vehicles that were destroyed, $2.5 million worth of damage done to property and into inventory that they had. It came through here. There was guys defending this lot here. All these cars were being destroyed, but people kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and they kept getting pushed further down here. As far down as, things kept going, this direction. I remember we had people that were in these alleys back here. They had, feds and everyone else was kind of like lurking around in the alleys. These are the gas stations. This is the gas station where the first exchange of the Rosenbaum took place. Dumpsters were pulled from the backside of the building over here, brought around to the front. That's where the standoff was taking place when they were fighting over the garbage cans there. We watched that video footage of Corey Elijah's yesterday and the day before to point of nauseam. They just kept going over that. We moved down this direction is when things really, the fires really started step up in a big way. So this, and I apologize if this is giving anybody the spins. This lot right here was being lit on fire, or not lit on fire, but being destroyed. They were trying to light fires in the lot inside the store. This one, people went into the back. They broke in here, went to the very back of this store, and were trying to light things on fire. Didn't take, luckily, because again, you've got these structure fires went up so fast, which takes me to this next point, the furniture store right here. This furniture store was lit on fire and gutted, just completely gutted the store. And I'm sure that there's images of it today. You can see it. A video of the walkthrough of this after the fact, a week later. It was just terrible. These houses back here, I was back here trying to get people to leave their homes. So how fast those fires were spreading. All these cars in the back of this lot over here, actually, oh, well, you can't see it now. If I pull back this direction, that's wild. Because they go through different dates. But I believe it might have even been this flatbed right here was lit on fire, but it's parked back here. There's a church. This is a church back here. These cars all went up as well. And let's see what they're saying. Okay, so the court is still on pause. But everyone is being pushed this direction. Now the riot came this way, and the fire department wasn't going in because it wasn't safe. It wasn't safe for them to go in, which is what the National Guard was tasked with the responsibility of protecting the fire department as they went in. We made it all the way down here, and then you got to this point right over here where you had this entire building here was on fire. The DOC building burned down. Across the street over here, you had the furniture store completely burning down. Back here, you had car fires going. On the distance, you had car fires that were relit. You had dumpster fires that were burning back over here. And from the rooftops, it looked like the apocalypse in Kenosha. And so for that militiaman to say that they were pushed down the street so that they we were pushed down the street, and then the police were going to leave because they said that they could deal with them. So, and so this.
You know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're going to leave.
We're going to push them down by you, and then we're going to leave, which pushed them directly into, you know, this area here. Which, if you're looking at it, you got these car lots, the DOC building right here, and it started from right here, right? So it made its way. I wish there was a way I could. Maybe there is a way I can draw on this. I don't know. Maybe there's not. I don't know. Either way. So wait. No. Okay. So, but it doesn't matter. It goes from here, which is here's the Dinosaur Discovery Museum, right? You've got the let me do this in 3D. Oh. Flip the view. Whatever this works for me. Yeah, so the courthouse is right here, right? They got pushed out into the street here, and everybody made their way down through here, right? You got the car lot that went up, car source right here, Bradford Unitarian back there, and then it made its way this direction. So from here to here, okay, is where. And this is just the downtown area. Mind you, it made its way all the way to Uptown, you guys. And Uptown's a little ways away. And we'll look at that footage a little bit later. But this is the DOC building here. And you had there was a fires being set in front of this lot over here at one point. Just tire fires. The furniture store right here. And then all these houses back here, I mean, people were out with their hoses. We were trying to find, I was knocking on doors, trying to make sure people knew to leave, get their animals, get their children, get their cars and get out. And but that march came not far. You got Ruther Central High School here, the Civic Park, and it just made its way, you know, what do we got here? 1, 2. And by block 2, you already had a car, the car dealership completely burned. The church under flame. You had the buildings being defaced and destroyed here. And mind you, these are like the main groups. People. There were people off on the side. If you went around the corner here, so this is the gas stations, right? People cut down here, boom, made their way over to the DOC building. Back over here in these areas here, people were lighting fires as well. So if you went behind the DOC building, there's this lot right here, right? This right here, the Iglesia La Unción de Dios, that church right there, this one, cars were on fire right here up against the wall. And if you looked down the street, if you went down this way, there's a credit union right here. And the credit union was, we were doing our best down there with Lakota, and we were doing our best to try to, we remember we're pulling, burning boards off the windows, and the fire department was able to stop funding. Like, we were able to put out this fire here because we were trying to get the fire department freed up to get around the corner here to this structure fire here. So we were trying to get them 2 blocks up the way so they wouldn't have to worry about the smaller fires, because this one was really pushing up against all these houses here. And that was scary to watch, because those flames are huge. And while this was happening, you had garbage fires that were being set back over here. I mean, basically everywhere you look, you can see a fire being set somewhere. Garbage cans, dumpsters, things like that. And then people had made their way back down towards Civic Park to the Dinosaur Discovery Museum over here. And you know, they were destroying all this property here. They ended up gutting all the bushes around this building. You know, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. This building is, so this is the courthouse to the right, where the fence was ended up being built. Or sorry, the courthouse is back over here. That's the school. So this was, remember this dinosaur here? Sad day. The dinosaur is no longer. He was destroyed it was destroyed. They were destroyed. You know, to be appropriate here, I guess. This is where Drew went down. He was getting shot at we were all getting shot at, but he was getting pegged from the bushes and from the street. Actually, it was from over here. They had a Bearcat, and they were shooting at people from the bushes. Were shooting at the Bearcat with, I don't know what they were, but I'm assuming they were less lethal because I didn't hear gunshots. But they're, you know, paintballs and rocks are being thrown, bottles are being thrown, bricks are being thrown, and so they just opened fire back over here, and we were just getting tagged. And man, Drew, and it triggered him in a big way. He went down, tucked and rolled, made it across here, lost some of his gear, but they ended up mowing down all these bushes. So they had a clear line of sight of the building because there's windows behind these bushes here. So they had people that were hiding in there and you know, starting fires. And then down here, you had fires that were being started as well. So this is the backside. This is on 10th Ave. If you guys, all you Kenosha folks are watching us walk down the streets here. And we made our way just up these streets here, right? But then there was a sharp turn if you go down this direction. And you get to the backside of the so we can keep creeping here. Boom. And the DOC building's right there. So this is the reason the DOC building was rough to see that one being focused on was because it was just all by itself. Right, this building it stands alone, you know. But there is a fire hydrant. I'll give them that right here. So, and that is they had to have hookups. So they were looking for a fire hydrant down here by the furniture store, and I believe that they finally came in and they were able to secure a. I think the engine actually, right here across the street. So, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, they're still in under recess right now. So, yeah. No, my first name's not Chad, to be clear. So, yeah, man, it's wild. They've got this. Let's watch this one more time.
You know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're gonna push them down by you because you can deal with them, and then we're gonna leave.
That's crazy to me. That blows my mind. Not surprised, but it's terrible because that's while it was happening, all of us were talking about it. You know, Drew and I were like, why are they doing this? Why keep them here? This is a good place to have a standoff. And from all my time in Portland, the one thing that was that came up was that there was this flashpoint, right? You had the fence. You know, there was that. Let's see if I can even show that to you here. But you had the you had the fence in front of the federal building, and the let me show you this real fast. So, but along with that, let me see if this is let's go this route right here. I want to make sure I pull up a video that you guys can see. Yeah, here we go. So this is back in my days when I was teamed up with Ian, and we had let's stop here. We go. Like every day down in Portland was something new. I mean, not really even something new, but it was intense. It was intense, and see if we can do this real fast. So that smoke and tear gas. You got me walking through there in the middle of the picture, in the middle of the screen there.
Safe to say it doesn't feel peaceful anymore.
Things took a turn real. We were just saying how peaceful the night was.
Nobody heard Not that we know of, but look at this shield wall. Look at this shield wall they got here.
This is just one of the nights.
That was a quick walk away.
It was just 10 minutes in Portland, actually.
Here they come.
Everybody was focused on this building.
Ian! Ian! Get over here! Ian!
My cameraman was hiding behind a tree.
Ian! Get the fuck over here!
Pardon the language.
Stay up!
I haven't
Go
missed a
back
thing.
down! Do not back down!
So,
I didn't miss a thing.
what I'm getting at here is that the what you had there was I've got all of YouTube on their way. YouTube's going to timeout apparently. You guys, behave, man. You guys don't be too loud. Turn it down. Just chill out. Man. So yeah, but they had a flashpoint, right? So they built that fence. They put the same fence they ended up bringing out. I swear, man, I was going to do a live stream or a social media page just for that fence, the magical roaming fence, because that thing made its way. That fence we saw in so many different places around the country. Is it back underway now? We're gonna jump back in here, guys.
You're a video director for your website. Capturing video is one of the things you do. Why did you stop recording that interaction?
There were 4 individuals there, and you can see in the video one of them had large rocks in his hands. And, it's a public street, so generally speaking, but just from the perspective of an ethical perspective as a...
Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna do this differently here so that we can bear with me for a moment here. I'll do a quick tab and then show that. Okay, that's better. And there we go.
If you want to conduct a proper interview.
My apologies, y'all.
Ask any of them for permission to record them?
I did. So based on
we're
this
back in
guy's
here.
actions, they didn't want to be recorded. So I actually I was more concerned with why they were mad than actually getting it on video, just from the perspective of gathering information.
As someone who works in journalism and takes video, gathering information without having a record of it doesn't do much good, though, does it?
It can, because it does do good, because you can, from that information, then ascertain other individuals to talk to, and also I think there's an aspect of gaining somebody's trust before you conduct an interview. So a lot of times it's helpful to speak with people about why you're there, why you want to interview them, and then maybe try to restart and say, hey, now that we're on the same level, can I do this interview?
So the question I asked you right before that last one was, did you ask any of those individuals for permission to record them? And I don't believe you answered that question, but I'm assuming the answer is no, based on what you've told us.
I actually mentioned that I was going to stop I stopped my phone and I said, listen, guys, I'm not recording this. I just want to know what the deal is. Why are you guys mad? So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had pricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And obviously, they never verbally gave you permission, correct? They never said anything like, hey, go ahead, you can record us. Nothing like that.
No, they did not.
You took their reaction to you, this physical movement, as a sign that you shouldn't be recording them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
You mentioned that one of the individuals had some things in his hand. I think at one point you said rocks, and another one I think you said bricks.
Well, it was like I guess bricks wouldn't be the right word either because they're like gray. So I guess generally a brick would be like
There's rubble.
There were like pieces,
Chunks of concrete.
Gray stones that you would use to build a building.
How many of these individuals did you speak with that are all in a row there? Do you remember?
I talked to all of them.
But how many were there total?
There were 4.
Okay. And one you said had a couple of rocks or stone in his hand?
Yeah, one had like one in each hand, and then another one had like a stone in one hand, and then it was like a strap, leather strap, something like that. That seemed to be, couldn't tell if it was attached because it was in his hand. And I believe, yeah, those are the only guys who had rocks in their hands. There were 2 of them.
Okay. Other than what you've just described, did you see any other weapons of any kind on any of those 4 people?
At the time, I did not, but in hindsight, I believe that one of them was armed with a handgun.
With a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. The person who was wearing yellow pants did not have any sort of weapon, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I could see.
So just so we're clear, at that moment when you were dealing with those 4 individuals, you perceived 2 of them to have rocks in their hands. And that was the extent of any sort of weapon that any of them had that you saw at that time.
That I saw, yes. But in these kind of situations, it's never really clear who's armed and who's not. I was still unsure of my safety in that situation.
Were you armed?
No.
Can you help us understand what it was about these 4 individuals who, by the way, all 4 of them are black, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What was it about these 4 individuals, 2 of whom had rocks in their hands, that made you concerned about your safety?
Well, the way that the one stepped out on me, it was like he was presenting the rocks as if he was ready to smash my head. And he stepped out in my direction, at which point I kind of took one step back. And in those kind of situations, I was trying to keep my distance to ensure that, if he's going to advance closer, then I'm going to take that many steps backwards to keep our distance.
Do you have any idea why this individual stepped forward towards you in such an aggressive manner?
It was because of my phone. Because I believe that it was because he perceived me to be recording him, and he didn't want to be recorded.
Once you stopped recording, did his demeanor change?
I put my phone down, and then I told him I'm not recording. I just want to know what happened, and his demeanor did not change. And he still had the rocks in his hands, as if he was ready to hit me. And so then I said, "Hey guys, let's take a step back here for a second. Does anyone want to?" I generally carry like cigarettes and White Claws to diffuse these kind of situations. It's like a tactic. People are always really angry in these areas, and that's a good way to, I guess, break the ice.
So in your experience in these types of crowds, you have experienced anger, threatening behavior, that sort of thing before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Definitely. And one of the ways you've learned to diffuse the situation is to offer individuals something like cigarettes.
Anything, cigarette or White Claw. That's generally.
White Claw is a hard seltzer, an alcoholic beverage in a can.
And I actually I had 2 in my gas mask bag, and I just said, "Does anyone want a White Claw?" And it's like, people generally think it's kind of funny, and oftentimes take me up. And it's a good tactic to kind of, because the goal here is to elicit.
He's not wrong.
Their truth, what they think is the reality in this situation. And so my goal is to basically make them feel comfortable telling me what they think the truth is, and that's one tactic to achieve that.
So when you offered these guys a White Claw, did they take you up on it?
One of them did, yeah. The guy who was squatting down in the image.
So you handed him the White Claw.
I said, "Do any of you want a White Claw?" I had my hands up, and I said, "I'm going to reach." And actually, the guy who was squatting down, he started to stand up. He said, "I'll take one." And I pulled it out, and I used to bartend, so I cracked it for him and then handed it to him.
So you gave them a total of 1?
1, yes.
This individual you described with the rocks who stepped forward to you, can you demonstrate for us the manner in which he was holding those rocks? Because you made it sound like he was about to hit you with them or something.
Yeah, it was.
So
I mean, he was like.
I got hit with some rocks. Got some bricks thrown at my
as
head.
if, like he was ready to fight, but with rocks. So
He's
he
not
was
lying.
kind of in an athletic position, and he stepped out in front of the other guys towards me, like that.
And how close did he get to you?
Probably 8 feet. I took a step back when he took a step forward, and actually, that was part of the reason why they thought my actions were so funny to them, was that I was so scared and so ready to run away.
You say they thought your reactions were funny. How do you know they thought that they were funny?
Because they all laughed when I asked them if they wanted a White Claw, and actually after that, once I gave it to the one individual, they started making fun of the guy with the rocks, saying, "Oh, you think you're so tough? Like there's one of him and 4 of us, and like look at how scared he is."
Sounds like at that point, the whatever tension was gone.
Correct.
Okay. And this individual stepped forward with the rocks. Did he ever throw a rock at you?
No, and actually he put his hands down at that point once his friend made fun of him.
Okay. You were never harmed in that incident in any way? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So we've seen the end of that
Still
video.
scary situation.
Which at that point you are talking with those 4 individuals when you stop recording on your phone. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We just watched a video of you following the defendant and Ryan Balch down south on Sheridan. You encounter the individual with the yellow pants and the other 3 individuals next to him. You walk up to them after the defendant walks away. You start to have a conversation with those individuals, the 4 of them, and you stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to know is, after you stop recording, how long did you spend talking to those guys?
It was a matter of minutes. I'd say less than 5 minutes. That whole interaction that I just described was probably about 2 minutes, and I talked to them for maybe another minute after that.
After that, what happened?
It only takes a second.
I got back to my task at hand, which was inquiring about why they were mad at who I later found out to be Mr. Rittenhouse. And they said something along the lines of, yeah, we were over there, we were jumping on some cars, and he came up with his gun. And that was actually right then was the point that I saw Mr. Rittenhouse running down the street. And I said, hey, guys, I got to go.
It's a fair question.
Are you able to show us on that map?
But defense will go up and ask
running, which you just described. Where was that on that map? Are you able to show us that?
I've been in that situation many times, and it's not handing out White Claws, but
green right here.
We've had to deal with hostile crowds.
Right here,
It
it's the green in
sucks
the parking lot,
because you're always
and he was
alone.
running this way.
So
okay, you just kind of drew a line
you've
all
got
the
a
way
crowd
from
of,
60th down to 63rd. Are you able to be a
however
little
many.
bit more specific as to where he
And
was?
it's gotten physical. I've had
when you saw the defendant running.
I've had to throw some hands
So you're
because
saying where was the defendant?
Yes, when you first saw him, you said
he goes quick.
drew your attention because he was running.
Yeah, he was. So he was basically right running down this corner right here.
So you've indicated an area right in front of the Ultimate gas station.
It was in front of this. We were over here.
Okay.
And he was here.
All right. So again,
I don't know. The gas station's up here. It was down here.
Okay. On that map, I think it's labeled the Ultimate Convenience Center, but it's the gas station that is on the southeast corner of 60th.
That's correct. That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
And so just because sometimes these things don't translate into the record, you've used the pointer to illuminate an area in front of the First United Methodist Church. On the east side of the church, between the church and Sheridan Road, there's a parking lot area there, and you've kind of pointed to that as where you were talking to these 4 gentlemen. Is that a fair summary of the location?
I believe actually it was a little bit further south, so it was like somewhere right around here.
Okay.
So sorry, it was actually just a bit farther. Is this south or?
The bottom of the map is south.
Bottom of the map is south, so it was a bit farther south than that. Yes.
Okay. And you saw the defendant running. Was the defendant in Sheridan Road when you saw him running?
Yes.
Did you see anything in his hands when you first saw him?
Yes.
What did you see?
He had one of those small fire extinguishers that you saw earlier in the video. It was that sized fire extinguisher in one hand and the AR-15 in the other.
What did you do next?
I told the guys that I had to go, and I proceeded after Mr. Rittenhouse.
Why?
Because, well, he had a fire extinguisher in his hand. So, I perceived that as he was running to some kind of event that was taking place that would be newsworthy.
What did you do after that?
I started jogging after him, and he was quite far in front of me. And I called my coworker Shelby to inquire where she was, because seeing the fire, the way that he was running, and the fact that he had a fire extinguisher in his hand, I said something along the lines of, I won't use the expletive language that I was using, but something's about to go down. Where are you? We should make sure we're close to each other.
You said you made a phone call to Shelby?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you made that phone call?
So I was in the process of, I was actually jogging.
Why does that matter, man? Some of the questions he asked, I don't get.
Like right around here.
You're pointing to an area on Sheridan Road, just to the north of 61st Street.
Yeah. I was probably right around this corner by that point that I called her. Actually, right around here, because I
keep having wonder if he's going to tie it in.
Opened my gas mask bag for the White Claw, and then I ran off without clipping it back. My gas mask actually fell out of the bag. So what happened was the gas mask fell out. I picked it up. I put it back in the bag. I clipped the bag, and then I pulled my phone out to call Shelby. So it was probably actually just south of there by the time I got on the phone with her.
You have given an interview in which you indicated that
Rodney, if you're just joining us, that's
attention
not
was
always
drawn, or when you saw the defendant running, that you felt that he was drawing the attention of the crowd. Do you recall saying that in one of your interviews?
Yeah, I think in that interview, I was referring. Which interview are you referring to?
I think it's the one that you gave to Tucker Carlson, actually. But I'm not.
Okay, I believe that I was referring to him shouting medical. And I did notice that when he was running, there were a lot of people looking in that direction. There were like, in this area, this parking lot here, there were like dozens, if not hundreds of protesters or rioters or whatever you want to call them, right in here.
Anybody
and
can
so
go ahead
when
and
he was
correct this
running, it
individual.
was like
Feel
kind
free.
of people directed their attention that way for sure.
You also said that you felt that this was going to be a hairy situation. You also characterized it as a dangerous situation. Do you recall that?
Yes. The combination of the fire extinguisher and the fact that he was running indicated to me that something was about to happen. Potentially, if there's a fire involved. That's why I wanted to get a hold of Shelby and find out where she was.
Did you also feel that the defendant running with an AR-15 through this type of crowd could cause a problem?
In my mind, in that moment, I couldn't think of a situation that would necessitate somebody running through a public street with one of their hands occupied by a fire extinguisher and the other one occupied by a weapon. Kind of serving dual roles there. That didn't. It seemed to me, it's not the way that I was taught to handle a weapon in a public place.
Did it seem a contradiction to you to have a weapon in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other?
I wouldn't say contradiction. I would say that, all these, like in these protest zones, there's like, everybody's kind of serving a role. So there were like those punk rockers that we saw, the skateboarder dudes. They were clearly like kind of a fire brigade type because they all had fire extinguishers.
You said punk rockers.
You have like people who are medics. You have all kinds of different roles. So I wouldn't say necessarily contradictory because generally speaking, I just wouldn't deem that to be a contradiction.
The punk rockers, the fire brigade that you described, did you see any of them with guns?
I did not know.
Did you feel that carrying around an AR-15 was incompatible with the role of a medic or the fire brigade?
I wouldn't use the word incompatible.
Certainly doesn't match up, though.
I don't know exactly what you're getting at.
Military
but I wouldn't
medics
say
carry guns, I guess. You know?
I don't
saying-
know what matching means here in this instance. If you could clarify that.
So you indicated that when you saw the defendant running, you left those 4 individuals and followed. You've described a point in that process where the gas mask fell to the ground, you picked it up, whatnot. Did there come a time when you were following the defendant when he was no longer running?
Right about, I was on the phone with Shelby at the time, and right about when he slowed down, I was still running to catch up. So he did slow and stop, down and around where the eventual shooting took place.
So he starts running, walks for a bit, and then there's a time after that when he begins to run again. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in relation to the defendant as you're following him down Sheridan Road?
So he was probably just, at the moment that he slowed down, I was probably like a half a block back. He slowed down probably right around here. And I was like, I could just barely see him. And so I was probably right back here when he slowed down right around here. And I was still on the phone at the time.
When the defendant slowed down, were you still running?
Yes, I was running to catch up with them.
When you eventually caught up to him, how close were you behind him in the end?
So it's hard to, I guess, from the point where he was slowed down, when I caught up to him, it was just a moment after that he started running again. So I guess at that time, I was probably like 30 feet back.
And you described that the defendant then began running again.
Yes.
Was there any event that you perceived, that you heard or saw, that attracted your attention at the same time that the defendant started running?
There were a lot of people yelling.
Do you know what they were yelling?
There were a lot of screams. I heard like an N-word. You can hear in the video the friendly, but it was mostly just yelling. I didn't hear really anything decipherable.
We've heard some references to that friendly. Now, I know it's hard, Mr. McGinnis. I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset of that evening. I assume since that evening, obviously you said you've given a lot of interviews, correct?
I gave as many interviews as I felt necessary to inform the public of what I saw.
And I wasn't trying to make it exaggerate or anything like that. But
no, that's fine.
You've given some interviews. There have been a lot of videos out there on the internet. I assume you've watched some of those. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If we can try our best to put aside what we've learned since then and try and go back to that moment, and I'd like you to tell the jury what you were thinking and observing in that moment without the benefit of hindsight or other videos or things like that. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned friendly. At that time, that moment, in that evening, do you recall hearing that?
I do not. I recall I was on the phone as well. So I was talking to Shelby, and I recall hearing the yelling while I was still on the phone. And I said something along the lines of, "Oh, expletive, I gotta go." And I hung up on Shelby, at which point that's when the running had started. Like I was already basically running with Mr. Rittenhouse and later Mr. Rosenbaum at that moment.
So let's continue at where you just left off. Please tell us what happened next.
It was hard for me to see because, like I said, I was like 30 feet back at the time, but I could see a lot of yelling. I could hear a lot of yelling, and I could see there was a crowd of people in the street, and one individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, advancing towards Mr. Rittenhouse, as well as a couple of other individuals who were moving very quickly in the area. But it was hard for me to see because I was a little bit back, and it was dark.
What happened then?
Mr. Rosenbaum advanced towards Mr. Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse gave I think he maybe saw him coming and gave like kind of I said on the night of to police that it was like a juke, but it was more like just a pivot and a run.
Please continue. What happened after that, as far as you recall?
And then he pivoted and he ran towards this parking lot right here. So he was like right on the side of the street, and he ran towards this lot, and Mr. Rosenbaum ran after him, and I was behind both of them.
So the sequence of the folks that were involved in this running, as we've seen in many other videos, is Mr. Rittenhouse is in front, Mr. Rosenbaum is running after him, and you are behind Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How far back from Mr. Rosenbaum were you as the pursuit went through the car source parking lot?
Well, it's hard to say because I kind of caught up to them. I was running a bit faster, and so at the time initially I was probably 30 feet back when everybody first started running, but then by the time I arrived in the lot, it was 15 feet.
And you continue to be behind Mr. Rosenbaum at the time that the defendant shot and killed him, correct?
I did alter my trajectory a little bit when I saw Mr. Rittenhouse turn around and saw Mr. Rosenbaum lunging for the front portion of the rifle.
Let me stop you there for a second. First of all, we know
It does
now
seem to
that
feel
that
that way,
individual
doesn't it?
who was shot and killed by the defendant was Joseph Rosenbaum.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment this was all going on that night, did you have any idea who that person was?
No clue.
Had you ever heard the name Joseph Rosenbaum before?
I'd never even seen that individual.
Up until these events, you had not seen that individual at any time?
No, I had not.
Okay.
I saw videos after the fact of where he was, but I actually wasn't at that location, that gas station at that time.
And again, I want to hear what you saw and what you know and not other stuff. In the videos of this incident, you appear to be holding up your cell phone.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So I got off the phone with Shelby, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I attempted to record on my phone, and I thought that I was recording at the time. It turns out that I actually just took a live photo of the ground. I assume at the time that I pressed what was the photo button instead of the record button, the video button.
So as you're running, you're holding up the phone thinking you're recording video, but in fact you're not. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the video did not start until, and I've turned all this over, I'm sure you've reviewed it.
Sure.
But it did not start until just as I was arriving over Mr. Rosenbaum after he had been shot. So I don't know what happened in that period of time. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Usually when I'm recording, I'm constantly looking at what the video is recording to make sure that, everything's in the frame and whatever. But at that time, obviously I was fixated on the situation in front of me rather than my phone. So I didn't realize that it wasn't recording, and I don't know what happened or why it started later.
That's like
What was it about the situation
stroke
in front of you?
The dark
you said
stroke
you
when
were
you're out
fixated
streaming
on
is
it.
when you
What
double
was
tap
it
it, you
about
don't
the
realize
situation
it.
in front of you that focused your attention?
Well, there were we were running very quickly, number one. So I was just by virtue of the fact that I was running, I was focused on that. But also, I knew, having seen Mr. Rittenhouse earlier and just using my eyes at that time, that he was armed. And also, there was a bag that was thrown by Mr. Rosenbaum. And so clearly there was something about to happen. So I was paying attention to that.
Did you ever see a weapon on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw a gun on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw him have a knife?
Nope.
Never saw him have a club or a bat or a chain or anything like that?
I just saw the bag that was thrown. That was it.
As the
We've established that
chase
he
is
had a
occurring
chain though by multiple
in the
people.
car source
so
parking
I
lot.
don't know why he's trying to go
Did
off that
you
one.
hear? And again, I want you to go back to that moment.
Yes.
We've seen other videos. We've heard other videos. So we have hindsight. But in that moment, as you are following the chase behind Mr. Rosenbaum, behind Mr. Rittenhouse, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything?
And at the time in that instance, you know, my recollection of it the night of it was really hard for me to decipher, you know, whether that was who yelled that. After seeing the footage, it's very clear to me who yelled it.
Okay,
And
let me
after,
stop. I don't want to. I want to. In that moment,
yeah.
I'm interested in your perceptions of the sounds around you. So I understand there's a lot going on, and you know it's a scene, but put yourself back in that moment. Do you recall hearing Joseph Rosenbaum say anything?
No.
Do you hear recall hearing the defendant?
I mean,
say
I
anything?
heard things said, but I don't recall it coming, you know, me perceiving it coming from him because, like, for example, in that instance, there was a pop. And then when Mr. Rittenhouse turned around, my focus was purely on the barrel of the weapon and where that was going. So I didn't.
Okay. In fact, when you were talking to the Kenosha Police Department after this incident, and very shortly thereafter, you were asked if you heard any words exchanged between Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, and you said no.
Yeah,
Remember
I
saying
mean,
that?
well, that was the phrasing of the question, which is, were there words exchanged? And so that would imply, you know, like some kind of conversation. If they had asked, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum yell anything, I might have phrased it differently because I just didn't focus on that at the time. But the way that, you know, there was nothing exchanged. That's that I saw.
So let's continue. You just mentioned hearing a pop sound. Was that during this chase?
That was right before Mr. Rittenhouse turned around during the chase. Yes.
Okay. And just to finish that thought up, you're talking about when Mr. Rittenhouse turns around and shoots Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
Just before that, there was a pop sound.
Correct.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
But let's put that aside. In that moment, as you are running, first of all, did you hear that pop as you were running?
I did hear the pop, but given like the environment, it's not that uncommon to hear those kind of pops. So at that time, it was not clear to me that it was from a gun or what it was from. In fact, I did tell police that it was my understanding that he turned around because he felt like he was running into a corner because that area of the parking lot where the shooting actually took place was like there's the wall right here and then there was like cars parked.
Yeah, you can remember I heard the first shot too.
So it at night of it appeared to me that he turned around because he had reached a dead end or something like that.
But until I heard the AR-15 go off, I wasn't sure if it was actual
please pull
gunfire.
up Exhibit
you could hear it, like, in my
25.
video, both different sounds. And that's when I was like, no, they're shooting at
Mr.
each other.
McGinnis,
It
we
was in other
have,
people's
and I
videos
think I
too,
need to
so.
turn on the TVs again.
But keep in mind, Ange, you know, this is a place for people to share their opinions. So you guys over here in the comments on your Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you happen to be, just keep in mind, you know, please feel free to share your opinions, your thoughts. Don't be an asshole. Just be very clear about that. Also, we're not promoting hate or any kind of violence. We're not talking trash about any other streamers or any other media outlets. I mean, we're going to stay in a healthy lane right now, okay? And you're doing amazing, guys. I really appreciate the dialogue I'm seeing in the Discord. So, yeah, Jason, you're right. It was. I heard when I first heard the gunshot, I stopped and I was like, "Oh, it sounds
Mr.
like they're shooting."
McGinnis, there is a
And
video
then-
on the screen which
bang,
has already
bang,
been
bang,
introduced into
bang.
evidence,
Bang.
and we've heard some testimony about it. I don't. Have you ever seen this before?
I saw screenshots of this thermal footage.
Okay. Was that from yesterday or the day before during the trial?
Yeah.
Okay. There's been testimony that there is an individual with a circle around them identified as person of interest number 1. That is Joseph Rosenbaum. There is a square around a second individual who is identified there as person of interest number 2. That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. You will come into this video, if you're not already on it, behind all of them. So I'm sure you'll be able to recognize yourself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this forward a little bit so you can see it. I'd like you to pay attention to the movements of the 3 of you, Mr. Rosenbaum, yourself, and the defendant. And then I'll ask you a couple questions about it. So if we can play it forward, please. Let's pause it there, please. Were you able to see yourself on that video?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows you, can we back up about 10 seconds, please? Go back a little bit further, please. 10 more seconds. Okay, continue there. Go forward, please. Or play it, rather. Thank you. Pause there. I don't know if it's possible, Mr. McGinnis, are you able to see yourself on that video at that very moment?
I think I'm one of those 2 people.
Okay. Let me continue forward. And unfortunately, that laser doesn't work on TV. So let's continue forward, and I'll pause in just a little bit here.
Yeah, now I can see me.
All right, pause. Mr. McGinnis, I've got a Sister Marciana's pointing device. Judges,
Sister Marciana's pointing device. It's funny to me.
Please use this and go up to that screen in the corner, and can you point out yourself on that video?
I think it's hard to see right here, but can you just go back for a second?
Yeah, why don't we rewind?
I'm right under the text.
Yeah, let's go back 10 seconds and play from there. And then Mr. McGinnis, just pause when you see yourself, or raise your hand when you see yourself, and we'll pause it, okay? Yeah. Okay, can you hold it up there one more second, please? I didn't quite see. Okay, so just for the record, you are pointing to an area that is on a screen to the left of a vehicle that has, right or wrong, been referred to as a Duramax. Is that a thing, a Duramax?
Vehicle.
Is it? Yeah. A Duramax vehicle. I know from other videos that this vehicle is parked in a way that the hood of the vehicle is to the lower left, or sorry, lower right of this TV screen facing Sheridan Road. So if you'll accept that representation, then you're pointing to an area that is near the right, or the rear passenger corner of that Duramax. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit farther out here, right?
Okay. All right, let's continue the video forward, please. Pause. Can you use your Sister Marciana's pointer to show us where you are? Okay, and you just can you hold it up there for a second longer so we can make sure we all see it? Okay, that is you. Now I can tell from that video that there appears to be part of your body extended forward. Is that your arm holding the cell phone? Yes. Okay. Was that your right arm if you recall?
Usually it'd be my right arm.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Oh, good.
You can leave that up there. That's fine. Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat, please. Now, this is stopped at a moment which is right around the time, I think we're maybe a frame or two before Mr. Rittenhouse fires and the shots at Mr. Rosenbaum. And everyone can see where you're at in relation to that. What I want you would, what I'd like you to do, Mr. Guinness, is tell the jury in your own words, what was going on at this particular moment where we stopped in the video.
So basically, I was running behind Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, and like I mentioned before, Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, and I was continuing, but then I realized, that they were about to basically collide, and so at that moment, I was still running, but just before the shots, I kind of altered my trajectory of my run a little bit in the direction that I perceived to be out of harm's way.
What do you mean harm's way? You were several feet away from them. What was the harm to you?
Well, once Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, it was a very short, very, very short period of time from when he turned around to when the shots were fired. And basically in that very short period of time, I realized that Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance and that Mr. Rittenhouse was standing still, and that they would be, based on Mr. Rosenbaum's, the way that he was running and then eventually lunging towards the front portion of the rifle, it was clear to me that something with the weapon was about to happen, and I didn't want to be on the wrong side of that.
When you say something with the weapon was about to happen, what do you mean?
Well, it wasn't clear to me whether the weapon would be grabbed or fired or what exactly was going to happen, but it was clear to me that it was a situation where it was likely that something dangerous was going to happen, be it Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it, Mr. Rittenhouse shooting it. I didn't know, but I knew that my eyes at that moment were, like in this exact moment, were fixated on the barrel of the weapon because I didn't want to end up on the receiving end of that.
You said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the weapon.
Yes.
Where was the barrel of the weapon pointed?
At this moment, when he stopped, it was aimed about 45 degrees at the ground.
Did the aim of the barrel of the weapon change?
It did. And when Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse kind of dodged around. And then that's when it was leveled at Mr. Rosenbaum and fired.
What was the position of Mr. Rosenbaum's body when the defendant fired at him?
Well, there were 4 shots, but it was like in one continuous motion. It was like a lunge towards the front portion, a dodge around, and when he missed, his momentum continued forward.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. Yeah. When he missed, who's he?
Mr. Rosenbaum, I'm sorry.
Please continue.
When Mr. Rosenbaum did not make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, or it wasn't clear to me whether or not they made contact, but what was clear to me was that the trajectory of the rifle wasn't really altered by Mr. Rosenbaum's lunge. So if they did make contact, then it was just a glance. It wasn't enough to alter the trajectory of the rifle. But and again, this is just because that was the only thing that I was looking at that point. And it's not clear to me whether he basically fell forward, but that was as.
I'm going to stop you for a second because you said he again. Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. He fell forward.
Yes. Like it was as if, if you were to lunge at somebody, if anybody were to lunge, they'd probably stop themselves, from falling face down on the ground. But the shots were fired in the exact instance that his momentum was going forward. And that continued until Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground.
When Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground after being shot by the defendant, what was Mr. Rosenbaum's body position?
He was lying face down.
Is it fair to say, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that when the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward?
His momentum, I wouldn't say falling, I would say his momentum was definitely going forward. It's not clear, to me whether he would have, fallen if, the shots hadn't been fired, but certainly his momentum was in the forward direction, and also his hands were out in front of his feet, such that his center of gravity was beyond where his feet were.
You gave an interview in which you characterized this incident as the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum while Mr. Rosenbaum was falling. Do you recall saying that in an interview?
There were 4 shots, so I don't recall specifically saying that, but was that the direct quote?
Let's put it up on the screen.
I'm told that Ed Staley is here early. So I'll give you a few more minutes. Do you want to continue?
Could we just finish this
You
little
may,
piece up
you
and
may,
then I'll
you
break?
may.
Can we play this starting at the 52-second mark, please?
Well, Tucker, I was just about 10 or 12 feet behind them as they ran into the parking lot. And what I saw was Rosenbaum pursuing Rittenhouse, and Rittenhouse turned around. Now, right before he turned around, I'm not sure if this was a reason why he turned around, but there was a gunshot, and that's actually visible on video. It's not clear whether or not that gunshot was fired into the air or towards Rittenhouse, but Rittenhouse did turn around immediately after that. And at that point, he went from running away to aiming his weapon at Rosenbaum, and I was actually directly behind Rosenbaum. So I took 1 or 2 steps to my right as Rosenbaum was lunging for the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And at that point, I was only about...
We just played an excerpt from a video interview that you did with Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Do you recall this interview?
Yes.
And the date of this interview is August 28th, 2020.
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 days after the event occurred. Is that fair to say?
I think it was so it happened on a Tuesday, and I believe that was Friday.
Sure, 3 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say that on Friday after this incident, your memory of it might be better than it is 14 months later?
It's just the same. I'm never going to forget it.
Generally speaking, people's memory is better when it's closer in time. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
And you mentioned seeing some other videos before you gave this interview to Tucker Carlson. So you'd watched some things in those 3 days, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But in this video here, you are telling Fox News, Tucker Carlson, that the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum as Mr. Rosenbaum was falling forward. Correct?
Yeah, it's unclear to me because the shots were so quick whether, the shots are the reason why because he lunged and then the shot was fired as he was lunging. So it was like, I guess, perhaps it was the shots that caused him to then, rather than stopping himself, just fall flat.
That's not what you just said. Let's play this back about 20 seconds, please.
For the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum.
Your interview 3 days after this incident says that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant used the gun and discharged the shots.
I don't see why that's inconsistent with what I'm saying right now. He was lunging, falling. I would use those as synonymous terms in this situation because basically, he threw his momentum towards the weapon, and when the weapon wasn't there, his momentum was continuing, and that's the point at which he fired. So if you use the word falling or lunging, it was his momentum was going forward, and that's the point at which he fired the shots.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. A few seconds ago, you were saying that you weren't sure if Mr. Rosenbaum started falling because he was shot. But in your interview here, the falling is occurring before the defendant even shoots Mr.
That's not what I
according to your interview.
Let me clarify. I said that I wasn't sure if he didn't catch himself because he was shot, because you can lunge forward and then put your foot out and stop yourself from falling. So it wasn't clear to me, you know, for example, if the shots had not been fired, it's not clear to me whether he would have fallen or whether he would have caught himself. That's what I meant when I said that.
At any rate, your statement in this interview and what you're telling us here today in person is that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant shot him. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
his momentum was going forward. I don't know this term falling. I just wouldn't use that. So I'm not going to say that because that's not what I.
You actually have said that. I'm using your.
I'm not going to say that right
Kind
now.
of feels that
because
way.
I'm clarifying. It's correct. It was a live interview. And
You can ask questions, but don't comment on the witness's testimony.
Fair enough. At any rate, whether it's the momentum falling, however you want to put it, Mr. Rosenbaum was in that motion.
Yes.
Before the defendant shot him.
Yes.
Okay. We can take a break now, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Any questions, anybody? Okay, thank you. I didn't even tell them that. I usually keep it a secret, and then they eat faster. But I was going to say about 12:30. But if you have somewhere, it's something you have to do or something. Okay.
No, this judge kills me.
For
He's
12:30.
like, he keeps saying he has a schedule. He's like, oh man, I got places to be. I got things I need to do. He just said, I hope I can get my hair cut in time. This judge, man. This judge so far has been
okay. The jury's being sent on
a real
break.
character.
Thank you so much for tuning in to Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. We have so much we need to break down with what we just saw here.
Yeah, wow. It's an interesting case so far. You know, and what I find really interesting, and I'd love to hear people weigh in on this, is how they feel so far the witnesses, be it called by the defense or prosecution, seem to be leaning. They all seem to have been pretty beneficial for the defense. Now, with Dominique Black, Rittenhouse's friend, the one who bought him the gun, that was really interesting too, because like I said before, we brought this up a couple times so far, is that there was, he's got 2 felony charges that this ADA, the gentleman who's actually prosecuting right now, personally drafted against him for providing a minor with a firearm that was used in a lethal matter. I can't remember the exact specifications, but you guys can put that in the comments here. That being said, he made it clear when he talked to one of the attorneys, the prosecution, who said, hey, did we talk before this about getting you any special treatment in your case, about any kind of any kind of a reprieve from any of the punishment that you might be facing? And he said no. And he was trying to make it very clear that that Mr. Black was there, that Dominic Black was there of his own free will, his own good conscience to do what was right. And then the defense attorney, when they cross-examined him, he was like, oh yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to get some kind of break in the case because I just basically incriminated myself on every charge multiple times in multiple ways. In every interview, that kid put himself, he should have taken the fifth. He really should. There's some, peripheral cases coming up. Zeminski, we've got, some of the other people that are involved in the case that are definitely going to be brought up and brought in on charges. So let me see here. I do have some video here that I want to take a look at. This is the one right here. I can't remember if let me get this one for you guys, because we had the one that was just crazy to me, that this was a
You know what the cops told us today? They were like, we're going to push them down by you because you can deal with them. and then we're going to leave.
What the cops told us today. This is one of the guys in the militia that was there. The guy who was a return. He'd done a couple tours. He was working with Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah. Oh, you're looking at the quote over here. Yeah, sorry. But what he was saying was that the police told him earlier that they were just going to push the protest down to the militia so they could deal with them, and then they were going to leave. That's some crazy stuff right there. What else we got going here? Yeah. So we're going to take a look at how quick this escalated. And this to me is really kind of the prime example of how fast not just fires can spread, but how fast these riots, a protest, a demonstration can turn into a protest, however you want to do it, and that can turn into a riot real fast. See if we can't do this real fast. And sorry, we got this, guys. Promise. But yeah, so in the comments here, I hope people can go ahead and feel free to comment and a safe, healthy manner. I believe we have it. Where did it go? Here. Gail Darren. So, yeah, bear with me for a moment here, guys. All right. So, yeah, I apologize for the break here real fast. Let's see. Give me 1 minute here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up.
from 7 bullets to full on.
All right, sorry, we're back here. So yeah, we're gonna look at this is just one of the videos that we got of how things started here.
From 7 bullets to full on riot. That's all it takes.
So the you can hear people yelling about the curfew in the background there.
Take this.
But it started with this just one car here, and then they lit this other one on the right on fire. And you can see how quick it started spreading down the way here. And I'm going to kind of jump in through this a little bit because I really want to showcase just how much, because we watched some of this yesterday, but you can see how quick those fires are spreading. You hear the pops, like the explosions.
Just, hey, text my phone. My phone that you got, the number. Okay.
You can hear people saying you're not safe.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, we're.
It's not worth it. You need to get out of there.
So people are saying like it's not worth it. You just need to get
Victoria,
out of here.
I appreciate you calling, Victoria.
So people were, you can see like the explosions.
Right, thank you, love. I appreciate.
I think people appreciated it. Like we've kind of been around these types of situations. I'd been around these types of situations before. We both had, actually, both Andrew and I, in Lake Street there in Minneapolis. You can see the police coming down here assessing the situation, and it keeps going. So I'm gonna jump through this because this is one of the videos. I'm not sure if again, I can't guarantee the.
Dude, I've had so many people come
the
like, yo, I'm
audio.
watching you at home. That's already came out. Similar, that happened to me in Minneapolis, dude. It's just you're not. Hey, stay out of the smoke though, CJ. So like, oh yeah, I got you. Stay like over here.
So you can see I'm working my way around the side of that car lot there. And this is where the fire, there's the Bradford Unitarian Church on the left there. And this is when the fire really started moving that direction. They lit this.
Hey guys, sorry, let's get that stream back up.
I can't remember if that was a dumpster that was on fire on the left all the way over there. But I think we're going to go take a look at it.
And you got these cars are just exploding over here, y'all. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars over here that are just, oh shit. You can hear those cars just exploding, guys. That is insane.
Well, there were tires, diesel tanks. There was, I mean, you can imagine all the gas in all these cars.
Yeah, what Andrew's saying, like and follow the page, y'all. CJTV, put it on blast.
What Andrew said, like and follow. Can you guys hear the audio on this? All right, like I said, so people that were wondering if I had any idea as to what I was talking about when one of the gentlemen earlier was saying something about like the commentators, what he referred to me as. Yeah, this is my footage. For those that weren't with us that night, that weren't watching. Yeah, this is what we saw as it started. And is that what people kept saying? People over property, people over property. Now we kind of get past this a little bit further. We make our way down the street. So you can see how it's just fully engulfing all of these cars over here. Like that fire, I wonder if you can hear how loud it was.
There's Andrew Mercado.
Right,
I know we're down here together. Mercado Media, CJTV. Tag team us right now.
Shout outs. I'm trying to see just how far into this we get going here, man. So basically, I think I'm just centered on this car lot right now. Man, look at that. This is, however many. This is 12 minutes into this video. And it started when we first started this, it was just the one car. Well, we had 7 or 8 cars, but this whole area here was just 1 or 2 cars.
Again, I apologize for the feed earlier, guys. The phone just got just turned into mush. It just got so hot that it shut down on me a couple times.
Yeah, my phone basically melted on me.
So I'm going to try not to get too close. I'm going to try to get from a distance and zoom in. But, I mean, I want you guys to be able to hear what I'm hearing. I hope that it transfers over.
Man, that was crazy how loud it was.
Literally, like, exploding. And
it was, man.
Debris. debris of cars is, I mean, you can hear that, right? I hope you guys can hear that. No, I'm live. She's with me, so I don't know.
So here we go. Let's keep going here.
People throwing
Oh,
Dennis, I don't support this. I don't get behind this.
see, I was saying to you in there. I don't support this. I can't get behind this. You know, like this violence and destruction didn't help push any message.
Man,
Even Jacob Blake's family was saying
this blows my mind, man.
flat out, like, this isn't what we want. This, as a family, this is not what we're about. So let's not get it twisted when people say peaceful protest. This was not. There's people's homes that were destroyed, businesses that were destroyed, people that were killed. There was.
I mean, Andrew.
People were, you know,
Drew.
hurt. People were hurt, man.
They can't hear me.
City was hurt.
Oh, look. It's starting to get salty out here. You can hear these gas tanks blowing out. But you see they got the SWAT vehicle over here. They got just one of the sheriff trucks right there. You see the glass in the road right there. That whoa.
They moved from the gas station.
And then
You're like, dude, he's in the lot right now. This is out of this world, man.
yeah.
I lived here my whole life. This is nuts. I live right over there. And like I've been following, I was like, man, I gotta go see this, man.
Yeah.
Hey, cause you lost your stream.
Yeah.
And
The phone
in
got
a
so
matter
hot.
of seconds, there was a car on fire.
Yeah. And
Like,
then
you were like, dude, he's in the lot right now.
I was trying to find this guy.
At the wrong time.
Yeah, right.
I was trying to tell. That's why I wanted to tell you to get the fuck out.
Pardon the language.
Because the second I started
Dude,
getting
this
shit,
is nuts.
yeah, I was like, Andrew needs to get the fuck out of there, man. That tree's on fire beside the building now.
I thought they would steal some cars, but
They couldn't get the keys.
Pardon the language again. But yeah, that was what I was trying to get, Andrew. We had radios, and I remember hitting him on the radio, and I was like, but people were in there lighting cars on fire, and I was like, Andrew, where are you? Andrew, where are you?
We keep
Get away from the
mixed
car lot.
reviews
Get out of the
is
car
what
lot.
We were in Chicago and we
But so people hear the squawk, Andrew,
We're sitting
Andrew,
down and like setting up
come in,
studio.
Andrew. And immediately people stopped and were like, what is going on with this guy? And it made him a real target because people were really like,
I was at work.
they just assumed he was a cop. Plus, he kind of had a copy-looking vibe. He had like his vest on, you know, the whole, which is common
I was
practice
like,
now.
dude,
But
that's the
at
worst
the time,
thing
I
I've
was
seen
kind
in
of
this
like,
country. Like, I mean, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
How did you find the stream?
Yeah, how'd you find the stream?
Jenny Jones.
Someone shared it to you?
Well, no, I was just strolling through Facebook and it was going live.
Seriously?
Yeah.
And
you
guys
are
are
like the only ones that
can you hear those explosions? That's
Yeah. Because like,
What am I gonna
usually
plug that
when I go
into?
those, like somebody will have a live stream.
What?
one of my CIA
I hear those
colleagues.
dead.
I didn't watch. I mean, you were the guys. This is the first time I ever heard of you guys.
Really?
What?
Yeah, you were right, dude.
Like I'm not into the whole
I know.
like rioting and all. I mean, well,
Who is?
protesting. I
Who
mean,
is? So.
I mean,
You want to do me a solid and hold that
I
for
just do
me? You're on stream. You're the stream team now. Hold it right here where my hand is.
You know how many people
I'm streaming on this
There you go.
stream.
On the fire. On the fire. You gotta look at. There you go. Yeah, my man. You're part of the team already. Hold it right there.
You gotta
Talk
keep it
to
on
him.
the
Tell him who
fire.
you are, where you're from.
Yo, Brando, right
Do it.
here from
You're
the
on
Cape Town.
So the fire department rolled
How can I
in.
tell where the battery's at?
I think that at this
Fire
point,
department's finally showed up.
there's that trailer that was in question. You can see these cars are finally some of them started burning down, but then the other ones started picking up. You know, the fire was, there
Oh,
was,
thank you, Rita. Appreciate that.
You see how it's moving
Yeah,
its
that's a
way
sign that
back,
This one right over
like
here. That's
towards the
gone now.
building
That
and
one used to
towards
say
the
Black Lives
church.
Matter.
And
We'll end up getting all screwed up because my phone will start melting. So
this is walking on the side of the lot right now. So you've got the Bradford Unitarian on the right there. This driveway
there's
goes
a
up
church
and into
on
the
the back
parking
side
lot.
of this building right here. I'm gonna try to swing around here and catch it from a different angle.
Yeah,
So,
seriously, I haven't even watched this footage in over a year, so this is kind of blowing my mind as well.
I hope you guys can see this right here.
Actually, it is, man.
And then on the back side, this is one side of the building. You can see it's just burning. Like, I mean, you guys can hear cars exploding over there. I mean, that legitimate, like literally that's what is happening. It's coming from both sides of the building. The fire department put out some cars in the corner, but and all around here, guys, there's every building around here has been broken into.
Dude, this is blowing my mind, man.
Oh shit.
I mean, there was debris from cars that were exploding. Like, I mean, you can see this raining down on top of us. And you guys tune in with us later because we are going to be doing it probably today, later on this evening, or tomorrow. Andrew and I are going to be doing a side by side talking about our experience here. Because you guys remember that. That was some scary shit.
But yeah, share the stream, y'all. Take some clips, post them on Twitter.
I mean, for as calm as I might sound, man, like
that stuff's happening. All over the
this was
country
all
right now.
around,
It's
though,
crazy to
guys.
think
Just
that
to be
we're seeing
clear,
this right now.
this was one lot. There was a building
Right
on
here.
fire over across the street, and I'll
But I
post a
guarantee
video of
you
that
this
as
is
well.
not the only place right now this is happening. It just happens to be that I'm here with the camera and some other people are, like Andrew.
Exactly.
Ricardo Media.
Not just in town. We figured
So
that
I
was
encourage
happening
people to
all around
pick
the.
up,
I didn't know it was
phone,
happening
pick
anywhere
up
else
the
in the
camera,
country.
be
I figured if
involved in
small
things
town Kenosha, man, to be
be
very
involved in
clear,
things that are happening.
to be very clear here, guys, I'm sitting in small town Kenosha watching this take place, right? This is it's a little town of what 100,000 plus people out on Lake Michigan in Wisconsin, right? Coming from Seattle, big city, a couple million people in Seattle. We're here. Of all random places, we were in Chicago when Jacob Blake was shot. We made our way to Kenosha when there was only a handful of people in front of a police station. It went from that to this. I believe this is. It gets worse. I mean, it gets worse. This lot fully engulfed. Other lots on fire. Buildings on fire. I had to imagine, in my mind, what I assumed, and we'll talk about this more later, I thought this was happening everywhere in the country. I figured if it's this bad here, back in Seattle, it's got to be 10 times worse. It's got to be. There's no way that this is happening here and not everywhere in every major city. So, for as chill as I might sound in my video here, I was terrified. It felt to me like the country
I've seen
was
a structure
burning.
fire or two in my day, but this and everything we've
If
seen
you don't have
leading
your
up to
volume
it,
turned up in that,
I mean,
man.
it's just what I'm trying to explain is there wasn't that many people. I mean, comparatively for what we've seen in the protest world for the
I have
last
been
3
around
months, and
thousands and thousands
what we are
of
seeing
protests
is
of people protesting, and
you watch
dozens and dozens of protests, and nothing like this. Nothing like this. I see small fires, nothing like this at all. But I mean, in Kenosha, we made it to Kenosha, and this is happening. And standing there watching this happen was mind-blowing.
they're very nice. They are very nice. I'll say that. They have said please several times, which blows my mind because in any other
talking
Seattle,
about
Portland, they just crack out and start shooting you.
the LRAD, man, the LRAD was crazy. That guy was the nicest LRAD on the planet. Nicest LRAD ever. That's a long-range acoustic device, which they use for crowd deterrence and for making announcements. It's just super loud. Just a super loud speaker. But they have mobile ones too. They put on top of cars, but they have stationary ones too. But yeah, that was, man. Sorry, the comments, man. Yeah, some people we were watching this, like, man, look, I'll show you right here, man. This blows my mind, man. So again, you guys, if I seem tired, it's because I am. If I seem surprised, it's because I genuinely am. I haven't sat down and watched this footage in over, sorry, I gotta drop my chair down a little bit here. And over a year. It's been really hard for me to revisit this whole thing. And yeah, so it's been So we're gonna see what's up with this one real quick. So this is just walking. So this is how it started.
You guys know how we're going to do it. Thank you so much for all the love and support, and for allowing me this opportunity to help be the eyes for you here in Kenosha with my friend Andrew Mercado behind me, Mercado Media.
This is the morning after the first night
Big
of fires.
shout out to the city of Kenosha.
I put the gloves on this time.
You guys are all amazing. We've had so much outpouring of support from this community. It's just been amazing. We thank you all so much for jumping in here, and anything we've needed, you guys have been
Trying to remember what point in the night this was.
Kenosha, thank you so much. And
oh, this is just walking. Okay, so this is us just walking.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a visual of what we're standing in the middle of an intersection.
Developed by your political leader.
So this is the standoff. Okay, so I'm on top of a garbage truck at this point.
There he goes.
This is what happened. They ended up building this fence, right?
For real.
I don't know what it is. I don't care. I don't want it. I don't want it.
You see how a small group there is burning small American flags, throwing them over the fence.
So they had National Guard around the corner here, I believe, at this point. But I can't tell you for sure where the guard was. But and we're gonna watch more of this footage in greater detail.
So Andrew right now are standing on top of one of the burnt out these line of dump trucks or of
you remember
garbage
the first
trucks.
night
You see
lit
here
these
these
on fire.
all were systematically lit on fire between night 1 and night 2. The one we're standing on was actually the first one of the first ones to catch on fire.
This one burnt last night.
This was last night? Oh yeah, one in the middle was the first one. That's right.
So I climbed up on top of there, man. You see
And
the
then
whole
of
swing
course those
teams
fires
over
were
here.
spread. There was another truck that the
At
one
one
we
point-
showed you that burnt on that intersection there. There was another one that burnt on that
At one point,
intersection. up
I
there.
was laying
There
down.
was
I was
another one
standing
down
there,
the
and
street
the
down
Bearcat
in
was
the
like,
overpass
"Sir,
over
get
there,
down, or we'll
or the
shoot
other
you. Get
train.
down, or we'll shoot you."
I guess that's still an overpass,
So I had to
right?
I looked back, and he was pointing at me.
It
And he
was
was
lit on
pointing
fire
down.
down
So I laid
there,
down. And he started shooting
and,
over my head.
Yeah.
And shooting all these people on the fence line.
And then
here.
it just spread. And then the riot made its way down the main drag here. This is Sheridan right here, yeah? Right behind us? But
I don't know.
oh, it's right in front of us. Yeah, Sheridan. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'll be going back to the trial, Jennifer. Yeah, we're just the trial's on
So this one
a
says
it's on a
Sheridan
break
and
right
56
at the
is where we're
moment.
standing right now. And the riot just made its way right down Sheridan, out the street, and just everything started burning.
Yeah, the court TV is, or the trial rather. I'm looking over there at that. And they're still on a break here now. Let's skip ahead a little bit here.
Again, a fight over a fence.
This just like Portland, guys. I mean,
So I'm getting my gas
Okay.
mask out right now, guys.
Let
We're
me,
about to start
uh,
pepper spraying people. Hey Drew, you want me to hold yours while you do yours? Yep. So now they're coming out. So it begins, y'all. Share the stream. This is exactly how it starts. The fence becomes a sacred standpoint, becomes a flashpoint, and then these guys come out. They're going to stand out here and endure rocks and bottles, and it's just a matter of how long they're going to take it. Now, these guys don't have tear gas, but every single one of them is carrying a can of spray. So they're probably just going to start hosing through the fence. I'm just holding Andrew's stream for a minute here while he gets his gas mask on, then I'm going to throw mine on. Yeah, they're still piling out. So you have the National Guard here. You have sheriffs. I see State Patrol. And it's just water bottles right now, but there's the bottles, there's some bricks. Oh, they're shooting from the roof. Hey, Drew, you want to hold mine real quick?
Up on the top of the roof there, they had like snipers that were popping rounds. You couldn't see them; they were pretty blacked out, but they were up there taking shots at people in the crowd there.
All right, sorry guys, I had to get my mask on there.
The old gas mask, man. I spent so much time doing.
You heard him shooting impact rounds from the roof as well. I'm gonna drop my.
At one point in that yard right there, I found a pipe bomb as well that had blown up. It didn't blow up like the way a normal pipe, like I guess a normal pipe bomb would, but it blew out instead of blowing up. Which, I mean, the thing was a foot long. I mean, it could have easily.
So some of the crowd have lobbed.
Killed people. Definitely
smoke.
would have killed people.
You see some fires being lit down in front of the fence down there. And if you guys have HD or you're watching this on a big screen, I'm sure you're seeing it better than what I'm seeing it through my screen, but hopefully you can see it as I'm seeing it in real life out here. Yeah, no, this is not an electric fence. No, I'm not seeing tear gas. But you are seeing pepper spray. All these guys are holding pepper spray here. And there goes a mortar shell right there. Oh, smoke. They keep throwing me off. You know what's interesting about that is that's one of the tactics that the federal agents were using and a lot of the state patrol agents were using in Portland was they would pop so much tear gas, then they would flash it out with regular smoke when they were getting ready to pull out, and everybody would just assume it was tear gas and then retreat. And there's all these little push-pull tactics that you're going to see if this escalates the way that we've seen it happen in Portland and in Seattle. But yeah, they have plenty of cameras on the roof, and they've got shooters on the roof already. And they're pulling out, it looks like the LRAD. So what they have as well, oh, there we go. Yeah, it's an
believe
LRAD
one of
that's
the
pulled out.
Yeah, that's that long-range acoustic device. I think it's
That's
crazy
that
as you see
long-range
people
acoustic
running.
device, and they're gonna walk up and down the fence. Oh, there's more mortars.
And they were hitting the
my glasses
officers
on,
that didn't have shields back there
And my gas mask.
with those mortars. Those things are scary, man. They pop off and like I got hit. I have burns up and down my left arm here on the backside where I was hit with a mortar shell, and then another one. Someone left a bag bomb. Like there was black powder and a bunch of debris that they put in the bag.
All right, hey, they're gonna start
We were
gassing
backing out,
people.
and then boom, the thing blew up.
They're getting ready to start gassing
And
up.
I got chunks of shrapnel that got shot into my shirt. Well, through my shirt. It embedded my sweater rather into my arm. And I remember having to like pop
You can see
chunks
there,
of metal out of
some
my
people
arm.
got gas masks on, which means tear gas is about to come out.
There you go.
Courthouse. So they back people up. There's going to be, like I said, a lot of push and pull here. They're going to push forward with some kind of less lethals. The crowd will pull back, and they're going to push forward. They might drop back a little, but it's going to be back and forth over this fence. And it'll probably go all night, if it's anything like what we've seen before.
The fence, man. I'm telling you, that fence becomes. That's where people focus their attention. So when we were watching earlier, when the
Look at
police
Lakota
said,
rocking the stick.
"What's up?"
They're
We
rocking
gave
the
Lakota
OG
the stick.
Andrew and I both started with that same one.
We gave Lakota.
Accidentally hit the button and it kind of cut the feed off, but we're back.
So we gave Lakota his first selfie stick.
I don't know if you guys
If I remember right.
what's going on is that they're doing it in shifts.
Shout out
The
Lakota,
officers
man.
are putting on their gas masks and then stepping up, and then the other officers are stepping back. Always during, I'm always going to try and be safe. Really wish I had had more time to go and get a gas mask of some sort. Kind of created some space between yourselves and the barrier.
You got fence, you got shield, you got armor, and you got you really fucking do it for Yo, you really for that.
Definitely, I do need a mask, but sex stone
skip ahead a little bit here.
They're saying it behind me here.
This is
Or they just shoot at the fence. So that it doesn't.
Actually, let's leave it right here, let it run, because there's some pretty
behind me,
interesting
so I can't
moments.
walk, and I'm up on top of this, so you guys can see here.
I was standing on top of a burnt
up on
down,
top of this dump truck.
garbage truck.
So
I kept saying a dump truck, it's a garbage truck. And again, thank you for sharing the stream and for becoming a supporter at CJTV on Facebook. Also, all of the contributions and whatnot.
Go ahead and share the stream, you guys.
Greatly appreciate
I mean, if
it,
you have groups of people that you know that
This
should
is
see
only
this,
45 minutes into
even if
this
you just
night
want to have the world understand what's
footage.
happening right here in Kenosha, as it happens in Kenosha, share the stream.
Again, also, I agree with what that guy said. Share the stream. And again, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys different footage as we go along here, because I want you to really
Growing,
capture
though, and I'll say this:
the
that
full
is how
range
this
and
typically
depth
works.
of what was going on
All up in
at
the back, people are slowly
in
starting
Kenosha.
to gather up, group up, and you're going to see these people up in the front here. They're gonna
Numbers
keep
were
pushing
growing.
the line.
Numbers were growing.
These guys are going to get a lot more agitated. Things are going to start getting escalated.
Mind you,
once,
this
they've
is
already
last
They've been
August.
masked up.
This isn't happening right now. This is last August.
And
I know some people were
it's
kind of
wild,
confused on that one.
The difference, real fast, that I can tell you, the protest power, I'll say, or the protest presence in Portland is wild. I mean, you see a lot of shiny heads, I call it, because everyone's got helmets. Everybody's got gas masks. Everybody
Totally
is
different
fully
crowd
covered
here.
up.
So you have a lot of
they've
block
been doing
out.
it down there in Portland for almost
So they were-
90 days.
Yeah, it was like
There you go.
90. Okay, there you go. Oh shit! Sorry, my bad. My bad. I ended up boo-booing the hit the wrong button here.
Whoa. Yeah. As you guys heard, I'm running on
Several bricks last night and the night before.
We'll leave right here. My bad. Turn up my mic and down the video. You're kind of quiet. Oh, okay. Probably you can hear me better now. I'm gonna turn these down. Hopefully, does that help? 45 minutes. It was relatively peaceful. The guard came out and took an extreme distance. Yeah. So,
They're saying it.
I was
behind me.
making a comparative to Portland and how different it is
A lot
down there.
friendlier than you usually hear.
Such a
for
nice
most of these
LRAD.
guys. They
A
come
lot
in
of
pretty
pleas,
heavy.
a lot of thank
You see
yous,
the
a
front
lot
windshield
of.
that vehicle is smashed
I think he
up.
gave the
Pretty
email
good. Got
address
hit
for
by
the
several
governor.
bricks last night and the night before.
I was like, hey man, just write a letter to your governor. This is not going to do anything for you.
Again, it's a small
Mainstream
tank.
media
That thing
parked
can
all
handle
across the street over there,
Above us
staying
right
out
here
in the thick of it,
directly
while all of us
is
were in the
a
middle.
drone right here, if you can't see that.
Kenosha County has declared a state of emergency.
They're saying it's declared a state of emergency. If you guys saw on the announcement that I put out,
Was the curfew in effect at this time? Okay, yeah. So let me pause this real quick. That's a good question. So, right here. Okay. So was the curfew in effect at this time? Let me show you this one real fast. This is what we saw. The first time we saw anything about the curfew was this one right here.
so we just got the Kenosha. Oh,
Kenosha County has declared a state of emergency. Curfew for 8 p.m. tonight, August 25th, east of I-94. Citizens need to be off the streets for their safety. The curfew will be enforced until 7 a.m. So, yeah, the curfew is definitely in effect. With that moment right here, when you heard this, like. Okay, so that was the first time. That was the first time that I had ever heard that before. I'd never heard. I mean, you get like the Amber Alerts, but I was in the gas station the first time I heard that. That was the second time. It came on again, but we were in the gas station parking lot, and everything. The whole city was boarded up. Everything. You guys remember Kenosha was entirely boarded up, right? I mean, I'm talking all the way into the outlying areas. And in the gas station, I was in line, and that went off. And it was one of those like, holy shit moments. Like all of a sudden, every single person in there was carrying a phone, which everybody. a ton of people in there getting water, getting supplies they were going to take home because everyone's getting ready to like batten down the hatches. At the same time, there's probably 30, 40 people in there. Beep, that sound, that tone came on, and it was like War of the Worlds, man. Everybody just stopped and looked around and was like, what is really happening right now? And people literally were like, just dropped everything they had. People were dropped. I mean, they like right where they were standing, they just set things down and ran out of the store, just started running out. People were just bailing out of the store and peeling out of the parking lot. When they got in the car with Andrew, came back on again. That's what I'm saying. Like those things were happening. And then it was an every night thing. I was like, man, I had to imagine at the time, and I'm sure most people did that were out here, we were in a little bubble. Like my bubble was this. I was on the streets the whole time. This is where I was at. So it was a where to say they all thought all the highways entrances blocked. Yeah. So they did. They had it was shut down. It was all shut down. But what gets me is that here, I'm gonna cut back into the volume on this.
Whoa. There it goes.
So here. I'm gonna go back just
They're
a
saying
little bit.
it behind me.
So what I'm getting at is that, but I just assumed it was happening everywhere in the country, that everywhere around the nation, people were, this was a small example of what was happening everywhere in the nation is what I assumed.
You can hear it coming from up top there. Again, they're shooting those less lethals. Those squids I showed you guys yesterday, they're impact rounds, sandbags.
These guys, they're not friendly.
Or they're impact batons. Those sound a little bit bigger and heavier. Those are like a 50 millimeter, if I think right.
44, I think it's 44 millimeter or something like that.
Unfortunately, I do not have earplugs right now. So that LRAD is super loud when it comes this way.
I think we both had cups on at this point, though, because we had seen several people get shot in the testicles with those less lethals. They're saying it's a state of emergency. We ask you to please comply and go home.
How are you, Ben? We stay right where we're at. We have almost an obligation as press to stay where we're at.
I got to pause it. So Lakota just asked me, Lakota, I love Lakota, man, by the way. He's an amazing guy. Lakota just asked me, he's like, so he leans in, he's like, let me ask you, so how does that apply to us? He's being really like, what do we do about this? They're telling us to leave. And I was like, no, we have to stay here. And what I said is we almost have an obligation labeled as press to be out there to help showcase what's happening there. Because, and that these curfews, there's an exemption there for people that are involved, that are in media. Yeah, just to be clear, this is because the court is on recess right now until 12:30. So Eastern Standard or Central Standard Time. So oops, I'm sorry.
As you guys heard,
so I was like, hey, we have to stay here. He was like,
on the job as we go.
That's a job. Black and blue is a job. You know that.
They really don't like it when you touch that fence, though.
Additionally, now by not following my directions, is also resisting obstructing. We're asking you to please leave the area at this time.
What was interesting was, and I had to shut myself up, is how the fence is set up right here. You can just lift it up from the bottom and dump it over. But people are trying to knock it over, but it's got those footers on it right on either side.
Behind me here.
So it won't tilt. And I started saying out loud, I was like, all I have to do is learn anything from Portland is hoist it
and you can see the
and
front
flip
windshield
it.
of that vehicle is smashed up pretty good. It got hit by several bricks last night and the night before.
Yeah, and then I shut up because I was like, oh man,
Again,
last thing I need to do is plant the seed.
But again, it's a small tank. That thing can handle a beating.
Yeah,
Above us right here directly is the drone right here. If
There's
you
that
can't see
drone we were
that.
talking about, yeah.
As stated, Kenosha County has declared
All these media guys around me right now.
There was a group of people that kind of just got around. They were just hanging out with me. They were like, me and Andrew were kind of in our own little thing. Yeah, the pepper balls. You see those little puffs of cloud, little cloud puffs that'll pop up. I'll point it out when it happens. I think it happens up the fence, down a little further there. But it's pepper dust. It's like pepper spray, but in powder form. And when it hits on impact, it sends like a 3-yard radius of a cloud immediately in that area. But it also just that gets into the air, and before long, it's just like tear gas. And that's where you can hear it right there. That's what those little clouds that go through the fence are right there. That's pepper bullets. That is what I'm going to call them.
Stay away from our vehicle, please. We're asking you to clear the area, not get closer to the vehicle.
So he's talking about the vehicle behind me.
It's fair. We're asking you to follow the curfew and go home. It is an unlawful assembly. We're asking you to please clear the area and comply with the Wisconsin state statute as developed by your political leaders.
It's great. He said the state statute that was developed by your political leaders. And then he goes further and he's like, just to be clear, I never lifted a fence.
So what is a little concerning is that it does appear that some people are attacking the Bearcat and then sticking around with press.
Man, I wish my smartphone was $500, man. Like $2,500 in the phones.
I'm gonna turn around real quick.
So you can see that officer poking out from around the.
So these guys pulled in. They're going to be getting a little nervous, I would imagine, about the crowd grounding up behind them.
But there was a lot of people that are congregating across. Most of it was press media. Boom, media. There you go.
For those of you people that are very close to the walls and the fence line, we're going to ask you to move back. We don't want anything thrown at our officers. We don't want them injured. We don't want the building destroyed.
What's interesting is people were complying. They were like, okay, but then they hit them with an impact round. That, bam! Those are shotgun rounds that are shooting out things like these, mostly these. But they hit, the thing about this comes in as an impact round when it's around. This is like a, right? Comes in, it's about the size of.
Is this Fed, National Guard, or local police?
I have a big thumb.
This is National Guard, sheriffs, and the State Patrol is involved. I think they might be down on the other end.
They hurt.
In that group down there, or they might be being deployed to other parts of the city.
Yeah, but what happens with these fences like this is when they get shot at the fence and through the fence, they hit and they break open and it just shoots a bunch of buckshot basically. Inside here is a bunch of like thick, coarse, like sand, sediment. And it comes out like buckshot and just sprays. And so like a lot of the stuff we had was like where those things had popped and broken, or they, you know, it's just barely threaded together. You can see here, there's just, you know, they're not even threaded together. It's just, they're tied. You know what I mean? And they hit or they open up and boom, it just sprays you with all the rubble that's inside of that thing.
There are bottles breaking all around us right now.
And that was the other thing, these bottles and bricks and whatnot. So whenever I was down on the ground filming the fence line, from behind me was coming bricks and bottles and rocks and stuff. You can see like some of the media and stuff hanging out down behind the barrier there. You know, people were throwing bottles, they were throwing things at the.
It is hard to take that. We would appreciate it. We know your conscience, and we don't want to hurt anybody intentionally, is what he's saying. I hope you guys are hearing what he's saying behind me. That is the nicest LRAD I have ever heard, ever. Like,
real talk.
And they say that, and then they have to pop the top and start shooting at people with those pepper balls. Oh, here comes the pepper spray.
That stuff sucks to suck into.
Kenosha County has declared an emergency curfew. We're asking you please to go home. The curfew runs from 7 p.m. this evening until 7
I have quite a few people that have gathered up behind me. And you got your shield line starting out here. Right there, you guys see it.
There you go. There's that protest tactics right there. The little shield wall, makeshift shield wall.
By simply not leaving.
It's crazy, I can hear the drone above my head. Not
Do you not wish to have any further damage to this community? or anyone injured in any way, shape, or form. We are asking you to please go home.
Keep in mind, guys, if the comments don't stay civil, if the comments can't, you know, I know we're seeing some stuff that's probably, Angie, yeah, go ahead and DM me. But triggering, I'm sure, but the comments is not a place to toss.
Yeah, hey, to everyone that's
hate
viewing right
or
now, thank you
violence,
so much for being on
that
here
kind of
with me.
stuff. So, we
Let's
chill,
keep
I'm
sharing
sure
that
your
stream.
views
Let's try to get it
and
to
opinions, but
40,000.
you know the level. You know what's up.
Again, you guys, the more people that see this, the more reality we're going to bring to the story that happens here. This is happening right now. You guys, this is what
Point
I'm out here
being
for. Make
made.
sure you
What's
can see it as
interesting
it
is
happens.
all of what I'm saying is
We
very
need to process
relevant. So when
through
we say
this.
share the
This
stream,
is a
share the
great
stream. As
opportunity
many
to
eyes
learn.
on something that we can possibly get is the best way to have it covered.
Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
I don't shut up. I never do. But it's because this is reality. We're watching happen. Now all this footage is the stuff that's being used in the case right now. So, I mean, it's as relevant as anything you could
The
possibly
roof
imagine.
is
More
where they've
relevant.
got these. They're taking pot shots from up there with impact rounds and with those pepper balls.
Alright guys, so if you guys do lose me, make sure that you're tuning into CJTV or Mercado Media. For some reason, if you lose me, I'll be back right away.
We're asking that you not throw things over the fence line, like tank top.
Back. Someone said
Please record everything he does.
they were calling people out.
That on our arrest team take the male black
They were like,
tank top from G.
yeah, they were like they were saying things like
He's moving to the park
like
right now.
like you know they were describing the clothes they were wearing and stuff, which was
And they're saying they're going to issue an arrest team for one
interesting.
individual. I mean, it's
an arrest
safe
team,
to say
but they don't really
that.
have arrest teams.
They're not coming out after anybody.
Right.
We're asking you that you no longer try and harm anyone, either us, anyone in the crowd, or any building. Please don't
Court's not back on. Yeah, I'm looking at it right
The
now.
crowd is growing, guys, in the
Court
background
hasn't
here.
started
This is
back
just
up yet.
ramping up to get much worse. People are becoming more.
But share the stream though, because it will be coming back
Again,
on
it's
here
a
relatively
freaking
soon.
fence, guys. You can hear things. I mean, right here, you're seeing it in front of me here. These guys are getting shot at by the sheriff's department right here, and from whoever's on the roof taking shots.
See, the media is kind of maintaining, maintaining that little bit of a perimeter right there because, yeah, it sucks to get shot at any of those things, man.
Kenosha County has declared a state of emergency. We're asking you, get that light out of my face, please, sir. Thank you. You've been asked 5 times.
That guy said, "Please, sir,"
You can film, but
and
you
then he
have to
just
clear
pop,
up,
pop,
but
pop,
you can't
shot
find
him.
us.
Didn't he?
Yeah, you're part of the problem, sir. I'm not going to argue with you. You've been told multiple times.
I'm not arguing with you.
Don't worry, I'm
L-Rad was
recording all of
stupid.
it too. Thank you.
He said, "I'm recording you," and then they kept saying, "They're like, we're
Don't put the
recording
light
you,
in
man."
front of us. Keep pointing at me, though. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, this is from last August, like last August. This is what these are how it started. This is how it started in Kenosha, guys. This is how it all kicked off. Court's not back in session. This is old. This is how it all started in Kenosha. So see that smokes the tear gas. They tossed the tear gas canister right there up on the fence. Ooh, and see the leaf blowers. That was a tactic that came up. I mean, from anywhere, but Portland was when I was like, man.
So there's the tear gas, and then there are the leaf blowers. Just
I was like, they should
said,
get some
y'all.
leaf blowers, just blow the smoke back at them. And sure enough, that next day. But then they had their
Share
own
the
leaf
stream,
blowers.
though.
They were blowing
Share the stream.
so they'd have leaf blowers going both ways, and
They're
it would cause
protecting
a
the leaf
cyclone
blower
of,
and this shield,
of,
the little shield wall. So
of
you can
tear
hear it
gas.
from the
It's
roof
crazy.
behind me. They have someone shooting down the pepper balls, and they got the leaf blower clearing out those impact rounds though. Those are no joke.
Wanda, good looking out. I appreciate what you're saying. Someone shot their the load, if you will.
that impact you guys are hearing. I mean, that's
The officer is right behind me. It's on the megaphone. He's on the LRAD. That's where the LRAD's parked. But and then they finally, these tear gas, they had, you know, the blowers, but then they ended up having tear gas blowers where they load the tear gas into the blower. And they'd have this guy with two blowers and he just walk around, boom, just blowing tear gas. The tactics, man.
Or they
It was
doubled down
crazy.
their vehicles over here behind us. And they're lining up the LRAD in the background, that long-range acoustic
So yeah, there you
device.
go. The guy in the middle of the
It's
intersection
mounted on top
is.
of that sheriff's vehicle for the rescue vehicle.
There you go.
Typically, they use that for, you're good. For announcements, in crowd control situations like this, they flare that thing up.
And
And
this
it
is
becomes
footage
deafening.
from a
So,
year ago, August. In
you're going to hear it
Kenosha
behind me.
that
It's going to be loud on
started.
the phone, I'm sure, in just a minute.
This is how the riots and everything started. This isn't how they started, but this is how they proceeded to take place and develop. And that fence line's in front of the courthouse, which is where they're in court right now. And this is the sheriff's department and
You want to be solid? Hold there for a second.
the local PD. I believe it's mostly all sheriff's department
Yes,
over there.
just like
Behind the shield wall, but behind the shield line for the police.
What's your channel?
And
CJTV?
and this fence was brought up and erected, and then it turned into like the flashpoint. But what, like you were saying, what's sad is they got pushed away from the fence and away from Civic Center here at Civic Park.
No rest
They got
for the
pushed
weary, right?
down towards the neighborhoods, and then that's when things popped off and got bad for businesses and for homes, and things started getting lit on fire.
Yeah, he has a very dad tone. You're correct.
You know what's interesting about the LRAD is they had a male voice. At one point, they started
The arrest
experimenting with
teams, it's
using
wild
a
they're saying
female
that
voice
because
in
it
Portland.
sounds like a veiled threat at this point because they're not going to have
They
anybody
used
come in
a
this
female
crowd.
voice because they felt that
and issue those
people
targeted
psychologically would respond to a motherly voice, like a maternal sound.
The camera?
He said, "Put down the weapon." Dude, I was like, "Wait, what? Me?" I was like, "It's a camera. Is that camera?" But this is like right before you. Like at one point, he tells me just to. I believe that's Reg Incognito walking up there in the middle, or on the left. And like I said, and did it work, CJ? No, no. The court is not in session yet, guys. I know the female voice for the LRAD didn't change anything. Or maybe it did. I mean, you don't see any protests or anything happen up there anymore.
Thank you for your compassion. That is not what I expected to hear.
No. Nicest LRAD ever. We're at like day 90 something of riots. This is like 90 days past George Floyd's death. And so we had seen that entire summer.
Okay, they're bringing out some more guys here.
Yeah, it was like 90 plus days. I want to say it was 91 days or 90 days exactly.
He said we're blocking his line. He's got to take a line up on the
Court's
tension.
coming back in session.
He's trying to give himself a shot.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're gonna jump back in over here to the to court and where we at? And we're back in here. We up in here, and let's go ahead and move that. There we go. We're back. Everybody hear anything okay? They ran about 10 minutes late, getting back from lunch.
Good
But
afternoon, everyone. And the answer to your
back in
question
court.
is yes. And it's a number one buzz is what it's called.
share the stream.
Can
please.
anybody tell
Share
me
the
why
stream.
they'd call it a partial? Why would they call that a partial?
Yeah, Brandon, please
Okay.
do. CJ at CJTV.live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McGinnis. We're going to continue where we left off this morning. You were describing the situation where the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum. I want to talk about where you were at that location and what was going on through your mind. Earlier, I think you said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you saw what was going on in front of you between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, at the point at which Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance, that's when I realized that they were going to, I guess, collide or meet, but it was clear based on the speed with which Mr. Rosenbaum was running and obviously what was shouted beforehand that, they weren't coming together to have a friendly meeting. And given that Mr. Rittenhouse was armed, I became extremely worried because I was behind Rosenbaum that I was going to be caught in whatever was about to happen.
Did you feel like you were positioned in the line of fire?
I did, and that's why I altered my trajectory slightly as the shots were being fired.
When those shots were being fired, did anything happen to you?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Did you get hit?
Nope.
Did you feel at that moment like you had gotten hit?
Well, I told the police the night of because they were asking me, where my eyes were. So as as Rosenbaum was lunging forward, my eyes were on the gun. But as the shots, when the shots were fired, I did actually change my. I looked down at my legs because it's difficult for me to say whether it was a sound or a sensation, but there was feeling sound that something went past my legs, and I looked down, and then I looked back up, and I actually stepped my feet to make sure that I was fine.
You told the detective that you felt something on your leg, and your first thought was that you had been shot, correct?
I was worried of that, absolutely. Again, I'm not sure whether it was something that actually, actually contacted my pants, or whether it was just a, sensation sound, but it caused me to look down, and I did, stamp my legs to make sure that they felt okay.
Jumped up and bit me directly in the buttocks.
Did you feel that the defendant's actions of turning around and pointing the gun and discharging those rounds put you in danger?
So this is Richard McGinnis, the
I
video
would say
chief
that,
and director at
given
the
where
Daily
I
Caller,
was,
which
certainly
is a news outlet that is owned and started by Tucker Carlson back in 2010.
Let me back up 1 second. We've talked a lot about Mr. Rosenbaum's actions towards Mr. Rittenhouse, and I just want to clarify one part of that. At any point, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum touch the defendant's gun?
It's hard for me to say whether he actually made contact with the gun, but what I can say is that they were extremely close, and that if he did, then it didn't alter the trajectory of the weapon. So if he did, it wasn't like, he got a hand on it. It was maybe barely grazed it, but they were very close. And it was actually, since I was behind him, his body was partially obstructing the barrel of the gun at that time. So it's hard for me to say definitively whether or not he actually made contact, but not that I saw. I couldn't say definitively.
I couldn't hear the last.
Oh, which part?
Last sentence.
I couldn't say definitively whether or not there was contact made.
We know from all the videos, from all the evidence, Mr. Rittenhouse fires 4 rounds. You testified earlier, Mr. Rosenbaum winds up face down on the ground, correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Well, after the shots were fired, there were other shots that were going off, and at this point, I'm aware of the fact that that's probably gunfire. Mr. Rittenhouse, from my perspective, had run away, and Mr. Rosenbaum was lying behind a car, and so I knew that he was, given the shots were fired at such close range, that he had to have been hit. And he was lying lifeless on the ground. And so I saw him behind the car, and I saw it as both a place that I could get safety, but also help him. And so I ran over. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay? I'm going to flip you over slowly." And then I flipped him over, and at that point, other people were arriving, and that's, basically all the rest is on video. But we were trying to, I presume that there were, given the weapon that he was using, that there had to be big wounds. And as people arrived, we were looking for those. And then somebody shouted that there was a hospital across the street, at which point I told one individual to grab his other arm, and we carried him across the street. Should I just continue with?
Let me stop you there for a second. Can we please play Exhibit 19?
Man, that's rough.
19.
That is rough. You can tell it's affecting him too. There's nobody that saw this, that was there, that experienced this. It didn't. I guess if you get deployed, you're going into a place where you're going to be experiencing conflict and combat. But being here in the street in a small town in Wisconsin is not where you expect to have this happen. Molly, I don't know exactly. I was on the block. I was on the same block. I know that much. So yeah, man, that's crazy. You can look at somebody, like you can look at Richard McGinnis right now, regardless of what your thoughts are about him. But you can tell, man, he's feeling it. You hear people say, "Get that fool, get that
hard
right there."
For you to see that?
I think that's right when you turn around and started running.
I certainly don't like to watch it.
I understand. I wanted to show that to you because there's a moment after
seriously.
the shooting where you are taking your shirt off. Why did you do that?
Because I presume that given how close they were, that he had been hit, and that my dad was an ER doctor, and if something's bleeding, you apply pressure. So that was the goal with doing that.
We see in the video that the defendant runs around the cars and comes close to you. And again, like I said earlier, we're going to try and go back to that moment in time. I know, benefit of hindsight, but at that particular moment, as you're standing there next to Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know that was the defendant?
I did not.
What did you think was going on with that figure next to you?
Well, the way that I saw it from it was kind of a tunnel vision situation. So I was looking at Mr. Rosenbaum on the ground and attempting to find where the wounds were. And it was like a pair of legs arrived next to me from my peripheral vision. And I just screamed, "Call 911." And then I saw a hand reach into the pocket. And I assumed that was what was happening. And actually, when I got up, I did, watching the video after the fact, I was facing Mr. Rittenhouse, but given that I was in the process of removing my shirt, I was actually looking at the ground, and I I told the police, and I actually remember the moment the next morning that I realized that that was Mr. Rittenhouse when I saw the video.
If you had known in that moment that that was Mr. Rittenhouse, would you have felt endangered?
I think I felt in danger anyways, but I certainly, I think, would have maybe changed my tone of voice. I can't really imagine what I would have done.
To be clear, he said he felt like he was in danger the second he came out of the hotel. And that's when he offered up the White
afraid in
Claws.
that moment anyways. So it's hard for me to say.
The individual who you sensed next to you, we now know the defendant, you said he pulled out his phone.
I just saw his hand go into his pocket, and that, like, from my perspective, that's all that I saw. And I assumed that, that was, I had said call 911, hand went into the pocket. I assumed that that was what was happening.
Did you hear the defendant say anything at any point after he shot Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not, no.
Can we please play Exhibit 15? And just so you know what to expect, sir, this is going to be the video you took of Mr. Rosenbaum's body. I apologize, but I need to show it. I'm sorry.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Here, flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at? Where is it? Turn around. Where's it at, dude?
No, nobody wants to see that. None of us.
Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open. You shot it?
I didn't put it on.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
Talk to me, bro. What's your name, bro? Stay with me. Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro?
Is y'all thinking the hospital right here?
Yeah, get him up. We got a car. We got a car. Yo, keep pressure on him.
I got him, get him. I got him.
Keep pressure on him. I got you. I will carry him in there.
Make sure he has a hold.
Hey, keep his head. Keep pressure. Keep
The video we just watched was one you were recording, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Earlier, you described holding your phone up as the chase is going on, and the phone wasn't set to record video.
Mm-hmm.
At what point did you realize that and make the switch?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no clue. I don't know how it went from photo to record. And I don't know how it started at that particular moment. I actually, I did call my CEO of my company immediately afterwards from the hospital and told him that I had recorded a homicide. And then I looked at my phone and I realized that it wasn't recording at the time.
I think you testified a little bit ago, and I want to pick up where you left off, that you attempted to treat Mr. Rosenbaum, and then there's a process by which he is carried over to the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us about your involvement in that process?
Well, my hand was on his head and I was under his right shoulder. There was another individual under his left shoulder. and then there were maybe one or two people carrying his legs, and we ran across the street, and there was somebody who told us that he worked at the hospital and that we should put him in the car to get him there quicker, at which point he opened the tailgate. We loaded him into the back of the car, and there were people actually, there's a large crowd around the back of the car, couldn't close the tailgate. And so we just said, forget the tailgate. And we drove down a small ramp. And at that point, I was alone in the back with Mr. Rosenbaum. And I was just telling him that we're going to have a beer together afterwards and it was all going to be okay. And once we arrived, a gate had to go up, and we went through the gate, and that was like right next to the ER. And I helped some medical personnel came out with a gurney, and then I helped them load him onto the gurney, and then they took him into the hospital.
We've seen the video that you recorded at Mr. Rosenbaum's body. There's another video that we were watching before that of someone else approaching the scene. It appears to me in the videos that, at least at the beginning, Mr. Rosenbaum has his eyes open. Was he ever responsive to you?
I believe that when I was talking to him in the vehicle, I like to think that he could hear me. It seemed that his eye was looking at me, but it was kind of rolling back. And then when I started talking, it rolled back kind of towards me, and I was looking at him. So I'm not sure if he heard me, but I think perhaps he did.
Did he say anything?
No. He was having difficulty even breathing.
Just so we're clear, from the moment you came upon his body after the shooting until the end, did you ever hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything at all?
No.
After you helped the hospital personnel get him on a gurney, did you stay at the hospital for a while after that?
Yes. I was, number one, covered in blood. And number two, I didn't have a shirt. And the police actually locked down the hospital. My coworkers, Shelby and Jorge, came to the hospital, and actually Shelby literally offered me the shirt off her back so that I could, not be conspicuous if I tried to leave. But then the police said, you're going to, can you come to the station? I mean, it wasn't really an ask. It was more of a, you're coming to the station. But, I had already talked with my mom and my CEO, and I was resolute and cooperating fully with the police. So I said, whatever you guys need me to do. And I stayed at the hospital for maybe an hour or 40 minutes before a squad car came and got me. And there was actually a detective or a uniformed police officer who asked me some questions while I was at the hospital, and I gave him my phone.
While you were at the hospital, did you see any other folks that had been shot or injured that night?
I did. I saw Mr. Gruswitz. Grosswitz.
Where did you see him at?
So right after I loaded Mr. Rosenbaum onto the gurney, before I could even grasp what was happening, he came in there were like the doors that we came in were on one side of the hospital, but then there were like the emergency room sliding doors, like the public access. And he came in through there with an officer, and he was holding his arm, and I saw his arm.
Can you describe what you saw?
It was, his bicep was effectively gone. And there was just a lot of blood.
Can you tell us in your own words how you were feeling at that moment?
It was just surreal. It was, I felt scared about what was going to happen, what I would have to do after that, because I knew, that I had what I had seen. I became more worried once I realized that my phone wasn't recording.
Why do you say that?
Because
then you'd have to sit there in
that
person and
it was
relive
my
it.
eyes that saw
Exactly.
it.
Over and over and over again. You got to go through that shit.
Rather than just being able to show, I'd have to tell.
Which is why I'm sitting here telling.
Yes.
Because they already have the show.
I have nothing further.
But man.
Richard.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now we're going into the cross-examination. Defense is coming up now. That was prosecution who was questioning him. And now we're moving into the defense attorney now is going to go ahead and cross-examine.
After you left the hospital.
Yeah, that's got to be tough for him, man. That's got to be terrible.
The Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You were interviewed shortly after this happened by a detective, Separus.
Yes.
And that's not either of these two individuals here, correct?
No.
And you gave them video, taped, and sound recorded statement, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that was in a room with a small table and carpeted walls.
Yes.
And you stated to Detective Separus, and I'm quoting from your interview, the guy who I interviewed was trying to evade him. When you're using the term guy who you interviewed, who are you referring to?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And he was trying to evade whom?
Mr. It depends on what instance you're talking about, but initially it was very difficult for me to tell who he's evading because the street was dark and I was a ways back. There were a number of individuals kind of moving in his direction, and there was a lot of noise. So it wasn't clear to me who he was evading initially when he started to run.
Okay. But you used the word him, which would be singular. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I believe that in that same statement, though, I said that there were a couple
several
of individuals, including the man who was shot.
Mm-hmm. They'll probably bring that up in the footage.
I'll read from your statement at
We'll
page
see.
20. And there were other people who were moving very quickly, and I noticed two guys who were moving quickly. One of the ones was the guy who ended up, I guess, getting shot and dying, and they were moving towards him. So he was, according to what I saw, trying to evade these individuals.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the individuals is the guy who gets shot, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And the other one is somebody who, to this day, you would not know who it is.
No. Yeah. It was dark and it was very difficult to identify. I don't think I could. No.
And you had interviewed Kyle before this shooting, maybe 15 minutes?
It was like 14.
Okay.
Yeah. I had the metadata in my phone. So according to the metadata on the phone, it was about 14 minutes.
Okay. And
he dropped
when
metadata on us.
Kyle and you interviewed him.
Okay.
He was not menacing to you, was he?
Beyond that he had a weapon, no.
Okay. So what was menacing was the weapon.
When I said menacing in that context, it was the situation that was menacing, which is a number of armed individuals. And specifically in that instance, I was most nervous about the individuals on the roof because I couldn't see them. So it was just more concerning to me because at least, the folks on the ground, I could see them.
Those are solid points because you didn't know what the guys on the roof were doing exactly. And things were going up to the roof, and it felt like they were coming back down too.
And referred to the menacing word was you being interviewed by a Kyle Horton, and that interview was 26 minutes long, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you used the word menacing once.
I guess so. You went through it. So I'll take your word for it, but I don't recall saying it another time.
Okay. And this is your word to Detective Separus. No, it's cool. But he did. I mean, the interview, he was very cordial. Detective, yeah, you, very nice, and almost seemed like innocent. Almost seemed like too much for his own good. Do you remember that statement?
Yes, I do.
And you're referring to him being too innocent for his own good, correct?
I was alluding to the fact that it seemed to me that a lot of the people, protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, were casting negative looks in his direction, and he wasn't. He didn't seem to be aware of that.
Meaning Kyle wasn't aware of how the people
how pissed off the people were. Not in his group, just the group. Generally speaking, the people who were on the ground, who had just been, basically volleyed back by the law enforcement. Those people, not the other armed individuals.
The rioters didn't like the people with long weapons. Is that a fair statement? The way you perceive it?
That's a fair statement in my perception.
That definitely is a fair statement.
I think it was also additionally that
all the malicious type
I
folks
was referring to the fact
to
that he was shouting medical, and that people
90% of them rather
were looking at him negatively, kind of like angry when they heard him, and then saw presume his weapon or whatever it was that made them mad.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. That's where you talked about the duality, a medic having a gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he might not have perceived the problem with that dual role based upon your conversations with him.
Yeah, he might not have perceived how other people perceived him in that situation.
Okay. Reading from a statement from you, I don't know if it was the fire extinguisher or if it was a piece of metal or something, kick something. I have no idea. But when I turned back, the fire extinguisher is gone, and he had the AR-15 kind of like aiming downwards. And at that point, they were heading into the parking lot. And he was kind of facing backwards, and the individual who got shot was advancing towards him, and he actually dodged. He dodged around, and then he ran backwards, so he turned his back a little bit. You're describing him running away from Mr. Rosenbaum there, correct?
Correct.
And as Mr. Rittenhouse is running away from him, Mr. Rosenbaum is in pursuit, correct?
Correct.
And at one point, Kyle turns around with a weapon, and you're talking about it being in a downward position, but towards Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes. Are you talking about the final instance where he turned around?
The first instance.
Yes.
Okay. And this isn't where Mr. Rosenbaum gets shot, correct?
Correct. That was he was kind of up on the curb, and he kind of headed in the direction towards the car lot, and then he stopped and turned.
And then he continues running, and Mr. Rosenbaum continues to chase Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
Didn't he see? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. The instance where I described that there were two individuals, that was kind of at that point in time. So I didn't zero in on Mr. Rosenbaum being kind of the one person pursuing him until after that first kind of juke and run.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Rittenhouse turning around in the parking lot when Mr. Rosenbaum is chasing him, just Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him?
Yes.
Okay. And this is before the final confrontation.
When he turned around initially, he was kind of on the sidewalk before they got into the lot. And that was when it wasn't clear that Mr. Rosenbaum was the sole, because it was very dark. So perhaps I'm assuming that was him, but also like I was fumbling with my phone at that juncture and I was hanging up with Shelby. That was kind of all happening in that simultaneous moment. So it's hard. I didn't identify Mr. Rosenbaum until we kind of entered the lot where it was very light.
Okay.
Well lit.
And when he enters the lot, Mr. Rosenbaum, it's Kyle and Mr. Rosenbaum really in that area where the shooting occurred. There's nobody else.
Yes, correct.
And he runs, according to your vantage point, basically as far as he can.
Yeah, I did state to the police the night of that it appeared that when he stopped, he entered an area where there was like a car parked and a wall. I mean, it would have been conceivable that, you know, you could have, the car was like not, it wasn't up against the wall. Like you could conceivably have continued, but it seemed to me, my perception that night that he, you know, had entered a bit of a dead end, or at least felt that way.
And he turned and looks at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum knows that he's chasing an armed individual, correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's speculation.
He's seen the gun.
We don't, well, it is, you don't, we, you don't know what he
Okay,
saw.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse turns around, has a firearm in his arms, hands, correct?
Correct.
The AR, as we refer to
Correct.
it.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing between those two individuals to block Mr. Rosenbaum's view, correct?
Correct.
Could have stopped at any time once he sees an armed individual, correct?
I assume he could have, yes.
He kept advancing.
Correct.
And he continues to advance until he makes a lunge for the weapon, correct?
Yes. It appeared that he was lunging for the front portion of the weapon.
Okay, which would be the business end of an AR-15.
Yes.
And you know, as you sit here today, words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the tone of his voice as he yelled that?
Very angry.
As he goes at Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's been some statements about him shot in the back. Don't dispute it. If you're Mr. Rittenhouse and I'm Mr. Rosenbaum, did you ever see him turn away from you back to Mr. Rittenhouse?
No.
Okay. And your vantage point would allow you to see if in fact this is the proverbial shooting an innocent person in the back, correct?
You mean, was I close enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as he shot, you never saw him turn around, look at you directly, and begin running away for the back shot, correct?
Correct.
You to the detective that evening describing the confrontation between Rosenbaum and Kyle Rittenhouse. In my best estimation, I think this individual and possibly other individuals decided they were going to get his gun from him, correct?
I'm going to object to that. It calls for speculation.
It's his belief.
Well, you can explore what appeared to him to have happened, but when you say belief, people don't talk the way lawyers want them to. The lawyers want very strict adherence to just perception by the senses. In ordinary discourse, people don't talk that way. They combine a whole array of things that they see and perceive with all of their senses and their experience in life.
Here comes Judge breaking down human anatomy.
Get into the form of an impression. And now,
Tell them.
lawyers, and I'm not singling out one lawyer or another, lawyers typically they want just
Is he
as
telling
referred
Richie
to earlier, just the facts.
the basis of
I'm going to let the
communication
witness
101?
testify as one would ordinarily discourse with others, but keep in mind there's a huge component of things other than what he perceived with his senses, and then I'll let the state redirect on those issues, but he can answer the question.
I'll read the statement to you, then I'll ask you why you believed it or why you thought that, okay?
Yep.
But in my best estimation, I think that the individual and possibly other individuals decided that they were going to get his gun from him. Do you remember telling Detective Seppers?
I do, yes.
What was that statement based upon?
It was based upon the way that they were advancing towards him. It seemed that they were trying to move quickly, such that they could catch him.
Okay, and from your vantage point, remembering back to that evening, did you see that Kyle Rittenhouse was with anyone that was friendly to him that night?
That night?
At that time?
At that moment, no. Mr. Bulch was with him when I was walking behind them, and then after I saw Yellow Pants guy, that was the last I saw Mr. Bulch. So he was alone after that.
Statement from you to the detective. And it is very clear from the moment I focused on that situation between those two that the unarmed guy got shot, was trying to get his gun. And you remember making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that statement based on?
That was based on the motion of him running and reaching for the front portion of the rifle.
Okay. And that evening, you told the detective he paused, so it looked like he was very close. You used the word very close. What does that mean to you?
Well, I was behind Mr. Rosenbaum, and Mr. Rittenhouse was on the other side of me and Rosenbaum. And so it was clear that as he lunged forward, they almost made contact. It wasn't clear if they did or not, but very close, just meaning like close enough to just reach out and touch someone.
And your perception was that evening, as you watched it, he was going for the barrel of the gun.
Correct.
And the detective followed up on that to pin that down, and you stated, but he was certainly trying to grab the barrel of the gun. You were certain of that night.
Your Honor, I'm going to raise my objection again. This is speculation.
And I'll repeat my same statement that I made to the jury. There certainly is an element of conclusion in the witness's answer, but that's the way people talk in ordinary discourse and convey information one to another. So they have to weigh it in terms of its reliability, knowing that it's not like a series of photographic images. So overruled.
I think it was very clear to me that he was reaching specifically for the weapon, and because that's where his hands went.
Okay. And your statement to the detective. Yeah, so it was like the guy he shot was like this. And then he was and he leaned in, so he was like this. And so at that time he was shot, he was kind of leaning forward. You were describing to the detective what you observed Mr. Rosenbaum doing, correct?
Correct.
Could you describe that or show us?
It's probably easier to show, to be honest. Just like he was in a low position. He's in a low position running, and then when he went for the front portion of the rifle, his lunged forward like that.
Okay, so you've shown somebody in the tack position, you lunge forward and putting both of your arms out, and you're saying going for the barrel.
I would say he was more like kind of in an athletic position, like you would if you were, like running as fast as you could. And then, I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part?
So he's running as fast as he could.
Mm-hmm.
And then you showed both of your arms going out almost like a Superman.
It was like a little bit, I think Superman would be kind of, straight out. It was more like out and down because the rifle was aimed like it was lower than where his hands were. So his hands were actually going kind of downward as well towards the barrel.
When he goes for the barrel, what does Kyle do with the gun?
He dodged around it.
And then does what?
And then leveled the weapon and fired. And it wasn't necessarily leveled because Mr. Rosenbaum was in a lower position, so it was still somewhat angled towards the ground, but it was leveled at his body.
This exchange, asking you if you remember it. That's the only reason why I say that there were more people involved. Detective, okay, in trying to corner this guy or whatever. Detective, because I just heard a lot of yelling and a lot of really fast movement. That's more talking about what you observed at the beginning, correct?
Correct, yes.
But you thought this was a group of people, at least two, trying to get Kyle's gun from him when he's alone.
If I were to, I believe that I was speculating that that's what they were trying to do based on what I saw.
Okay. And the shots that you heard, there's a shot and then there's Kyle's shots, correct?
Correct.
The shot that you hear first, can you say whether it's in front of you, behind you, to the side of you?
There's like the building, that's the actual building in that lot. That's to my right as I'm running. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are in front of me. And it was like to my left.
Okay. So as you're advancing, it would be from the area of the sidewalk.
Correct.
And you've looked at numerous videos now, not that day, but since, and you actually see the flash of gunfire.
Correct.
Your statement getting towards the end, and it was pretty clear to me that the guy with the gun was trying to evade the other guy, and that's throughout this event until he stops.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
He did not want to be caught by Mr. Rosenbaum.
That is correct.
And when he finally did turn and point the gun, Rosenbaum kept advancing.
Correct.
And Kyle Rittenhouse had no way of knowing that this was a three-person grouping. In other words, him, Rosenbaum, you. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness could testify as to what Kyle Rittenhouse knew or did not know.
Well, his actual question was not what he knew, but rather whether he said he had no way of knowing. I think I'd be more comfortable if you rephrased your question.
To your knowledge, did Kyle Rittenhouse know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness would know what Kyle Rittenhouse knew. It's a complete speculation as to the defendant's state of mind.
Overruled. Well, I think it would need to be phrased in terms of, did the physical circumstances suggest that Mr. Rittenhouse would have been in a position to know?
Sir, would Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse been in a position to know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
He was certainly close enough, but I wasn't looking at where he was looking. I was looking, like I said, at that point at the front portion of the weapon. It was quite light in that area, so it's very possible that if he had been looking in my direction, he certainly would have seen me.
But he's running away from where you are until he turns, and he has this guy coming at him, correct?
Correct.
And if Mr. Rosenbaum had stopped 5 or 7 feet away from him, would he have been shot?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Now, earlier, there was, well, I'll go a little bit further. You're giving aid to Mr. Rosenbaum after he's been shot 4 times. Were those shots slow, bang, 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 or were they in quick succession?
It was extremely quick. The night of, I said it was 3 or 4 because it was so quick that it was hard for me to count.
And now everyone agrees it's 4, and you do too?
Yes.
Okay. And after he's shot, you pick him up and you try to carry him to the hospital, but you stop at a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What's happening to you as you're stopping or trying to get him to this vehicle? What's happening to you?
Well, there was a very large crowd around us. Everyone was yelling. I was getting bumped, and I thought that I was just being bumped by the crowd. But then, I got bumped a little bit harder, and then I felt a fist hit my face as I was loading him into the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
I felt what in my face?
A fist.
So there's a large group of people surrounding you and the other individual carrying Mr. Rosenbaum to the car.
Yes.
And people in that crowd were striking at you.
I can only identify the one person because, again, I thought I had a lot of adrenaline, and I didn't think it was anything beyond getting, being in a mob, a crowd of people who were all, I guess, very animated. A lot of people were yelling, and I didn't really feel it until it was like a hard punch to the side of my face. And I turned around and saw the individual, and he was pointing at me like he was mad at me.
Like he wanted more punches at you. Is that it?
Yeah, I at that point, I was actually just entering the rear of the vehicle. And so he hit me, and I looked back, and I actually kicked my legs towards where he was at the tailgate to get him away from me.
Thank you. And you go to that interview, and they're very interested in your phone, correct?
Correct.
You are told that they're either going to take your phone and get a search warrant, or you'll give consent, correct?
Correct.
And you don't want to give up everything in your phone because it's your job and your livelihood. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't want to lose possession of my phone because it is my livelihood, yes.
Okay. Did they tell you they weren't going to go into your phone because of Marcy's Law?
I don't recall that.
If somebody said that, you'd remember that, correct?
Yeah, what they said was, can we take your phone to download the videos? And I gave it to him. I don't recall anything about Marcy's Law.
They told you if you didn't give them consent, they were going to get a search warrant, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you were not written a curfew ticket, correct?
That's correct. I was not written one.
Now, you also testified about how at this riot, demonstration, whatever you want to call it, there were more firearms than you'd seen at other places, correct?
Yes. Well, I would say the most firearms was probably Seattle, but yes.
Okay. Portland, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested, correct?
I believe so.
New York, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
That's for sure.
Louisville was the most
Washington,
guns
DC,
I've seen, and I'm
can't
in
open
Seattle.
carry or you'll be arrested.
Correct.
Where do you see all these guns
Wisconsin,
in Seattle?
you can open carry.
Correct.
I don't.
So that makes for a prevalence of guns.
I'm not sure what he's referring to there.
And I believe the same in Seattle as well.
Or you can't open carry in Washington, but I think that he's talking maybe not.
The second
maybe down
night
south there's some
of
rallies.
the riots, you came to Kenosha and you saw the car source lot with all the cars, not the one where the shooting happened, but the one right below your hotel burned.
Yeah, it was burning every night.
Okay. But that was the night where most all of the cars went out.
Are you referring to Monday night?
Yes.
Yes. The
Okay.
night before the shooting, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry to make myself clear. Monday night, the first car source lot with maybe 30, 40 cars goes up.
Yes.
Okay. And the fire department didn't come.
That was when we interviewed the individuals with the power washer and the buckets of water. I didn't see. I mean, I saw the fire department responding to a different fire at a furniture store, but not in front of that lot.
Okay. And that's the night where some cars got put on fire at Car Source 2, and they were trying to put it out with a power washer and I think buckets.
Like literally buckets and trash cans. Of
Okay.
water.
And that was citizens, not the fire department.
That's correct.
And and then I'll end. You had no fear or problem from Kyle or Mr. Balch when you went out on that patrol with them?
I would say that I was certainly fearful just in the general sense, given that there were weapons and that it was a chaotic environment.
Were you fearful of Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse?
At the time that I was walking with them?
Yes.
I was fearful of the potentiality that, those weapons would be used. So I would say like I was elevated in terms of my assessment of the risk involved in the situation. But I wouldn't say that I was specifically fearful of them individually. I was fearful of what might happen.
You're fearful of the situation in Kenosha on August 25th, 2020, all the armed people, the rioting, the chaos, and the social unrest.
And the guns, yeah.
And the guns.
Yeah.
And both sides had guns.
I actually didn't see, I know after seeing video, I do see that now, but the only armed individuals that I saw that night were in front of the business.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, before redirect, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay right here. Lots more ahead in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial in Kenosha.
Travis and Gregory McMichael are charged.
So we're being told that we are blocking the line.
So the gentleman,
We're just gonna jump right back in here
said you're blocking
to,
my line, which means his line of sight apparently, and he's lining up on people on the fence right here. So
well, it's Kenny right here. We're like, Kenny, you better move, man, because if you guys remember, we're jumping back in. This is right in front of the courthouse in Kenosha last summer.
Yeah, they're shooting from the there. You go.
Right there. You're going to be in the way. If they run up and throw things at our officers, we're going to have to fire.
Yell Rat is being real cool. He was telling people like, hey man, you're going to be in the way when we start shooting people.
You right there in the gray backpack. I don't want to see you get injured on this.
So please take the
He said,
media
I don't-
kits and go that direction. I know. If you happen to have a live stream
wanna
thing
see
in your
you get hit.
backpack, it'd be great if you guys went way over there, so it doesn't mess with our signal here.
Yeah, I was telling because the live stream packs for major media, they absorb all the bandwidth, and then we can't on our phones as we're recording and stuff, we can't get a signal out, and so they had some MSM that was down below that had their live stream, their live view packs on, and so we were kind of like, I was like, well, yeah, you guys don't want to get shot by the guy behind me. You should take your live view packs and kick rocks because that's not working for us. You're killing our signal is what I was telling you. So, and don't worry, I'm keeping tabs on the court over as well to make sure we don't miss anything. But this is how it all started. Let me.
These guys down here are directly in the line of fire for these guys right here. So, I mean, if they start popping off rounds on the fence, I'll give them this, man. I've been shot past, and those guys will come within a quarter inch of your head, and
No jokes.
they're good. I mean, they're good at
Those dudes
good
got
at what
some,
they're doing.
They got some snipe skills, man. These guys were putting like pepper rounds and impact rounds, legit like right past the side of my head. Maybe jealous that Drew had a helmet on, man. I did wear a
And
cup,
again, the
like I
crowd
said
hasn't
that
dispersed
day,
at all, like
because
you might expect.
we've
You're
been
not seeing
seeing
as many
people
people
get
in the
shot
road
in the
right here,
junk,
but off of
and,
the distance in the park,
man,
there's just as many people as there were here to begin with. Even more so
Yeah,
in the
it-
back
it-
that are now
yeah,
kind of
like,
mounting up.
if you guys remember,
in smaller groups
Trey
here in
Stewart,
the back around the perimeter of the Civic Park over here, where we're at
and,
here in front of the courthouse.
he got shot in the nuts, and he had to go. I think he went into the hospital like a ruptured testicle or something like that. And he
Was
said
that?
while he was in there, this is
I
important.
can't hear a word.
Like he said while he was in there, he saw like 6 other people that had been shot in the groin, with similar injuries. Damn, they're targeting. Yeah. Oh, okay. So over here, yeah, Trey. That was the boob troop guys down there. Yeah, no, in Washington, you can't conceal without a concealed carry permit, but you can open carry. So I think what he's getting at is that there's more.
Oh, you're from Chicago? Okay.
Yeah, I live in Seattle. So,
okay. No, Seattle.
They were definitely aiming for the nuts. I mean, yeah, that was the boob troop. Eugene was down there. I was in South into Tacoma when I was little.
We got here day one. We got from the very beginning. We were in Chicago and we got a call from people here to come down. And, yeah.
I live in Seattle and you can't stand by somebody throwing shit and not expect to get hit.
Right. Man, those impact rounds, yeah, it's easy to stand tough for a moment. So one of those impact rounds hits you in the nuts, and then immediately you're done.
They jump back in already?
I'm cupped up. We cupped up for that reason.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
My bad. We're back in here. All right. We're back. My bad.
And,
come on back, everybody. Share the stream.
Do you
again.
want us to go back any further, or is this far enough for you to show us what you're referring to?
I mean, it was just this group right here.
Okay.
And there was also, I mean, it's hard to tell here, but like there was just a group here in the street, and then like
quarters back.
I set up this dark. It was hard to say. There was shouting coming.
They got a loud fan there, guys. So I apologize. That white noise you're hearing is in their it's in their feed. So nothing we can do about that.
Now, pause, please. Okay, I will. Yeah. The Madam Court Reporter has asked if we can make sure that you have the microphone close.
Yes.
I know I asked you to go up there, so that's my fault. What I'd like to do, if we could, is rewind 20 seconds, please. Okay.
You played against Tacoma Stars, man? When I was a kid, we got to play at their halftime at Tacoma Dome.
I don't know if I can phrase this
I grew up playing
easily,
Tacoma
Mr. McGinnis.
soccer.
I don't know how to put
It's
it.
crazy.
Do you feel like you would be able to point out any folks other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yeah, I didn't know that they
moving
were
towards the defendant, or
10,000-foot drones
running after him, or I know you said their attention, and that can mean many things. So I guess I'm interested in physical movements. Are you able to point out any individuals that moved physically towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yeah, we're talking about an FBI plane.
Do you want to play it again?
That thermal
Yeah, let's play
image
it again.
coming
And
from,
I'd like you to keep an eye. Well,
they said like
before I start,
9,000 feet
I'm going to
is
ask
where
you,
that's
Mr.
coming
McGinnis,
from.
if you could please try and keep an eye on that for us, and let us know if you see any of those folks. Maybe you can point them out for us. I'm interested in physical movements towards the defendant. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Can you go back one more time?
Yeah, sure. Let's go back 10 seconds. Is that far enough?
I just won, I guess, 10 more.
Sure. Let's do 10 more. Can we go back 10 more seconds? All right. Was that 10 seconds? Okay. This is the beginning. Can we go all the way back to the beginning of the video? All right. We'll start it from there.
I think that so when I told that to police, it was basically you can see me running up there just to my left in the center of the street. There are some individuals who were yelling, and I guess it's not clear to me, whether they were just advancing in that direction and yelling or advancing specifically towards Mr. Rittenhouse. But the individuals that I was referring to when I said that were in the bottom right portion of the screen. As I was running up, I basically ran past them.
It's clear from the video that Mr. Rosenbaum is specifically coming after Mr. Rittenhouse, chasing after him. The impression, maybe I misunderstood, it seemed to be that you were indicating you saw other people that were directly going after the defendant. Did you see anything like that? other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
It seemed to me that they were turning their attention towards him and that they were shouting at him. I wouldn't say that they were like I said, it wasn't like a chase. It was like a turning and kind of directing their attention, and it wasn't, you know, a running at him, more of like turning their bodies towards him, and like those individuals in the bottom right of the screen seemed to be gravitating towards where he was.
But they were already headed in that direction anyway.
Yeah, that's unclear to me where they were. I like I said, I ran up and it was dark, so and I was on the phone, so I just heard the yelling and I saw attention. You know, my eyes went to Mr. Rittenhouse because of where other people were looking.
Would you agree with me that in the video we're watching, this infrared video, this aerial footage, there aren't any other figures that are moving towards the defendant at any point other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
If you rewind, I believe that I mean, it's possible that they're just walking in that direction. So it's not.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video. And again, if you can use Sister Marciana's pointer and point out anyone that you believe is moving towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum. Okay, let's can you come back to the microphone, please? Yeah, where the one we use for the jurors? Okay.
Any help?
Yeah, that might help. Why don't you bring that along with you when you go to the screen? And let's back up the video to the beginning again. And then you can feel free to speak into that microphone and tell us what you're seeing.
Hello? Yep. So when I said that, I was referring to this group right here in the street. And they were shouting.
Okay. And my last question to you, Mr. McGinnis, was, would you agree with me that on this video, none of those figures actually physically move towards the defendant? Would you agree with me on that?
They're moving in the direction of the defendant, but like I said, it's not clear whether they were already moving in that direction prior to my arrival. And like I said, that it was their attention and their screaming was directed in his direction, so that's where my eyes went.
The defendant actually, and you both run up behind these people. You approach them from behind as they're walking forward.
Correct.
To your knowledge, did any of those folks look back at you as you were approaching from behind?
To me specifically?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
And in that lot, the Car Source lot, at this particular moment, there are some folks in the lot, certainly on the far corner of the lot there, where some parked cars are parked on the left side of the building. We all know now, with the benefit of hindsight, there's a large crowd there who are bashing the crap out of those cars, windows, the doors, everything. We know that with hindsight. Let me ask you this. When you were there that night, as this all is unfolding, again, try and put yourself back in that night without the benefit of hindsight, were you aware that there was a group of folks over there that were smashing out car windows or doing anything along those lines?
When I was on the phone with Shelby, she mentioned that something was going on up the street, but she said like she heard, I believe she said something along the lines of like there's like windows are breaking, and I assume that was probably from the car windows being smashed. But other than that, no.
All right. You indicated that the defendant, when he was running away from Mr. Rosenbaum, I think the words used was he entered a bit of a dead end as he was running by those cars and the building. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, on the video here, the person of interest number 2 with the square around him is the defendant. And person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please continue the video forward? Pause it right there, please. Where did our video go? Oh, okay. I just want to be really clear on this, Mr. McGinnis. Other than Mr. Rosenbaum, did you see anyone else chasing the defendant?
The word chase, I wouldn't use that word to describe anybody else's actions.
Did you see anyone pursuing him physically in any way other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Like I said, it's not clear to me whether those other individuals were, already heading in that direction. As for like, once Mr. Rittenhouse started to run, I didn't see anybody else running after him.
So Mr. Rosenbaum is running after the defendant. Other than that, no one else is coordinating with Mr. Rosenbaum or helping to corral the defendant or, pen him in or anything along those lines that you saw. Would you agree with me on that?
Beyond the screaming and the yelling and, maybe walking in his direction, no.
The video here shows the defendant, person of interest number 2, and he is about to run. Let's continue the video to the end, please. Okay, let's stop for a second. Can we go back about 10 seconds? A little bit more. Keep going back, please. Oh, I'm sorry, that's all the way at the beginning. Let's play it forward. I'll tell you where to pause. Pause. This video indicates the person of interest number 2, the defendant, running. Would you agree with me? He's going to wind up running into the center of those 4 parked cars, 2 towards the top, 2 towards the bottom, and that's where the shooting occurs?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it appears to me on this video that if you run through those, there's a huge amount of open space on the left bottom of that parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, like I said earlier, that's why I said a bit of a dead end, because if somebody wanted to pass through that area, it wasn't like the cars were snugged up and next to each other and you'd have to like jump over them to get out. Like they were, parked closely, but there was, enough space to pass through if you wanted to.
Okay. Now, the area where this all occurs, would you agree with me, is a very well-lit area?
Yes. You mean this all? You mean the final chase?
In the parking lot there where the shooting occurs?
Yes.
There are 3 large lights up on top of the car source building that are blasting that parking lot with light. Would you agree with me on that?
Certainly a well-lit. Yes, it was a lit parking lot. Like I said, the street just off there was very dark, but that area, there were large overhead lights.
You have described your impressions of what Mr. Rosenbaum was meaning to do or intending to do in his final physical acts towards the defendant. Would you agree with me that you've given us your impressions of that?
Yes.
At any point, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the defendant's gun?
I did not know.
He never said, I want your gun, I'm going to take your gun, give me your gun, I'm going to steal your gun, anything along those lines?
I didn't hear anything like that, no.
And you've already established that after the shooting, Mr. Rosenbaum never says a word, correct?
Correct.
You don't know, as you sit here today, what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking, do you?
You mean at the time of the shooting?
Yes. Or at any point in his life. I mean, you have no idea what Mr. Rosenbaum was ever thinking at any point in his life. You have never been inside his head. You never met him before. You don't know.
I've never exchanged words with him. if that's what your question is.
So your interpretation of what he was trying to do or what he was intending to do or anything along those lines is complete guesswork, isn't it? Okay, let's talk about that. At that very moment, you've testified, the defendant has turned around facing Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
The defendant has the gun in his hand.
Correct.
Mr. Rosenbaum is advancing and is pretty close.
Yes.
Correct? You believe, you've testified, that Mr. Rosenbaum is reaching for the barrel of the defendant's gun. Is that right?
Yes.
There are many possible reasons why an individual in that position would be reaching for a gun that's pointed in their direction. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, to clarify, the weapon was at a 45-degree angle, approximately. I don't know what you're asking. If you're asking if there's a reason why he would grab it.
You've already given us what you think is the reason. I'm suggesting there are other.
When did I say that I gave a reason? I just said that what he was trying to do. I didn't give any reason on why he would. I have no clue. I will say that as many times as you want me to, but I have no clue why he was doing what he did. But I saw him go for the front portion of the weapon, and it was clear to me that that's what he was trying to do.
When you say the front portion, you're talking about the end of the barrel where the bullet comes out.
It'd actually be more like the shroud.
So the what?
Well, it'd be it wasn't like he was grabbing for the very, very tip of the gun. It was like he was grabbing for the front portion of it. So like his hand, where he missed was like, I guess 6 inches up the weapon.
Still on the barrel.
Yes. So yeah, sure.
You indicated that the defendant, that Mr. Rosenbaum, I think you used the terms, he was in a low position running. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yes.
You have any idea how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Is not very tall.
Shorter than the defendant?
Correct.
Shorter than you?
Correct.
And you said that when Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun, the defendant, you've given us a physical gesture, and if I'm doing it correctly, and again, I'm going to ask you if I'm doing it correctly, it's like he's got the gun in his hands. The barrel is pointed to the defendant's left. He sort of moves it around almost up and over the outstretched hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. Would that be fair to say?
So that
to the
defendant's left?
Yes.
It was aimed at a 45-degree angle towards the ground. I wouldn't say it was aimed to the left. It was aimed kind of, if you were to draw a line, it was aimed towards Mr. Rosenbaum, but at the ground.
Okay.
And then it was when he lunged that the weapon went to his left.
And again, with the pronouns, I just want to clarify. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, I'm using the proper names. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse moved the gun.
Moved the gun to Mr. Rittenhouse's left, and to my right.
And by doing so, I know you've testified you're not sure whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum actually touched the gun. Fair enough?
Correct, yes.
But at any rate, by doing so, Mr. Rittenhouse was finally able to get that gun in a position where there wasn't any more risk of Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it by doing that little maneuver, correct?
So at the point at which he dodged around, it was like they were extremely close. And so it's not clear to me what would have happened if those shots hadn't have been fired.
Final question. You talked at the end of your testimony about your feelings as you were accompanying the defendant and Ryan Balch. And you talked about still feeling a sense of your safety being in jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me your primary concern was the guns. That's what the thing that was making you feel the most unsafe that night, was the presence of these guns. Would that be accurate?
Well, prior in the evening and in the night prior, there were like some people who tried to take my phone from me. And then there were the other individuals with the bricks. So I would say that, is a baseline level of fear associated with all of those things. But the guns, the presence of the weapons certainly elevated my understanding of the risk of the situation.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Let's take a break, folks, and I'm going to ask that you return at 10 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read about your list on any count of the trial.
Quick break in the Kyle Rittenhouse case before the next witness is called by the state of Wisconsin. We're going to do the same here at Court TV. Ashley Wilcott will be here next on the desk, taking you through the next 3 hours of our programming. That is all for me. I'm Julie Grant. It's been great being with you.
So, yeah, we're taking a break there. We're going to go ahead and...
Welcome to Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
It's a busy day here at Court TV, and it could go one way or the other.
You have to look at everything in this case.
He murdered our daughter. Can you take the whole...
So, yeah, where are we at with this, guys? What are you thinking? I mean, we're taking a quick breather here. I have some other footage here I can pull up. Again, I want to play this one for you guys again, because this was when the alert went out, the emergency alert went out right off the bat. Was this one right here. So this is in the parking lot of the gas station in Kenosha. Stating there's a curfew and a state of emergency. Which was crazy. That was scary stuff right there. That one was I mean, it was the first time I'd ever experienced something like that. And it was eye-opening. Like I said, people just dropped what they were holding in their hands in the gas station that went off originally and just bolted, just ran out the door. There's just people, you guys got to remember, in Kenosha at this point in time, people had boarded up their houses like, and most of it stayed in the downtown uptown area, which is kind of a centralized location, mind you. But the entirety of Kenosha and surrounding areas, they were feeling what I was saying earlier, that like from what they saw, what they were experiencing was their town was on fire. You know what I mean? That apparently I got corrected. It's one of the 4th or 5th largest cities in Wisconsin, but either way, Kenosha, I'm going to call it Little Kenosha, was burning. You know, cars exploding. There was gunshots. I mean, things were it was bedlam. And so that being said, people as far away as you can imagine were blocking out their houses with the boards. Even like they were sold out. I mean, you just saw people almost fighting over plywood and 2x4s, and like people were sitting on the front porches with their cars even moved off the road with garden hoses and guns, like just sitting on their porch, you know, like just waiting for whatever was going to happen to come their way. And, you know, and then these alarms are going off and people were terrified, man. I was terrified. I was scared. You watch, you know, you watch Richie McGinnis here, even his response. I mean, watching that footage was hard for him to see. Even Kyle Rittenhouse, regardless of what you think about him, you know, is living with what happened for the rest of his life. You know, that 2 people died and a 3rd person almost lost their life. And listening to that footage, not even having to watch it, listening to Rosenbaum in that I don't know the best way to call it, like a death rattle, like when they're breathing in. And I've been in. It's sad. It's terrible. It's terrible to be in a situation where you're watching someone's life slip out in front of you. Outside of hospitals, it's you know, almost too many for one hand have I had to see over the course of this last couple years actually. And it stays with you. It stays with you. It doesn't go away. You know, doing CPR on somebody and then having them not come back, that stays with you. You know, knowing that you're holding a life in your hand that is no longer with us. You know, and you've got, I think maybe it's a human thing, but you immediately become attached to who they might have been attached to. I mean, I think that's just the human the human draw to know that there's another human being on the other end of that person somewhere that's going to feel that loss a billion times more than you. And man, and so it's terrible. It's sad. No matter who Rosenbaum was, in your view or your periscope of him, no matter who Anthony Huber was to you, based off of your assessments of whatever, was a human being, man, and it's terrible, and it's sad, and it's tragic. But yeah, the trial is still on a break right now. But yeah, let's do this real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and grab. This is the early morning after, so we were just watching people on the fence line, and people getting shot up with the puffer bullets and tear gas. But I think that this one right here.
Oops, sorry, wrong way.
So this is a walkthrough.
I got the light on
looking
now,
at the aftermath,
so see what's happening
in the early hour morning.
And
of
we're gonna take. Man, I had
Kenosha.
some people that hit me up during the feed that were.
So this is the school.
That were surprised. They were attached to what was happening. Obviously.
This is when I really first became aware of. I mean, you see the school. Reuters is all the windows are smashed out.
This
and
is a school.
So yeah, the school, the windows, not all of them, but a great majority of them were broken out. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit here.
The other business or the other place that got it myself.
So we walk around there a little bit, and this is
museum.
This is the dinosaur museum. You see all the windows are smashed out on that too. You can see the sun's just getting ready to come up. This is,
I'm gonna go around this side over here. If you guys probably saw that part of the feed, then we're gonna take a loop.
The thing is, even walking around here was dangerous earlier because people were attacking media, and I mean, I had bricks thrown on my head, bottle. I got hit in the back of the neck by a
which
bottle.
Which is crazy because I was thinking about that.
Broke on my neck. I
while
remember
we were
just
fighting
getting
that
shot
fire over there, trying to contain it, was that I needed some shovels.
See, this is just damage, man. Just wanton damage. Like it wasn't because it was going to make a statement. This is a museum.
Little squid rounds. They were shooting at people over here.
Yeah, they were popping those those are these impact rounds that I got hit with. Those are the same ones that they were slugging people with over there.
In this building are smashed out. And this is where one of those other dump trucks was.
So yeah, this law office, I mean, right here is what that was.
One of the other trucks.
This is one of the first ones that was on fire.
Lit on fire. Yeah, it's a dump truck.
Well, the first one is one of the second ones actually. And you see where they tried to break the window in a couple places, but those windows are a lot thicker than I think people give them credit for. So when you break that window, I mean, it takes some effort. You can see just how bad. I mean,
of the second truck.
It was wild because there's still smoke in there.
Second or third.
You would have these just trails of fluid, gas and hydraulic fluid that was just leaking out, and it would be burning. It's just a trail of fire that was just trailing away from. So this is next door to the courthouse.
Good to see anything else destroyed, but the last thing you want to see is
the jail is right back behind there.
Home destroyed, damaged, vandalized, or broken in a way where they're not secure anymore in their house.
Man. And then this is one of the first buildings we watched kind of the windows getting broken out of.
Some of the questions So how many people were at the protest? A couple hundred, maybe
Look at
200.
that dude. I was covered in soot and
I'm gonna flip it around, guys. Sorry.
just
Scroll to 26
damn,
building.
just filthy. The night of fires. I mean, this is walking around after the aftermath. This is like after the first night. This is night 2, I believe. You know go ahead on.
Hey, Rena, you know, I don't know if I saved the church.
Whoever's over on
definitely
Twitch, you can go ahead
did
and
everything we could.
cop super, the OG cock whatever. Come on, man, you're good. You
So
bounce.
this is the Kenosha County Administration Building.
Yeah, the admin building. So let's move forward a little bit.
Gas masks. And right over here, they had like the SWAT vehicle.
That's what we're gonna see.
So there's different kinds of CS.
So there's some of the CS gas that was tossed out. Riot control CS gas, right?
You know, they've got your riot control. They have weaponized gas. I've seen that one.
And then we move forward.
I mean, everything from.
Remember this guy getting shot off his bike,
smoke
actually.
To.
He rode in and got tagged by an impact round, put him right on his ass.
Hardcore gas. And this
That was crazy.
Make you want to vomit the second you smell it.
Yeah.
So I think it's better because I'm not now that the car fires are all put out. The fire department was down there working on it for a while. So I'm gonna try to answer some questions as I walk here. Sorry guys, there we go. I have no idea what time it is out here actually. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, there you go. This is
needless to say, we're not gonna be sleeping tonight.
actually the good graces of Good Karen. There in Kenosha, who actually used to work down at
what were the protesters shooting at?
At Sailor or at
one guy with a BB gun, like he had a little CO2.
Captain Mike's.
Here, I'll show you.
I remember if I'm saying it right. Kenosha, correct me.
These little Pokemon looking balls. So this is full of.
That's a pepper ball right there.
Like a pepper powder, much like pepper spray, but when these things hit you, when they impact, they explode, or anything they hit, and they send out a cloud of about 3 meters of 3 yards. I think is better because I'm not from the UK. Of pepper, but these also are a bitch because they're like little glass balls, and when they hit, they like legitimately. Let me see if I can see what one does here. See if I can't break it on the sidewalk. Oh, there it goes, cracked open. A little bit of powder.
So stupid, man.
Coughing and sneezing.
Because immediately that just like bleh, flares up.
I'm gonna dip over here.
No, they're still on a trial or a break. So
yeah, this is a small town, guys, which is
this is my first experience in Kenosha. Well, you know, we'll do a walkthrough of this later. So this is the building that's right next door to the karate dojo, the Taekwondo studio. Like I said earlier, where
but
people had made their stand in front of this and were telling people this is
Taekwondo Academy.
They were trying to break
that,
but they were stood in front of it and they weren't letting them do it.
Kind of a haven for kids to come and.
Right. The neighbors were all kind of banded together, and they were like,
you know,
no,
like I was telling Katie, like I went to karate when I was a kid. You know,
used to get my butt kicked in karate when I was a kid.
This is how close it got.
So these buildings, and you can remember,
right there, but this building
is an old town, right? So a lot of these buildings are built right on top of each other. You know, I mean, they're right next to each other, like boom, 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 boom.
This
so
is a place called
one place goes up. The whole place is like a killing box. You know what I mean? Captain Mike's, yeah. Which were Karen.
I'm not sure exactly how to read that.
Karen worked at one point, and Captain Mike's. Big shout out to the crew out of Captain Mike's, man. They're amazing. Kenosha is amazing. Kelly Bradbury asks, the bounce back and the resilience of the city is incredible. These people, the community, the neighbor mentality is a beautiful. In Kenosha, and they're still rebuilding. You can see it's still smoking, and but they definitely came back and showed that they're not going to be kept down. You know what I mean? This is Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Oh God, it smells terrible.
So,
Man.
keep in mind. All right, so this is what that store looked like on the inside. And now, if I pop over here, I think that I've got. Let me check here. Okay, yeah, no, they're still talking. But we've got fires. Here we go. I believe.
This phone.
So here we got the we're back to the beginning of it all. These cars. Okay, so here, this is the building that was actually on fire that I was just walking through.
Let's go get everyone back in here, y'all. Ayo! What's up? What's up?
So we're walking away from
fans right there.
Which was cool that we had people out there already, man. It was I was amazed.
So this is one of those structure fires we were talking about right here.
I apologize for any narration.
Right next door to this karate
slips.
dojo that the woman was out in front protecting. She was out just, I think she got pepper sprayed or.
Yeah, she did. She got pepper spray pretty bad. So this is that restaurant I was just walking through. This one right here that I was talking about. So this is the inside of that restaurant.
I don't know what kind of business this was
later
before,
later that morning.
Needless to say, it's gone now. It's crispy. Yeah. My man.
You with CJTV?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
You know what's crazy is that right there was what Kenosha really is nonstop. You know, just a whole lot of.
I can't tell if it's just smoke building. And then you got the
septic,
background over there with that crazy ass.
I don't know if their insurance covered that.
8.5? My man. Hey guys, let's get that stream back up there, y'all.
What did it say? We have 8.5 thousand, something like that. I mean, you guys, we had like 85,000 people live.
What's
on
up,
the show.
Oregon? Yeah, it was an Italian restaurant.
Blew my mind. Mangia's is what Tamara. So that was
what
Mangia's. There's Andrew right there.
Yeah. This is a full.
He just gotta have a copy vibe to him. That
there's been down
just
the
he's
way,
got, like,
man.
the
I guess
flak,
you know there's been a lot of other places busted up.
So there are people down the street that way. They're all through the city now.
This is everywhere, guys. This is going everywhere in the whole city right now, apparently.
And you hear those cars, like just things exploding.
No, this is
Kenosha, Wisconsin. Yeah.
So if you're from Wisconsin.
Yeah. So they had already moved through.
You already know.
They had moved their way through.
What's up, Kirsten, LA?
And
So
you know,
tune into CJTV or Mercado Media.
and so the Bradford Church, Bradford Unitarian is that one right there that we're looking at. And then you've got the car lot up front here, the car source, the first car source. And you can see that it burned from that first SUV right there on the far right.
Hey, we're going to be touring this city here in a minute.
And made its way all the way up against that fence and the property line up against Bradford Unitarian. Then the tree started catching on fire in the grass. And it just started moving into the church. And I mean, like I said, the same thing with the flag. You know, I had no idea what was going to happen. I mean, I didn't know I was going to have an attachment to that moment. And then when it happened, you know, you kind of figure out.
Just like,
Got to figure out how you feel about things. What just happened? Did we skip ahead? We did. My bad. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Let's go back here. Oh man, this is the side of the church. Yeah. So we jumped ahead quite a bit. I apologize. I think I'm gonna end up watching this with Drew as well at some point.
Good luck. You share that stream.
A lot of people came out in support, which was nice. It was really nice.
All these cars blowing up. So the fire department came out and they put out like this car right here, but it just flamed right back up.
That was the problem. Is that
Like I was saying before, it's going to hit every single car in here. And if you look at it, man, like this again is the window from one of the sheriff vehicles that drove by, got smashed out while the guys were in it.
From the very beginning, man. Look at that. That's crazy how it started with one car and then another car over here, then another car and another car, and then
The car source.
So these are the things that led up to the shooting, right? So these are.
But for real, share the stream, y'all.
The events that.
And if you want another angle, Mercado Media's got it dialed in. He's right here with me. So our partner in crime for this crazy trip that we're taking between Minneapolis from the George Floyd Memorial. As peaceful as that was.
Which is crazy, is I think like a day before this.
A riot from another shooting.
Within 48 hours, we were at George Floyd Square doing a walkthrough, talking to people, and it was
I saw
totally
Day-4
different.
in there, and I was just like heartbroken.
Totally
Day-4 large.
And you know, it was a real eye opener that things could change so quick, so fast, like in such a small place. You know what I mean? And so we're circling on the side of. Man, that's crazy.
Action Reporter has 4,000 people watching the feed on my stream. Hey, well, good looking. Tell Action Reporter to share my stream.
Thank you, Action Reporter.
I appreciate that.
There's a lot of people.
Tell them they can reach out to me, CJTV. They can go ahead and hit me up on the email or whatever they want to do. And again, I want to make it clear that there's a church and that fire thing.
You see the fire was spreading right there. It had already jumped across the fence, made its way into the yard and into the bushes, into the tree. There's a big tree right here as well, and it was starting to go up. And yeah, it was so hot right there too. Man. That was crazy.
CJ, that tree is gonna catch on fire, dude. Once that goes, the church is gonna catch on fire, and then it's touching the church.
Yeah, I mean, right there, we were.
Smoke is just enveloping everything.
What's crazy is the breeze.
You hear those cars
wind,
exploding in the background.
It was coming through because of the fire. It turned into like its own, just like any wildfire.
Huge tree right here.
It turned into its own little environment of just chaos, man.
They've got these generators back here, and I'm hoping that the fire department gets down here in time to stop this fire from hitting this church.
Yeah, that was the day that we. I grabbed that water barrel.
It's
and
creeping up on both sides. You can hear the cars right in front of me
fires that were
blowing
coming
up.
across the fence right there.
Jesus.
This is everything leading up to the shooting. I'm not sure.
So, hey, anybody watching the stream, I don't know if anybody else can see. If you want to let the fire department, call the fire department, whatever they need to do. Let them know that this church behind the police station or behind the car dealership has spread to this church. And if they want to come down here, they need to get their asses in gear and pull up a truck and start putting some water between these two buildings. Otherwise, you're going to have this church burned down, and then we'll get with 15 minutes, that thing's going to be on fire, without a doubt.
I was just saying the same thing.
Call the fire department.
Call the fucking fire department. If you're watching and you're in Kenosha, please call.
Tell them right now, if you guys are on stream and you're in Kenosha, right behind this car pros, whatever the name of this joint is, let them know, if they don't know already, that this fire is now spreading to this church behind them. We need to be.
Yeah, at first the fire department thought that they were like, oh, we think CJ's, out starting fires. Then they looked at the feed and like, well, it's all live, Then they realized that was the complete opposite of what was happening.
No, it was like
so anybody in here right now, were you there? So someone just said, so Kelly Bradbury says that she called.
How the fuck? Here, just hit button. There you go. Hit doorbell.
I wasn't sure if the church was used as a shelter, like a women's shelter, or if there was someone in the clergy that lived there, stayed there. I wasn't sure, so we were doing our best to evacuate the church. And just banging on doors and windows. Just went around the entire church hoping to make sure that there's no one in there.
This isn't a riot zone. This is just a fire. It's
We have
blazing
the fire.
out of
You can see it
control.
raining down outside out there. It was getting late, so yeah, it was just making as much noise.
Oh shit! No. Shovels.
Yeah, I grabbed a shovel.
You know if anybody
and
stays in this church?
I was trying to break the lock off of the little shed there. Looking for anything. I was hoping that there was like hoses or.
Just in case it starts burning in the grass on the way over, we want to get that put out so it doesn't like trickle in. Shit! God damn it! God. Fuck.
That was. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. I mean, look at that.
Oh
I
shit!
mean, you can see these bushes right now. I mean, literally, there's like 100 cars that are exploding on the other side of this fence, and then you've got these bushes. Again, Scott,
I don't think anybody lives in this church. We just banged on the doors, rang the windows, and smacked on the windows.
And in our mind, man, I thought this was happening everywhere. I just had to assume that, like, back home, everywhere, that the world was on fire. You know what I mean? There was no other way to look at it. And I think that, no, we keep going. And Court is still on a break right now. So, man.
Okay, here they come. Here they come.
And it cuts to Andrew's angle. Yeah, so Stephanie, you said about 30,000 people were watching at this point. I guarantee 95% of those folks, I mean, like 29,000, 28,000 were probably from Kenosha right there.
I keep seeing lights flicker inside of the church. Oh, I'm going to check the church one more time, make sure that no one's in there.
No, Court's not back.
Much shit in my eyes. Hold on.
Yeah, like I said, you saw in the other video we were looking at just how much soot was on the face. You couldn't see anything. I mean, it was so thick you could barely even see anything. But the lights, I thought it turned on. And so,
hey, if you're in there's a fire, you need to get out.
Man, you could hear those cars still exploding right there. I legit haven't watched this footage in. That's crazy, man. I mean, it should be crazy to anybody, I guess, but yeah, Leah, yeah. But yeah, we okay, we're back.
Now, was there a time in your past where you
this is
served in
the
the United States
militia
military?
dude.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
From 2008 to 2013, served the United States Army as an infantryman. One tour to Iraq, one tour to Afghanistan.
And
share the
I
screen
want
if
to
you would,
turn your
please.
attention
Just share the
to
stream out
the
there.
night of August 25th, 2020. Did you come down to Kenosha that evening?
I did.
Why?
We had been watching it on the news. Some of the people I knew within the protest group had said that things were rough down there. Somebody made mention of a Facebook post. I didn't really pay attention to that one too much. But in general, we just decided to come down and help out.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
The four people that accompanied me.
What are their names?
Jason Lekowski, Dustin Collette, and there was a female, I didn't know her name.
Prior to that particular night, did you know Dustin Collette and Jason Lekowski?
I had known Jason for about 4 to 5 years, knew Dustin about 3 weeks.
Where you lived in Jackson at the time, where did those other individuals live?
Jason lived in Brown Deer, and Colette lived in West Bend.
Now, you indicated that you'd heard from some protesters that things were rough in Kenosha.
Correct.
When did you hear that?
During the first night of the protests and the riots.
Just so we're clear about when you say the first night.
August 24th.
Okay.
Would have been.
The situation kind of began with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd.
Correct.
There were incidents that night. Monday night, August 24th. There were incidents that night. And of course, Tuesday night, August 25th is the night that we're going to be talking about. Do you remember which of the first two nights it was that you first heard about things? Was it Sunday or Monday?
Anybody I had contact with wasn't down there for the 23rd. So everything I heard about was on the 24th.
Were you personally down here on the 23rd or 24th?
No.
The first time you came down was on Tuesday?
Yes.
And when you traveled down here, you mentioned there were three other folks with you, a female, and then Mr. Lukowski and Mr. Collette. Who all traveled together?
I have to backtrack a little bit. Me and Colette rode together, and the female rode with, I forget the other guy's name that she rode with.
Jason Lukowski?
No, Jason Lukowski came in later in the evening.
I see. Okay. You have identified Dustin Collette and Jason Lukowski as people you already knew.
Yes.
There's a female you've mentioned. Was there anyone else coming down that you knew before this night?
Danton Mertz would be somebody that I knew as well.
And that's Danton Mertz?
Yes.
How long had you known him?
About the same amount of time I'd known Colette.
Just about 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where he was from?
West Bend.
We'll talk in a minute about where you wound up coming to in Kenosha, but when you were thinking about coming down, when you were driving on down to Kenosha, what was your plan? Where were you going to go?
We really didn't have a set destination. There had been several places that we'd been told might need some help. But when we came in, most of those places were already occupied. So we ended up on Sheridan Road at 63rd and Sheridan.
Do you remember any of those other locations that you'd heard about?
They were car lots. I don't remember specifically the names.
Obviously, now you're familiar with Car Source.
Correct.
Prior to coming down to Kenosha, had you ever heard of Car Source before?
I didn't know it existed.
Obviously, had never shopped or worked there before.
No.
Okay. When was it that you first learned anything about Car Source?
When we arrived.
And when you say when you arrived, where exactly did you arrive at?
The Car Source location on 63rd and Sheridan.
Okay. There is a little pen in front of you, right in front of you, sir.
Yep.
And if you push the button near the end, there's a laser pointer. Can you, on that map behind you, can you identify that location for us? Okay. And that's the Car Source at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated you arrived there. You've identified some other folks that were coming down with you. Did they all come to that location too?
Everyone but Jason Lukowski.
And you mentioned he arrived later.
Right.
Okay. So in this initial group, you've identified Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz, an unknown female, and yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all of you wound up starting at that Car Source.
That is correct.
Tell us what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we encountered, there were 5 individuals on the car lot at the time. One guy was working for the hospital, and he was in full military issue gear. And there was Kyle and his friends there as well. I talked to the guy who worked for the hospital for a few minutes. Then we went over and talked to Kyle and his friends.
And when you say Kyle, you mean the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
That is correct.
Do you remember the names of his friends?
I remember Nathan and Dominic.
And what happened then?
We asked them what their plan was, what they were doing. They kind of explained that they worked for the Car Source facility. And then they described that there were 3 other locations. And then at that point, the owner to Car Source showed up.
Did you speak with that person?
I did not.
Do you know that person's name?
I have no idea.
What did you do next?
We kind of At that point, several vans pulled up full of people. They got out. Most of them, there was one guy who was armed similar to the way we were. The rest were armed with bats, and one of them had like an axe. So melee type stuff. They were there to brawl. They came over to talk to us. The guy and Kit came and talked to me. They agreed to stay at the location on 63rd and Sheridan, and we were going to go to 59th and Sheridan.
I want to ask a couple of clarification questions. First of all, you said some of the folks were, I think you said dressed like you or equipped like you. I'm not sure how you phrased it, but can you tell us what you mean by that?
The one guy that I spoke to was wearing a plate carrier carrying an AR-15.
Sorry, wearing what?
I'm sorry. Plate carrier, body armor, and carrying an AR-15.
Did you have body armor on?
I did.
And you were carrying an AR-15?
This is correct.
This other person you talked to, were they ex-military like you? Do you remember?
They said that they had worked for Blackwater.
And that's a private security contractor?
Private security contractor.
Okay. You mentioned you said vans, I think, more than one?
Correct. There were 2 vehicles at least that showed up.
Do you know where those folks came from?
I didn't question them.
Had you ever seen or met any of those folks before?
No.
Other than the people you've described coming down with, Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz, the unknown female, and later on Jason Lukowski.
Right.
Other than those folks, the people you encountered on this particular evening, either at this location or elsewhere, had you met any of them before?
No.
Obviously, never met the defendant before?
No.
Had no idea who he was before that night?
Nope.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry. You mentioned that one of the folks that came in the vans was similarly equipped as you, and then the rest had different types of, I think you characterized them as melee weapons. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Meaning not guns such as handguns or shotguns or AR-15s.
Correct.
And I believe you said that at some point there was an understanding that those folks that came in the vans would stay at 63rd Street Car Source, and some of you, including yourself, would go up to the 59th Street Car Source. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What time of day was this when you were having this encounter at the 63rd Street Car Source?
It was approximately 7:30 p.m.
You were aware that the city of Kenosha had a curfew that night at 8 p.m., correct?
Correct.
You intended to stay past the curfew time. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
I know you mentioned earlier something about hearing about the prior night's events, things like that. Maybe I asked this, and you may have given me a little bit of an answer, but what were you actually intending to do physically? Like, what were you actually going to do when you got here to Kenosha?
The intent when we got down there was to stop the people from looting and rioting and whatnot. Most of the protesters that I talked to before coming down there were trying to control them throughout the night, and it just wasn't working. So we were there to be more of a deterrence than anything.
What were you going to do yourself, personally, to accomplish that goal?
Pretty much tell people to stop. Just throughout the night, it kind of proved out that we didn't have to actually do anything to not have them do it. Just us being there seemed to work. And that was kind of my intent the whole time, was to just be there, be seen, and to deter people from doing that.
You mentioned your AR-15 and your body armor that you were wearing. Beyond that, what sort of equipment did you bring along to assist you? Maybe not stuff you actually used, but things you brought along in preparation for this night.
Dustin Collette had brought some pepper spray grenades with him. and he kind of handed those out.
We've seen photographs of you and videos of you, which we'll get to in a little bit. It appears that you've got maybe a utility belt on or something like that. I don't know. Can you tell us in your own words what other things you had on your body in terms of equipment?
I had extra ammunition and extra medical equipment.
Any other types of weapons or self-defense equipment on you?
I had a Glock 17 handgun, ammunition for that. But as far as a less than lethal option, no.
You talked about your desire to serve as a deterrent to people. What was it about you or your actions that you thought would work as a deterrent?
Typically the people that were, and from what I've been told by the protesters and stuff, they were selecting places that were unguarded, that there was nobody there, that they could just go in, do what they need, light it on fire, take whatever they wanted, and roll out after that. So figured just being there would be enough.
If just being there was enough, why did you bring along an AR-15, a handgun, and wear body armor?
Well, because those people could be armed too. If I'm going to get shot, I'd rather have body armor on, first and foremost. And I would like to be able to defend myself from it as well.
So is it fair to say that coming down to Kenosha that night, you were prepared for the possibility that there would be gunfire?
That's correct.
You were prepared to use your gun to defend yourself?
That is correct.
Were you planning on using the gun to protect the property that you were guarding?
No.
So for example, we know that you were at the 59th Street car source for a lot of the evening. If you had seen someone attempting to damage a vehicle, would you have used your gun and fired at that person to protect that property?
No.
At any point that evening, and I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I'm trying to get to a point here. Did you go inside the 59th Street car source?
A couple of times, yes.
What was inside there?
Several cars that were being worked on, some tables, some chairs.
Was there a living quarters or an apartment or anything like that where someone was able to sleep or live?
Not that I saw, but I did see that it was attached to a gas station.
Do you know if the gas station was open and in business at that time?
When we walked by, it appeared to be in business.
But it's fair to say that no one was living here. This was all business property. Fair
That
to
is
say?
fair to say.
As opposed to a house or an apartment.
That is fair to say.
If there had been any sort of damage to the building, the car source building, such as being lit on fire or rocks thrown at it or anything like that, would that have caused an injury or a death to a person?
Had the fire spread to the residential buildings behind it, yes.
Okay. At any point in this evening, did anyone try and start a fire at that car source location?
Later on in the evening, they tried to start a dumpster on fire. And before that, they tried to light the church next door on fire.
And that's the church that's to the north across 59th Street.
Correct.
Okay. The dumpster that was attempted to be started on fire was actually located in the street when that event occurred. Is that right?
Correct. They pulled it off the parking lot area of car source and lit it on fire in the street.
So rather than try and light the fire where the dumpster is in the car source lot, they took it out in the road and then lit it on fire.
Correct.
And I believe that's where at some point that evening, Dustin Collette goes out and puts the fire out.
That is correct.
Okay. I skipped around a little bit there. I want to go back to where we were. I believe you were describing how there was vans that met at 63rd. There was some sort of understanding that they would stay there and you and others would go up to the 59th Street car source. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
What did you do after that?
I went across the street to the hospital where the other guy had gone. I met their guy they had watching the gate, and I didn't wholly trust the people who had agreed to stay down at 63rd. So I gave him my cell phone number and said, hey, if these guys leave or somebody starts breaking stuff, call us.
Did you ever get a call that night?
No.
What did you do after that?
We kind of gathered up. I think we took a picture, and then we went up to 59th.
When you say we went up to 59th, who all came along with you?
That would have been Dustin, the female, Danton Mertz, Kyle Rittenhouse, Dominic, and Nathan.
Other than the folks you just mentioned, did anyone else come along that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to the 59th Street location, the people you just mentioned was the group that was there protecting that property?
Yes.
I know Jason Lukowski comes later. Other than him, was anyone else there that night at 59th Street that may have arrived later to help with what you were doing?
Some family members from Kyle's friends showed up.
Do you remember who they were?
One of them was one of their fathers. There was somebody else that came through. They were there for 5-10 minutes and they left. I didn't know who that was.
Do you remember approximately what time it was when you got up to the 59th Street car source location?
We crossed 60th right as the sirens went off at 8 p.m. So we arrived at 59th around 8:01, 8:02.
Where did you position yourself at that point?
I stayed on the ground outside in the car lot area. Most of the cars were burned out at that point. And some of the guys went up on the roof and some of us stayed down on the ground level.
Now, you mentioned earlier you met the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, that evening.
Correct.
And that was first at the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
And then he came along up to the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you how old he was?
We asked the group when we first got there. They looked kind of young, and the general consensus was 19.
I'm not sure what you mean by general consensus. Is that something the defendant actually said?
It seemed like as a group they were saying it, and I didn't ask. I was just kind of off to the side when that conversation happened.
After everything happened on August 25th, you met with an FBI agent by the name of Tim Walther at your residence up in Jackson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember him talking to you about this particular night?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him, and I'm going to quote from your statement here, Rittenhouse told Balch that he was 19. However, Balch thought he was younger. Do you remember saying that to the agent?
I do.
Did the defendant say anything else to you about himself or his qualifications or anything like that?
Early on in the night, no.
Is it fair to say that as the night went on, while you were on the ground in front of the 59th Street car source, the defendant was also in that proximity area?
That is correct.
Were there times during the evening when you would chat with him about various things?
That is correct.
What was your impression of the defendant?
He seemed like a young and impressionable kid. I use that term kind of broadly there. Someone way younger than myself. He seemed to be really interested in what I had done in life. When Jason Lukowski showed up, he seemed to be interested in what he had done in life. He'd explained some of the stuff he had been doing. The lifeguard, being a lifeguard, being EMT certified, stuff like that.
So the defendant told you that he was a certified EMT.
This is correct.
And that he was 19 years old.
This is correct.
What did you think about the defendant being there that night?
He had as much right as anybody else to be there.
Did it seem like he was properly equipped or prepared to be out there doing what he was doing that night?
He seemed a little under-equipped, and under-experienced as well, which is one of the reasons we kind of stayed with him.
When you say we stayed with him, who do you mean?
Danton Mertz, Dustin Collette, and the female.
Did you feel like you needed to keep an eye on the defendant?
He seemed like it. Yes and no. I felt like as young as he looked and the way he was, just the general way he was carrying himself, the protesters would have seen that as a weakness and tried to exploit that.
Is it fair to say that you took it upon yourself that evening to stay close to the defendant to ensure there were no problems?
We pretty much all picked one of the guys that we met at 63rd and kind of looked out for him. Yes.
And you personally picked the defendant?
It's kind of more of a he picked me kind of thing.
At any rate, it turned out that you spent a lot of the evening close by the defendant. Fair enough?
That is fair.
Okay. One of the things that the defendant was asking you about was your military experience. Is that right?
This is correct.
What did you tell him about that?
I just told him about the various deployments and what I'd done while I was there.
Now, you mentioned earlier that when you arrived at the 59th Street car source, it was a little after 8 o'clock, a little after curfew. Can you describe for us what the scene was at that location at that time?
Most of the cars in the parking area had been burned out. The building itself had been boarded up pretty good. You could see some evidence on the side of the building where people had thrown things at it to try to start it on fire. But other than that, typical like a war zone, is what I would say.
What about the street in front, Sheridan Road, in that area? Were there a lot of people around at that point?
At the time, it was mostly law enforcement and people similar to us milling around. We had an occasional group of protesters coming through.
Now, there are, on that particular evening, there are protests that were going on in Kenosha. Were you aware of that at the time?
Yes, we could see them up by the courthouse from that position.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to Car Source, most of the protesters and most of the protest was north of your location?
That is correct.
Closer to Civic Center Park, which is right out in front of the courthouse?
That is correct.
Did there come a time in which the crowd started to come down closer to the 59th Street Car Source?
Before the police started to push them towards us, there were some folks that came through. Most of them were carrying fire extinguishers and said they were putting out fires and whatnot.
You mentioned the police pushing them to you. Did there come a time when that happened?
Yes.
I've seen statements at various times where you have talked about hearing the police say something about what the plan was or what they were intending to do. Did you ever talk to any law enforcement officer that
Yes.
night? And did they tell you something about what the plan was?
Yeah, right before, I want to say around 9 p.m., me and Kyle were walking down to the Ultimate gas station, and we encountered a female deputy. And she told us, hey, we're getting ready to start pushing them down, you guys. Once that happens, it's kind of going to be on you guys. And she got in her patrol car and left.
Who was that person?
I didn't get a name.
So your understanding was that the police were going to move all these protesters into your area and give you the job of taking care of them?
She didn't insinuate that so much as it seemed like what was likely going to happen.
Do you know what the rank of this person was that you spoke to? Was this a captain, a lieutenant, a sergeant, anything like that?
I didn't see any rank.
Other than that, did you speak with any other law enforcement officers about this notion?
No.
And you said the defendant witnessed that?
That's correct.
And I believe you mentioned that was around 9 o'clock?
It would have been around 9 o'clock.
Had the police already pushed the protesters down your way at that point, or did that come later?
That came a little bit later. They started pushing them around 9:30, 10.
Okay. So I want to talk about the time period from when you first got to 59th at around 8 or so, and that time at 9:30 or 10 when the protesters start getting pushed down your way. So there's a hour and a half, maybe 2 hour period of time.
Okay.
During that time period, where were you located?
For the most part, 59th.
Was the defendant also there?
That is correct.
What were you doing?
Oh, we were just kind of standing around talking. A couple of times, some of the protesters came over and told us that, hey, some people are trying to set this building on fire. So we'd go over there, and when we'd show up, they'd run away. That's around the time that we were told they were trying to light the church on fire. And at that point, we were told it was a bald guy with a red shirt.
So let me stop you for a second. You indicated that there were times in which you received reports that someone was trying to start something on fire, and you said we would go over there. Who's we?
It was a mix each time.
Did the defendant ever go?
He went with us at least once when we went over to the Stella when they were trying to break the windows out over there.
Okay. So tell me what you remember about that.
So the same protesters that were carrying fire extinguishers before, they were from Kenosha. They had stopped and talked with us quite a bit. In fact, we'd helped them carry somebody from up at the protest back beyond the police so they could take him to the hospital. And the defendant helped with that as well. They came running down because there were, in their words, there were people trying to break into the Stella and light it on fire. Somebody had pointed a gun at them, and the cops weren't around. So we headed across the other car source facility, across the way into the burned out cars. And there were 3 to 4 subjects breaking out windows on the Stella and just milling around over there. And once we got to within 100 yards of them, I believe it was Colette yelled out at them. They turned and saw us and they ran off.
You were one of the people along with Dustin Collette that went over there?
That's correct.
Who else went with you?
I want to say that Kyle was with us and one of the protesters who had told us about it.
So I understand no one wants windows broken out or fire started or anything like this, but what gave you the right to go around and police that area?
Well, there were members of the community that asked us to go help them.
Who?
These 4 protesters.
Well, those you characterized as folks walking with fire extinguishers. Were they from the Stella?
They came from that direction.
Were they employed by the Stella?
I didn't ask.
Is it fair to say you heard a report that somebody was up to no good and you decided to head over there and stop it?
Correct.
Other than that, you don't know anything more about what was going on?
No.
And these people you saw milling about at the Stella, do you know who they were?
One was one of them was fairly tall. The rest of the people seemed to be about average height or shorter.
Beyond that description of their height.
Do you know they were?
No,
tall and short.
Don't know where they came from?
Nope.
Don't know their names?
Nope.
Don't know where they went afterwards?
Nope.
Don't know what their affiliation, if any, was with the Stella? Right?
I would assume they weren't affiliated with the Stella.
I would assume somebody breaking the Stella's windows is probably not. I agree with that. But my point is you're making an assumption.
Correct.
With less than perfect information.
That is correct.
You mentioned a fire at the St. James. Was that at the St. James Church?
This church right here.
Now, can you just put your pointer back up right where you were doing? This is a satellite photograph of Kenosha that's a little older. There's a building that you're pointing at right now. On the night of August 25th, 2020, that building wasn't standing anymore, was it?
No.
There was a pile of
There
rubble.
was rubble right here, but there's another building right in there.
Okay. The church itself is actually on the other end of the north end of the block along 58th Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. When you mentioned something about a fire or somebody trying to start a fire at that location. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, the same individuals that told us about the Stella showed up again, and they described a female, 2 males trying to light a fire at the church.
What did you do?
We kind of just walked around the street to kind of look around there. When we got there, we could see somebody on the front of the church. They saw us. They ran off.
Did you see anything more than that one person?
No.
Did you see what that person was doing?
No.
Did you see a fire?
No.
Did you put out a fire?
No.
We've talked about, and again, I started this with asking you about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period of time. And you've described a couple of things, the Stella incident, the St. James incident. So beyond that, what other things were you doing in that period of time?
We were walking down to 63rd to check it out. At that point, we'd figured out that the folks that said they were going to stay there no longer stayed there. So onesies and two at a time, people were going down there to check on it. Then they would go over to the Ultimate, check on the guys over there, see what they were doing, and then circle back and come back.
We've seen some photos and videos of the Ultimate gas station. Would it be fair to say that there were people protecting that location that were similar to your group, armed with long rifles, things like that?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that whatever these vans were with these folks with melee weapons at 63rd, at some point in the evening, you found out they weren't there anymore?
That is correct.
I want to ask more specifically about that. Was that something that you personally found out or you heard from someone else?
I kind of just heard it through discussion that there was nobody down there anymore.
When you heard that, how many people were in your group guarding the 59th Street location at that point?
It would have been around 7 or 8.
And you said you would send groups of 2 people at a time to go down to 63rd?
That's correct.
Were you ever one of those folks?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
Yes.
What was going on when you went down there?
When we went down that way, there was nobody down there. A couple of the folks that had been down there initially had moved over to the Ultimate. That seemed to be where they had kind of ganged up with the folks with the melee stuff had kind of gone.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding you. You said a couple of the folks that were at the 63rd Street car source initially wound up going over to the Ultimate gas station?
That is correct.
Were those folks that came in those vans?
One of them came at the same time the vans did.
Okay. So one of the people that came at the same time as the vans did wound up at Ultimate Gas.
That is correct.
And it sounds like there may have been more than just one person from 63rd that wound up at Ultimate Gas?
There was one other guy that was with him when we showed up.
Okay. So is it fair to say that, speaking for you personally, Mr. Balch, you felt like it was part of your responsibility to not only guard the 59th Street car source, but also the 63rd Street car source?
That is correct.
Which is why you and other folks were going down there to check on it.
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to continue talking about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period. We've talked about a few things. Other than that, what else were you doing during that period of time?
Mostly we were just kind of talking to people when they would walk by. We didn't really have any negative encounters during that period of time. You'd get the occasional person wanting to have a debate and whatnot, but most of it was just walking down to 63rd, somebody coming saying somebody's trying to light something on fire, go check it out, come back, wash, rinse, repeat.
Okay. So now you've mentioned there was a time when the police started to move the protesters in your direction. And I think you said earlier that was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock?
This is correct.
Okay. Tell us about that.
As soon as they started pushing the protesters, we started to getting the people who weren't intending on participating in a riot, I should say, started kind of drifting down towards us. They were shouting insults at us. And some of the other members of the group were having back and forth with them. I spent the large majority of that time trying to calm people down and just keep them moving down the street. Then we started encountering people who were more and more aggressive, and the cops would push them, then they would back off, then they'd come back and push them again, and they would push them further south each time. Or, yeah, that's south.
Welcome back to Kenosha.
When you describe these interactions with the people walking past, was the defendant present for any of that?
He had one exchange that I saw.
Who was that with?
Just some random. He said, "I love you too, ma'am."
You mentioned earlier that there was some sort of report of someone in a red shirt with bald head who was reported to be involved in some sort of incident. I think I heard you mention that as well.
Yes.
We now know, with the benefit of hindsight, who Joseph Rosenbaum was, and we've seen photographs of him in a red shirt and a bald head. Let me start by asking, whatever report you heard regarding Mr. Rosenbaum at that particular time, did you ever see him at that time?
I had seen someone fitting the description, kind of milling in and out of the groups that were coming through. Every time he was around the groups, now that I know who Joseph Rosenbaum was and can confirm who he was and stuff, he was not organic with the protesters.
What do you mean by that?
They didn't seem comfortable with his presence.
That is
Or the people
a
that were with
really
him.
phenomenal way of
Who was
describing that. He was not
He had a
organic with
male
the
and a female
protesters.
that were with him. Pretty much
Organic
consistently
with
throughout
the
the night.
protesters.
So you saw those folks together?
Yes.
Him and the male and the female. Did you ever see them speaking to one another?
The male and the female, yes, but as far as them talking to him directly, no.
So you never saw Mr. Rosenbaum talk to that male or female?
No.
And you never saw the male and female talk to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
But you saw them in proximity to one another, so you're making some sort of assumption that they had some sort of association. Is that fair to say?
I saw them in close proximity with each other several times, which led to that assumption.
Okay. Tell us about the first time that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum.
The first time he was just getting aggravated with someone in the crowd. And the protesters were trying to separate him from whoever that was. And off. And one of the things that stood out to me was the tall male that was with him had a handgun in his hand with the finger on the trigger pointed down to the ground.
Now, you had an AR-15.
This is correct.
And you had your hand on the butt of that AR-15.
No.
At no point?
Hand on the grip with the finger straight forward along the side of the receiver.
I misspoke when I said butt. I mean, the grip, the pistol grip of the AR-15, you had your hand on that with your finger not on the trigger, but within close proximity. Fair
That
to
is
say?
correct.
Okay. And this individual had a handgun
Right.
with his finger on the trigger.
This is correct.
And that caused you to be concerned of some sort of what?
Well, you're typically taught not to put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot. The way he was holding it, had anybody bumped into him or him tripped and fell, he would have been sending around off into who knows what. So I just saw it as unsafe.
And potential for some sort of tragic accident.
Correct, or he was prepared for something.
Did you ever see him point that gun at anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him fire that gun?
No.
And obviously you had a gun that was bigger and more powerful than his. Fair to say?
This is fair to say.
And you're familiar with AR-15s?
That's correct.
How long had you owned your AR-15?
Since 2012.
So 8 years.
Yes.
And over that period of time, how many times had you fired your AR-15?
By August of 2020, I probably had somewhere close to 10 to 15,000 rounds through it.
And what type of ammo did it take? What caliber?
5.56.
And are you familiar with the term full metal jacket?
This is correct.
And is that the type of ammo you would use?
Yes.
And Can you, as a military former infantryman in the Army who's fired 10 to 15,000 rounds, can you tell us a little bit about what full metal jacket bullets are?
FMJ, full metal jacket bullets are just a solid copper jacket around a lead core. There's nothing really particularly special about it. It's not particularly more dangerous than any other type of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin, you're not allowed to hunt with full metal jacket ammunition.
Do you know why that is?
Penetration, over penetration.
What does that mean?
FMJ versus hollow points. Hollow points are designed to hit the target and expand and transfer the energy. A full metal jacket's not designed to do that. So depending on what it hits, it can just sail right on through.
So it's fair to say that a full metal jacket round fired from an AR-15 has the potential for hitting whatever it's shot at, say a deer, for example, and going through that and continuing on to something down the line.
It can.
As opposed to a hollow point, which typically hits a deer, for example, and then stops.
Yes.
And is it fair to say in your experience that a Glock handgun like you had that night is often loaded with hollow point ammunition, and a AR-15 is often loaded with full metal jacket ammunition?
It depends on what you're doing with it.
Is that what you typically would do?
I tend to run full metal jackets, yes.
In the AR-15?
In the AR-15.
What about in your Glock?
Hollow points.
And why is that?
My AR-15, I mostly use it for target and competition shooting. Glock is more for personal defense.
Loading a handgun like a Glock with hollow point ammunition is what you would consider to be the better choice for self-defense.
Yeah, for concealed carry, absolutely.
What about for open carry?
For open carry, it'd be the same thing for a Glock handgun.
When you've fired your AR-15, 10 to 15,000 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition through there, what is the furthest distance of target that you've hit with that?
500 yards.
So it's a weapon that's capable of shooting a full metal jacket round and hitting a target 500 yards away.
Its maximum effective range is 550 yards. This is correct.
Now, we were talking about Mr. Rosenbaum and your observations of him, and I think you described something out in the street with some other protesters, or he yelled.
Every time I encountered Joseph Rosenbaum, he was hyper aggressive and acting out in a violent manner.
When we say violent manner, you saw him hitting, punching, kicking
He
people?
was always having to be restrained by someone.
Okay. And I understand that. Did you ever see him hit anyone?
The crowd was pretty good about getting in between him and whoever it was. If he landed a blow, I didn't see it, but he definitely wanted to.
Well, now, you have no idea, do you, what was going on in Mr. Rosenbaum's head?
No.
You'd never met him before that night?
No.
So let's just keep to your observations if we can. How tall are you?
5'9".
How tall was Mr. Rosenbaum?
5'4", 5'3".
So much shorter and smaller than you.
Yes.
Fair? Now, I know you want to talk about what you believe he was intending to do, but my question to you was, did you ever actually see him hit anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him kick anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him with a weapon in his hand?
No.
Did you ever actually see him cause any physical injury to anyone that night?
I saw him attempt to do it on a couple occasions, but I never saw him.
That was not my question, Mr. Balch. Did you ever? Excuse me?
It was my impression he was answering your question.
You'd agree with me?
Cross-examination.
Pardon me?
It's not cross-examination. He's supposed to ask open-ended questions. He was answering.
It was my impression that the witness had not completed his answer.
I apologize. I'll try to stop jumping in a little too soon, Mr. Balch. Did you ever see the defendant actually Mr. Rosenbaum, did you ever actually see Mr. Rosenbaum physically injure anyone that night?
No.
Did you personally have any interactions with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I got between him and Colette at one point, and then he threatened me and the defendant.
The time you described where you got in between him and Dustin Collette, between Mr. Rosenbaum and Dustin Collette, was the defendant present for that?
It immediately preceded him threatening me and Kyle Rittenhouse.
So was the defendant present for that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Colette had stopped him from starting something on fire. There's a video of it, and chill out, calm down, stop doing that. I turned and had an exchange with one of the protesters, and I kind of explained to that protester, hey, I get what you're trying to do, but like not this. And when I turned around, Rosenbaum was right there in front of my face, yelling and screaming. And I said, dude, back up, just chill. I don't know what your problem is. And he goes,
You say that to the defendant as well?
the defendant was there, so yes.
And as far as you could tell, the defendant was close enough to hear what Mr. Rosenbaum said.
That is correct.
Now, when this conversation occurred, were you wearing your AR-15 slung in front of your body?
That is correct.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever reach for it?
He didn't try.
Did he touch it?
No.
You had your Glock pistol on your hip, correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever reach for that?
No.
Did he ever touch that?
No.
Did he ever touch you?
No.
And at that point, could you see that Mr. Rosenbaum had no weapons of any kind?
He had a bag full of what looked to be chemicals to me in his hand, the guy with the Glock with a handgun behind him, and a female with a backpack. That was what I considered Rosenbaum having with him.
Okay. So a couple things. First of all, this bag, this plastic bag.
Yes.
Was it something that you could see inside?
It was a clear hospital type bag. It had containers, but I couldn't really tell what the containers were. I made the assumption at the time and told the FBI the same thing, that I thought it was for making Molotov cocktails.
And was that actually true?
I saw a similar bag later in the night that didn't contain those chemicals. So the assumption did not.
When you say you saw a similar bag in the night, what you mean, correct me if I'm wrong, is after the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum, in that incident, Mr. Rosenbaum threw that same, we can see from the videos, he throws that same bag at the defendant, and it is left lying on the ground of the 63rd Street car source. You're aware of that from all the videos, correct?
Yes.
Did you go to that 63rd Street car source after the defendant killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see that plastic bag laying on the ground?
Yes.
Did you look inside of it?
Yes.
Did it have any sort of Molotov cocktail?
No, it had some like bottles that would be for soap, but I'd seen plenty of people carrying those around during the protest, so I had no idea what was actually contained within them.
And when you say you've seen a lot of people carrying bottles of soap around?
Incognito bottles to carry things around in.
When you looked inside the bag that Joseph Rosenbaum was carrying, did you see any chemicals that could be used to start any sort of tear gas or explosion or fire or anything along those lines?
I didn't really so much as look into it as I kind of picked it up and just kind of tossed it back on the ground. But it didn't appear to be any sort of lighter fluid or anything like that in there.
Did you see anything in that bag that you would construe as harmful or dangerous?
No.
In fact, you felt safe enough to walk up to it, pick it up, and look at it. Fair?
That's fair.
So getting back to this incident where the defendant or that Mr. Rosenbaum is talking to you and the defendant, you mentioned that there's two people, male and female, that are close by. As we sit here today, do you now know who those folks were?
No, I don't.
Did that male and female that you're talking about, did they say anything to you?
No, the male always just had kind of a grin on his face the whole time. Like he was kind of enjoying all the violence and shenanigans that was going on.
Other than that, did he say anything to you?
No.
Did he say anything to the defendant?
I never saw him speak to the defendant.
Did you see the female speak to you at any point?
No.
Did you see her speak to the defendant?
No.
Did either one of them do anything threatening towards you?
No.
Did either one do anything threatening towards the defendant?
No.
You've described a series of events that occurred, and I'm trying to go back to the timing here, because I think you mentioned around 9:30 or 10 o'clock is when the police started pushing protesters by. And I think you said there were times when the protesters would come back and then be pushed back and forth. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Would you mind using that laser pointer again, and point out the 59th Street car source, please? And just for the benefit of the jury, when you talk about the police moving the protesters out on the street, would you agree with me that the police are pushing people south on Sheridan from 58th to 59th and eventually down south to 60th?
That is correct.
And then you've described times when the police would pull back. Would they pull back north of 59th?
Yes.
So the protesters would be cleared from your area, but then allowed to come back in front of you and back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. When those movements would occur, I know you've described a little bit about the interactions with the folks on the street. In general, how would you say the attitude was of the people on the street towards you and your group?
Most of them seemed indifferent.
When you say most of them, were there others that didn't seem indifferent?
There were some that either seemed really angry about us being there, and then there were other people that seemed like they were kind of happy to just stand around and talk to us.
Do you remember there being issues with the laser pointers?
I do remember them calling out about people on the roof pointing laser pointers at them. And during that exchange with the person, somebody in the crowd actually pulls out a laser pointer and started doing the same thing. And at that point, to me, it was kind of null, because who's pointing the laser pointer?
Did you have any sort of laser sight on your gun that would illuminate a target?
No.
Do you know who it was up on the roof who was doing anything like that?
I had no idea who had that up there.
Do you recall speaking with a individual who was taking video for a news source or a media online source called the Rundown Live?
I remember him coming into the car source area, but it wasn't so much as a formal interview as he was just standing around talking to us.
Do you remember him speaking to you and the defendant when that dumpster fire occurred out in front of your location?
Yes.
Do you remember him speaking about staying on your property as opposed to going out in the street?
Yes.
That's something you heard?
Yes.
What did you think about that?
We had protesters coming on to car source. By this point, we're already going out and people were getting knocked down in the street. We were already going out in the street, dragging them out of the street, making sure they were okay. He seemed to want to keep us out of the street as much as possible. But by that point, there really was no declination between what was car source and what was the street.
Well, you knew where the property line was.
Yes.
But I understand you wanting to maybe go out and help people and things like that. But did you interpret that message, or did you think to yourself, we can stay here and protect this property, but it's not our job to go out there and police the neighborhood? Did that thought ever occur to you?
Not really, no.
Okay, so you felt like you were free to go out and confront people that you felt were doing things wrong?
No.
Help me understand that then.
It wasn't so much as I'm going to go out there and confront people because I can. It was if somebody from the crowd asked us to go help them, we would.
Okay, so
Only
if you're invited,
right?
But you weren't going to just rush into a situation when you're uninvited and try and interfere.
That's correct.
Forgive me if I've already asked this, but I'm trying to keep the timing straight here. We've talked about your arrival at the 59th Street Car Source at around 8 p.m. When you first got there at that time, was there other folks that were supposed to be stationed at the 63rd Street Car Source?
No.
So when was it that you learned that the group that was supposed to be at 63rd Street
Your Honor,
had...
I'm going to object. This was all gone through 40 minutes ago.
How much longer do you expect this particular examination to last?
Of this witness in total?
Well,
Or about this particular issue?
Well, it's been a lengthy discussion, and I'm just wondering where we're getting.
If I could just finish this question, I'll jump.
Dude,
forward.
this prosecuting
I'm sorry.
attorney
I may have
is-
missed the answer earlier, and I apologize.
I'm
if I
sorry,
asked
man. This guy is
Do
killing
you remember
me
when it
and
was that
everybody
you first
else.
learned that
Like going over the
the
same
folks
thing
that were
over
supposed
and
to be
over
at
and over
63rd
again,
weren't
asking
there
questions
anymore?
like,
What time of the day?
could you
Were
tell
you-
me if
It would
you
have been
heard
about
frogs
an
in
hour
the
after we
distance?
actually got to the 59th Street.
Have you ever built a
So
tree
I think you
fort?
said you first got there at 8, so maybe
Yes.
9.
Can you tell us your first experience on snow skis?
You've mentioned
Do you know what snow skis
had
look
an
like?
interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Was that at the 59th Street location?
Yes.
After that, did you have any other interactions with him that night?
We encountered him hit and miss throughout the night, but he never approached us again that I saw, and he tried to engage us.
But you saw him around.
Yes.
What were your impressions of him when you saw him on those other times?
No, he was in the middle of them trying to light things on fire, smashing anything he could. In general, he was just being aggressive to the other guys down at the Ultimate. The protesters were getting pretty upset with him being around. They were very quick to let us know throughout the night, hey, that guy's not with us. That guy's not with us. Don't be mad at us. And hey, we get it. We've already dealt with him before. And that was just the general vibe from him throughout the night.
So you mentioned that you saw him starting things on fire. When did you see that?
A couple more dumpsters. They tried to light a road sign on fire that he was a part of that. Just random little things.
Do you know if the defendant saw any of that?
It's possible. The defendant was close by when all this was going on.
When you say Mr. Rosenbaum was trying to start some other dumpsters on fire, where was that at?
Throughout the street, all up and down 59th.
Did he ever take any or was involved in any of the dumpsters at Ultimate Gas being started on fire, if you know?
I do believe, talking to people after the fact, that he was, but I couldn't confirm that myself.
Okay, and again, I'm not interested in what other people think or even what you've seen. I'm that particular night, and I know it's hard to pretend you haven't seen any other videos in the last year, but I'm trying to focus in on what you actually remember that night, what you saw that night. Do you remember seeing Mr. Rosenbaum actually start any of those dumpsters on fire?
No.
Do you remember actually seeing him start that street sign on fire?
Yes.
Where was that at?
That would have been, the protesters had been pushed a little bit south of us at that point. Oh, where's the button? But there were road closed signs all through here, and they drug one off right about, where I'm at. Right in there.
So you're pointing to a location on Sheridan Road just north of 60th?
That's correct.
And when you say they took a sign, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do that?
Yes.
And what happened then?
They tried to light it on fire. It wouldn't go, so they kicked it over.
When you say a road closed sign, can you describe what that looks like?
It was one of those big metal, the ones that they're portable that they can put in front of a road to stop it, to close it real quick. So about as wide as the witness stand is.
And again, so they tried to start on a fire, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
So they just knocked it over.
Yeah.
Other than that, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum try and start any other fires?
Not after that, no.
I think you said he was trying to smash things?
Yes.
What did you see?
He was throwing rocks into the car source area. He was throwing rocks at buildings along the street. He was having a pretty good time.
Did you ever see him throw any sort of tear gas or gas container or anything along those lines?
I never saw him personally throw anything like that.
Right.
When you say he was throwing rocks into the car source location, do you mean the 59th Street car source?
The 59th Street and the gas station that's attached.
Did you see those rocks hit anyone?
No, I didn't see him hit anyone.
What action, if any, did you take after seeing the defendant throw rocks at your group? I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum.
We didn't really take any action. By that point, the protesters were also pretty done with people doing that.
I can't argue with you.
So they were policing them as well.
Did you feel like...
All right, we are going to squeeze in a short break. We'll continue to monitor and bring you all of this live trial coverage here on Court TV Live.
I'm sorry, but even the court television was like, really? 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 They weren't. Damn. They were like, dude, all right, this guy, man. I mean, really? Come on, dude. You can't ask someone to describe a street sign for an hour just killing me. I mean, they got to pay the bills, though. You're right, Art. They got to pay the bills. This guy's got to. I mean, it's like he's just hoping this just to milk it out as long as he can. Jolene Etheridge says he gets paid hourly. This ADA is just hustling for his buck, man. Just killing me, man. Killing me. But the trial's in Kenosha. Yeah, and it's funny is the DA is he's pissing off the jury as well. I'm sure the jury at this point is probably like, dude, you're harshing on some points. You're lulling us to sleep here. I don't know if it's going to be so he's going to kind of do the whole just lots of questions. Bam, gotcha. Get you to wake up. One of those scary moments where you're like, oh, agreed, sir. What? I mean, I don't know. But yeah, it does feel like he's paid by the hour and he's just milking it out. But anyway, hey Roy, we thank you so much for following since Portland, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute, man. We're creeping up on almost 2 years, a year and 8 months, something like that. Man, that's crazy. We're gonna go back over here to this to where we're at with the fire at the church. Man, that was intense. That'll wake us up a little bit here. Let's wake us up a little bit. We're gonna go back in here and see if I can't get this to play. I think maybe it's frozen, actually. Yeah. Problem is it was so hot that it was freezing up the camera. So
that
what was wild is as we walked around here, man, the fire department you can see this water was doing next to there's not much you could do at that point to these cars, but our focus was to get them to come around to this side over here.
And there's Andrew. Literally, they're being.
What was crazy was that at this point, Andrew was over here and I was behind the church, rolling that water barrel around. Yeah, we're gonna actually, we'll come back to this. So there's the fire chief that comes around at this point, and we end up they bring the fire truck back and they get some hoses eventually lined up in here after a little bit. I kind of helped them unroll their hose. And Toby, you want to get a comment? Well, that was your moment. That was your comment, Toby. So, but that's the best I can do for you. But what do you guys think about the jury right now? How do you feel they're? All right, I think they're back up now.
Us there, they stopped throwing. They kind of shifted where they were throwing the rocks at the cops immediately right next to us. So a little further down, we walked across, and once we entered the crowd,
people, please share the stream.
The defendant started asking people if they needed any first aid. I was doing the same, and walking through past there at an indeterminate time, I lost track of the defendant.
Had you discussed with the defendant what your plan was once you crossed that police line?
We were going to check and see if anybody needed any first aid, then go down to 63rd and make sure nobody was destroying it. And I'm not sure if the defendant was there when I said it, but me and Lakowski had agreed that if we got separated, we would go back to 59th.
Could you also describe what
Did
a line
you have
looks
any
like?
specific
A line,
instructions for the defendant when you were heading out in that location?
Yeah, it was just stay close, don't get separated, and see if anybody's hurt.
You also told him to keep his mouth shut and not engage with people, correct?
I told several individuals at 59th Street that.
Including the defendant?
I believe I told him not to respond the way he was to certain people.
What do you mean the way he was?
That goes back to earlier in the night when he said, "I love you too, ma'am." That's when I told him, hey, don't say that. Don't even respond.
Why not?
Just because it can cause somebody to escalate the situation if they feel like you're making fun of them a little bit. So it just wasn't needed.
So the plan once you cross 60th is stay together, but if you get separated, go back.
Correct.
And try not to engage.
Correct.
And you said there came a time in which you lost track of the defendant.
This is correct.
How did that happen?
Got lost in the crowd. I had a female protester approach me and started to try to get into a pro-gun, anti-gun exchange. From there, I went inside to see if he'd wanted the ultimate to get any snacks. When I came back out, I encountered more individuals protecting the property. I talked to them. I assumed at the time he wasn't over there anymore, and I started to make my way back north to 59th.
Can we please play exhibit number 17? I'm going to need to turn on the TVs again.
If this guy shows us like a video of a petting zoo and then asks Mr. Balch here to describe what a giraffe looks like, actually, I might be into that. That would be okay. But if it's a picture of a rock and he asks us to describe that or describe it and tell us what we're looking at, there's a good chance I might throw a rock at my own TV, my own computer screen here. I just am having a real tough time figuring out how the prosecution is positioning things. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys are feeling the same way, but it does seem to me that the prosecution is missing the mark.
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my EMT.
Gotcha.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trial training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you.
Yeah, there's like 200 people on the witness list, but I'm sure they're not calling them all. But they won't be calling them all.
Anybody need medical? We're running through Roger over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, medical?
Fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know.
Okay, good.
They know. You just got shot up. You good? It's all right. I'm not shot. I'm just. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't.
I thought you got right in bullet.
Oh no, I just got rubbed.
Pause the video right there. Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that you are a little bit ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse in this video.
Give me a moment.
But then you
Open
start
up.
walking east across Sheridan Road.
Correct.
Okay. And in that direction is the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Do you remember where you went after that?
That's the point at which I went inside the gas station.
Okay.
And then
And what
came
did you
back
get?
out.
Could you describe these
I thought I
snacks to
heard
us,
you
please?
say that the purpose of going across the police lines was to see if people are hurt and to go check on the 63rd Street location.
That is correct.
But also
Help
to
me
get
understand,
snacks.
how does going to the ultimate gas station and going inside fit in with that?
Because there were other people at the ultimate gas station.
I don't understand what that.
To go over there to see if they're hurt too.
Other
I see.
human
So
beings.
you went over there to see if those people needed help?
Yes.
Did you go inside the ultimate gas station?
Yes.
He said that like
And I
5
think
times
you said
ago.
at one point you were going to get a snack for
Yeah.
yourself.
That
Did
doesn't
you
answer
know
the question you just
at
asked?
that point that you were leaving the defendant?
No.
What did you expect he was going to do at that point?
I thought he was following me.
How long was it before you realized he hadn't followed you?
By the time I got across the street,
What did you do then?
I continued on to the ultimate gas station and talked to some of the guys there. Turned around, he wasn't around. Went back inside and went inside.
Inside the gas station?
Yes.
So
Why
he's trying to
didn't you
lean
go
on the
looking for
thought
the
that he didn't actually need to
I
be protected.
assumed that he'd went inside the gas station as well.
And then when you looked inside, did you see him?
No.
So where did you look for him then?
Back outside the gas station.
In the gas station lot.
Yes.
This is a time in the evening when there are a lot.
Where
of
else would he
people
look for him,
This
man?
is correct.
Come on,
find
dude.
No.
Help me out here.
So if he's not inside the gas station and he's not in the lot, did you go out around the area looking for him?
I walked on the outside of the crowd and tried to look for him, and then I decided to head north to 59.
Did you make chirping
Why is
noises in hopes that he went?
That's where I told Lukowski we should go.
Come on, dude.
Do you know where Jason Lukowski was at this point in the video that we just paused at?
He was behind Richard McGinnis in this.
And when you walked across Sheridan to the east, do you know where Mr. Lukowski went?
No idea.
When is the next time you saw Mr. Lukowski?
After the shootings happened.
So when you went back, when you left Ultimate Gas and headed back to 59th Street, did you see Mr. Lukowski at that point?
No.
Did he return to 59th Street while you were back there?
I never made it back to 59th Street.
Why is that?
The shooting started.
Okay. We'll get to that in a moment. So
Sorry, I gotta ask. So, do
your
you guys feel like this
testimony is
DA,
that
the
as
ADA
we're
here, is
watching
just
this
asking a
video
bunch
now,
of
which has been
questions
taken by Richie McGinnis, and
to
we
give
see
the illusion that
right
he's got
there,
some grand
that
design
Jason
as to what he's trying to
Lukowski is
accomplish? Because
somewhere,
honestly, my personal take is that
close
he's
by.
just
He should be.
legit,
Can we
just
continue to play the video,
just
please?
filling space with words right now. Like there's not really
Let
much
us know
that
if you
he's
see Mr.
that he's
Lukowski.
asking that I feel is relevant at all. No matter what your thoughts are about guilty or not, does any of this seem relevant at all? Especially since we've watched this same footage a million times. Do you feel like it's relevant? Like any of these questions, even if you feel like Kyle, people that are saying he's 100% guilty, do you feel like the prosecution is doing a good job of of turning, of lawyering this thing.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Did not. Bogus weed case. You just said I need some medical weed. Yeah, closing arguments, right? It's gonna come out. I mean, whatever. The jury's they got to be getting. So nobody's agreeing. I don't see a single comment over there. People feel like this DA is doing a good job. And we've seen this video, this exact portion clip. How many times now? I mean, how many? I'm sorry, man, but I'll say it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of court cases in the last 2 years. This guy is blowing my mind with how irrelevant his line of questioning has gone, to the point where
there because there's nothing
even the court television has said, like, we're just going to take a break while he's speaking because,
at any point in this video?
you know,
No, but the camera never panned to the rear either.
this guy's he's like, man, got an hour left. Cool, let's keep on doing this.
You indicated that you went over to the ultimate gas and then eventually back to 59.
I would love for anybody, I don't even mind turning this guy down. I would love for anybody that, hey, if you have time and you want to go ahead and do it, man, you'll win a million points. Not that they're worth anything, but they're redeemable for nothing. If you could go ahead and scroll fast past the time, if you're taking a safety break and you want something to do, through past footage since we've started actual, testimonies, how much time the defense attorney has spent questioning and how much time prosecution has spent. I would love to know. I would just super curious. I'd love to do a percentage, almost like a shot for shot, like in a boxing match. Who's landed more punches? But in this one, just who's spent more time asking questions? Because honestly, like, just if you're into it, I mean, you can do a fast forward thing. Just see how many times, DA is up and man. Anyway, okay, well. Queuing up probably the same video from another angle, asking if guy in yellow pants, what color and how reflective his pants are. Matthew Brown. It feels like this DA is asking questions that are helping the defense. It's almost like the defense doesn't need to ask that many questions because the prosecution is doing such an amazing job of positioning everything for the defense. So 90-10, Jackie Ellison Cox says 70-30. We're going for a 70-30 split. Someone gives it 85% on the DA. Jeff Romero's got that running. What else we got? Yeah.
Seconds. Yeah. We missed a little bit of the beginning of this. A little bit further.
Yeah, everybody's done this guy, man. Even Ryan Bolts.
See how this goes since everyone seems to be peaceful now with the militia. Seems like things are a lot more peaceful.
He's just
pause that for a second. You saw yourself in that video. Yes.
Mark my words, I'm going to get a law degree
decided to
just so that I can mention this case
something or other. I didn't quite catch it all.
In my first trial case.
I was talking about when they gassed the 59th Street location.
When you say they, you mean the police?
Yes.
When did that happen?
In the video where they show them throwing me and the defendant a bottle of water, it's like immediately preceding that.
So why do you know what was going on that caused the police to?
They saw that we had protesters standing.
Yeah, why do we care if you went into the store or not? Really? Like, why is that a
care for that too much?
Were you affected by that gas?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I'd already been hit with a
pneumonia bomb,
some sort of gas bomb from the protest crowd, and then that's when the gas hit the area. So I had to go inside and sit down for a couple of minutes.
When you say gas, is this like a tear gas type thing?
Tear gas, yeah.
Okay. What physical effect did that have on you?
I couldn't breathe for a good minute and a half there solidly. Once I got in, sat down, the defendant helped me out with that. I was okay. For the days after, I really couldn't talk too well.
What did the defendant do to help you?
Kept shoveling water at me.
which is about all you
Did
can
give you
do.
any sort of medicine or anything like that?
No medicine for
So when you're talking
ammonia
about the police
or
gassing
bleach
things,
bombs
that's what you're
or
referring to?
Yes.
tear
And then you
gassing.
talk about something about the EMT
Oh,
having to
man.
guard the EMT or something like that.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I said I was referring to me watching the defendant.
So you
We're going to take a break, but you won't
Again.
miss anything. We'll continue to monitor and take you live. Live. Stay back
Did you
to
catch
work when
that?
we return.
She okay. I'm sorry, but she just said
This is Court TV.
she. Guys, I'm sorry, but I mean we've been here what 3 days now, right? These are long days. And I hey, you guys that are riding with us, for real, much love. What the even what she just said is we're gonna take a quick break. Don't worry, you're not gonna miss anything. Like, I don't know if she was just kind of clowning right there, but if she wasn't, she did a good job of it because this DA is just yeah. Doom says, can you describe the task of the water you drank? The type of water that you drank. How still was said water? What is water? What is to drink? What is life? Seriously? I guarantee Rittenhouse's defense attorney right now is probably just like high five, because he's looking to fist bump him like, bro, good job. Well done. Thanks for doing all the hard work for me, man. You're doing all the heavy lifting, man. Because it really, this guy is, man. How long has Bulch been on the stand, you guys? How long has this guy been sitting up there? Like, man, it does feel like it's all for show. Yeah. You know, Dara, thank you for that. I'll take a moment to go ahead and let people know. Hey, as it says in the description, you guys, 100% viewer funded. So everything we're doing here, I know it's a long drag, but we're doing our best to be as interactive with this as possible and give you as many angles and real life explanations as to some of the things you're saying. But everything that's been coming in, any of those contributions, they're greatly appreciated. And you know, I used to be kind of bashful about even talking about it or asking about it, but really, everything we do here is for the people. You know what I mean? So that whole public broadcasting situation it applies. That being said, man, this guy, 12 ounce, 16 ounce, yeah. Who knows? Who knows, man? Maybe he has a grand scheme up his sleeve. You know, maybe he's got some master plan. He could be. We may not know this, but he might be masterminding some kind of incredible prosecution that we don't see. And then it's going to be some M. Night Shyamalan type shit where he's going to drop some crazy little nugget, right, on like the last day with the last witness and the last question. And it's going to just blow all of our minds. It's going to tie everything together. Immediately, it's going to be like universes are swirling, chakras are exploding. And immediately all of this is going to come just like cascading into focus. And we're going to be like, oh my God, he trolled us from the very beginning. He did it to us. One man, one courtroom. Killed us, man. I mean, legit, it feels like that's what's going to happen. Very doubtful, Jolene, you're right. Very doubtful. But hopeful. I mean, you know, too little too late probably, but not this DA. People are saying, probably not. Really? You know, it's just, it could happen. It would be cool if he did something. Man, this dude, yeah, M. Night Shyamalan BS, man. Swing away. You know what's crazy is they were actually planning originally on doing this court case. They had talked about doing it in like Fargo, right? Because they were like, oh, it'll be freezing cold in the wintertime. No one's going to go there. No one's going to protest. No one's going to riot. All they would have to do to avoid riots is just broadcast the audio of this DA speaking, and it would put everybody to sleep. People would go home and bang their own face against a car door in order to drown out the sound of this guy asking questions. Hey, you know what? And if I do come to court, if they do subpoena me, sorry, man, but there's a good chance I might tell you. there's a real good chance I might on stand have to let you know, just a heads up, man, you're boring everybody. Like, you're killing it right now. And it's not going to work out for me. Because, yeah. I mean, if I remember we had Matthew McConaughey here, you know, Richie McGinnis, who worked for the Daily Caller, works for the Daily Caller. Daily Caller being a Tucker Carlson news organization, news outlet, started back in 2010. He was out there, man. He had a lot of footage of the Rundown Live. They've been using a lot of that, and then Mr. McGinnis's footage as well. That was tough to watch, though. Jokes aside, man, that was tough. Tough to watch. Richie McGinnis, his testimony, and then watching him watch that video was, I mean, in much the same as Kyle, man. Like, we saw him, he had some real emotion too. People are always just acting, but you know, I mean, it choked me up just watching it. Let alone, I mean, for experiencing it, my firsthand experience with it, but then knowing that these guys like that, and no one did he explain ever what Richie McGinnis, did he ever explain why he got punched in the head while he was loading Rosenbaum into the car? Because he said he got punched a couple times, and the guy said he was pointing at him, and he was like, you know, I'm going to come get you, and wanted some more action. He was trying to get that. He was trying to fight him, but from what I gathered, there was no explanation. But I don't get it. You know, I would. Honestly, I would love to hear, instead of the DA asking questions or just the DA talking, just for being media, I would rather hear the judge's thoughts on NASCAR. I would love to hear the judge tell me stories about what it was like on the farm, if you will, or the judge tell me about the birds and the bees. I would love for the judge to explain what a carburetor does, honestly, more than I want to hear the DA talk. Because I feel like everything the DA is doing right now is fully like defunct for what they're trying to accomplish, which is to prove a couple points here, right? What it really comes down to is, was it self-defense? Did he feel like it was self-defense? Did he act in a way where he felt he was threatened enough to pull said trigger? And, you know, everyone in here has their own feelings about it. But really, I mean, even people that are hoping Kyle gets the chair, even people in here, and there's plenty of people that are in the chat that are 100% feel solid that Kyle Rittenhouse should never see the light of day again. And when I asked the question how they feel that the prosecution is doing in the case to make that happen, it's funny, now they're showing footage.
The testimony actually helps solidify.
I just showed you that footage, which is my footage. So
and true, it's
nice of them to go ahead and do that for us.
Witness, the one that was with Rittenhouse, does substantiate his version, whether or not the jury buys that or not. But it appears that the video is substantiated by the testimony of the most recent witness.
So this is because they had to
All right,
bring
so
in.
Karen, you just mentioned the most recent witness who was there with Kyle, Ryan Balch, and he's still on the stand, but the court has taken a break. In the last couple of
No, the
minutes
court
we
hasn't
have
taken a
together
break.
right now, let me ask you if I could start
We've
with you,
taken a
Greg,
break.
some of his testimony. He
But
said the defendant seemed like a young and impressionable kid. Does that description in your mind help the prosecution, defense, or neither?
I think it helps the prosecution in this case because it demonstrates that, you know, he didn't have the experience, the life experience to deal with the situation. And that he, in fact, was nervous or scared or afraid.
Hey, Gina, thank you very much for that. I
Therefore, had
appreciate
a
it.
heightened sense of
Really, thank you.
of concern in the area. But what's interesting to me too is, and what's kind of implicit in all of these videos is that, listen, that this whole the cross-examination or the examination started mentioning that there was a curfew in place and that these Mr. Rittenhouse and Ryan Balch were arriving on the scene and they knew there was a curfew. But what
Okay.
gave them the right to be out there past the curfew to begin with? And you know, I think the prosecutor also did a good job of discussing with Mr. Balch what exactly I'm saying.
Right.
What I think the jury may be saying is, what gave you the right to be there to begin with in this case?
And so, you know, the prosecutor asked about that. Let me ask you, Greg, in
Well,
the last 30
why?
seconds,
Okay.
he even said, the witness said, because
When
the
people
members
keep
of the
asking about this, and sorry, I'm gonna mute her.
last 30
What he just said is what gave you the right to be there in the first place. What? Okay, anybody want to throw in the comments here? Your thoughts on that? Why does it come down to them stipulating what your rights are to be there? And again, big shout out to CJTV for the footage. Well done. At least I believe that's my footage. I'd have to listen to the audio of that.
Have an issue here in America. We
Yeah,
have
that's on me.
laws and rules and
One of us. Either way, it doesn't matter whose footage it is. It's the footage. But when they say why would you have the right to be there? Because it's America, you know. Because we have the right to go where we want to go, as long as you're not walking on someone's private property. The freedom to travel, the freedom to go where you want to go, is innate. People talk about these laws, right? People talk about laws as telling you what you're allowed to do. No, laws are there to protect your God-given liberties, which is to say you're allowed to walk the street. And in states where you're allowed to open carry, you're allowed to open carry a gun. Doesn't villainize you because you do it. It just means you're exercising the extent of the law. Fair play. No one is allowed to tell you where you can and can't be. And I deal with this all the time when I'm out doing reports, mind you. Okay. Like when I'm out covering things like you're not allowed to be here, you're not allowed to film, you're not allowed to do this. By what decree? What magistrate has told you to tell me that I'm not allowed to be on these streets? Who is giving you the right to tell me what my rights are? And furthermore, who told you that rights are meant to tell me what I can and can't do? The rights are there to protect you. While you do, what the hell you do? I mean, we've gotten so many people that are wrapped up around this idea, this very polarized thought that like he had no right to be there. How dare he leave his house? And I don't care what your thoughts are about Kyle Rittenhouse. Again, you guys remember I'm talking about my personal experience and the way I see things as they sit in front of me right now. When I look at this, I was out past curfew. I was out representing media. I was out there representing press. I also was doing nothing to be involved with protesting at all. I did, however, involve myself with trying to put out some fires. You know, so there you go. And if that renders me in a misdemeanor charge with a $250 fine, I'll take that. But I'm willing to take that as a risk, right? Because, you know, I felt it was my right to be out there. Yeah, this kid killed a human, two of them. And the jury now has to decide whether or not they feel comfortable enough deeming it self-defense or that they were justifiable homicides. And when it comes right down to it, what I'm talking about directly, the direct point that I'm making is that no one has the right, the overarching omnipresent ability to tell somebody where they are and are not allowed to go on their own accord. You know what I mean? Unless it's private property, mind you. You can't tell somebody they're not allowed to walk down the street. What right do you have to be here? What right do you have to defend this business? Well, that term right keeps coming in. You know, I would like, go ahead if anybody wants to, and I'll do it right now while we talk. What the right is. I mean, what makes something right? Let's check out what Webster says. Morally good, justified, or acceptable. True or correct as a fact. Interesting. Yeah. Morally good, justified, or acceptable. What gives you the right to be out here? What gives you a justifiable, acceptable, morally or good reason to be here? What gives you the right? Well, because I personally feel like I want to be here, and that's my right, because it's not against the law for me to be here. And that's where we keep going back around, man, to this point where we're expecting people to tell us what we are allowed to and what we're not allowed to do, what our rights are and what our rights aren't. Like we as a people, I think, are forgetting that, like, your search for happiness, your pursuit of happiness, and your and it gets not just down to amendment rights. You know what I mean? It's not just down to that. I'm talking about your God-given, you were born, you can breathe, your rights. You're allowed things that are the human rights, right? Which is a very structured term now. It seems like it's become almost a fighting point, like some kind of political football. What human rights really are? Who is and who is not able to take part in these human rights? And it's gotten out of control. That becomes one of the focal points for a case like this. What gave him the right to be there? What doesn't give him the right to be there? You know, what doesn't give him the right to be there? No, I'm looking at it right now. They're not back yet. So that's the issue. That's the issue as I see it, is that we're fighting. One of the issues, they're fighting about that. We're fighting about, you know, should he have had a gun? Should he have had a gun? You know, I'll speak right to the point. I was in a situation, and I've mentioned this before, where I was attacked by a large group of people in an attempted mugging. And no, they're not back yet, guys. And in this attack, I was stabbed multiple times. I was stabbed 5 times in the stomach with a steak knife. And I spent I spent a little over a week in the hospital, 32 staples. They had to stitch up my liver, which was cut up pretty good by the steak knife. That was in a group of people that were attacking me, where I was fighting. Good thing I was able to fight okay, but I was attacked by a group of people. And looking back, it almost killed me. Should have killed me. Everything about it should have killed me. There's nothing about that, the way I was stabbed. Every doctor that had it had a look at my pain specialist, or not pain specialist, but my wound specialist. Everyone was like, "There's no way that you should have lived through this. Like, you got stabbed in the worst possible place in the best possible way. There's no way that you should have lived through this." Looking back, and this is where I look at things. Whether or not I had a weapon on me, if I would have used it. And this is what I'm at. Like, I was looking back, I didn't know at the time, but I very much should have died. And that being said, anybody that has that fear factor where you think your life might be taken from you, why would you not? You know, you hear this term, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? Which is why people carry guns. They don't carry them because they go out and they plan on shooting somebody. It's in the God-fearing moment that they might have to have it to protect themselves. You know what I mean? I know countless women who carry guns on them at all times. And if you ask them why, it's when they're with their children, it's to protect myself and my children. I'm a big guy. You know, if I chose to impart my will on somebody, you know, you're going to have, you know, you'd have to have a good amount of fight left in you. I'm 250 pounds of can kick some ass. And so if you're able to fight that, cool. If not, you're going to need a weapon. Yeah. So someone said, stay strapped or get clapped. Anyway, I'm just saying. But it's your right. If it's your right to carry it and then you use it, someone say, what right did you have to have it in the first place? You know, and so that's what it's going to come down to. Should he have even had the gun? Maybe he'll get hit with that charge. Unlawful possession of a firearm. Who knows what he'll get hit with? But I saw a lot of people with guns out there. A lot of people with guns. And the ones that were used are all being brought up in this case. So you know what? Honestly, I looked around at all the militia people and I thought, honestly, from what I've seen, maybe it would be better that they were there. Honestly. No joke, no exaggeration. From what I'd seen and what I'd been around, especially when it comes down to that mob mentality. I mean, like I told you guys, I watched the mob turn on themselves and try to beat a man to death. Like literally, like they broke his head, broke his hands. I mean, they beat the brakes off him, and I had to drag him through a cloud of tear gas and drop him on the feet of the federal agents that were chasing us just to save the man's life because his own people turned on him because they heard he stabbed somebody, and that's all it took. And then bam, they jumped on him. So, I mean, you know, it's up to each of you to kind of deal with this the way they're not bad, guys. I'm looking at it right now, unless I'm looking at it wrong. They're still and there we go. You're right there, Mark. And we're back. Marvelous, Marv. Thank you for those bits. Running the bit train over there. Thank you so much.
Mr. Balch, I want to show you another video that has been admitted into evidence. This is Exhibit 11. This is the Corey Elijah or Corey Washington live stream. We've got it paused here at, I believe that's the 54-minute and 30-second mark. Or to be precise, 54:29. Do you see yourself in this video?
Oh.
I do.
Okay. We're going to play this video
Nisha's
forward
rolling in
for
there
about
with some
20
bits.
seconds, and then we'll pause.
Okay.
It's fireworks being lit down there.
And Rittenhouse runs by with the fire extinguisher, right? And it's,
Said that there's Patriots LARPing here. I don't know what that is.
they pause it on Rittenhouse running with the fire extinguisher again. Oh, jeez.
Now, Mr. Balch, what we've just seen in that video, it showed you walking near the gas price electronic sign there for the ultimate gas station. Would you agree with me on that?
I would.
And you appear at the end here to kind of walk behind that, almost at the corner of 60th and Sheridan. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you just see the defendant run through the screen?
I saw him, yes.
Now, you had testified earlier that when you were at the ultimate gas station, you were looking for him. It appears that you were within 10, 15 feet of him. Did you see him at that time?
No.
If you had seen him, what would you have done?
I would have went with him.
Is it after this point then that you returned to the 59th Street car source?
I headed in that direction, yes.
And you said you didn't make it there because why?
Shooting started.
What shooting was that?
I had to point at the thing.
Sure.
I headed across 60th. The Bearcats were right here. When I got there, a sheriff's deputy held me over to the car. I'm at the Bearcat. He opened the door. I sat there and had a 2 to 3 minute conversation with him, maybe about what was going on over there. At that point, he directed me to go behind the Bearcats to go across the street. So at about that point, I moved west across Sheridan Road. When I got there, I turned to go north, and that's when I heard a pistol shot. And then almost immediately following it, I heard 4 rifle shots.
What did you do then?
I turned and headed south.
Where did you go?
Towards where I'd heard the shooting. So I was right around in here, and I ran across the street into this green area here, telling everybody to get down. And then I got to the end, overlooking this area here. There's like a low wall. And then shooting erupted behind me over in this general area.
When you say this general area, can you point the pointer at that again, please? I'm
Yes.
sorry I missed that. You're pointing to the area along Sheridan Road, south of 60th, sort of in front of the Boost Mobile and Check and Go?
Correct.
Again, we're going to try and play this artificial thought process.
Right.
I know you probably know now what that was, but let me just ask, first of all, at the time, the shooting you just described, at that time, that night, did you know what was going on?
I had no idea what was going on.
With the benefit of hindsight and watching all the other videos now, what was that, if you know?
The first shooting that I heard, the pistol shot and the rifle shots, whereas the engagement between the defendant and Rosenbaum and the people that were with him down here. The secondary shootings would have been Anthony Huber and Gage Gorowitz.
Is that Gage Grosskreutz?
Grosskreutz, yes.
It's kind of a difficult name. Can I just ask, Mr. Balch, when you were, where were you specifically when you heard or observed the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz?
I didn't visually see them. I heard them.
Okay.
But I would have been right in this area right here.
Do you know if the shootings of Huber and Grosskreutz were further north of where you were at on Sheridan or further south, if you know?
It sounded like they were coming from behind me, so they would have been to the north.
We're going to have another video. It's just going to take a second to set it up. This is going to be Exhibit 5. It is the BG on the scene video. And I'm going to be playing a portion at the end. Can we rewind just a little bit from there, please? Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going. All right, play from there, please. This is at the 43-second mark in the video. We've already had some testimony about this video, but Mr. Balch, do you see anyone that you know in that video?
No.
Okay. There's an individual there that is standing. There's two individuals that I see on that screen. The one on the right is kind of an all dark and appears to be holding a rifle of some sort. Do you know who that is?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. Can we back that up again about 10 seconds, please? And then we'll play it forward.
That would appear to be me.
That's you, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're actually at this point north of where the Huber and Grosskreutz shootings occurred. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
So when you said earlier you were south of it, turns out you were actually north.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you did? Actually, before I ask that question, we can see in this video that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, is walking up the street after he has just shot and killed Anthony Huber and just shot Gage Grosskreutz in the arm. At the time, and I know with the benefit of hindsight, you've watched these things, but at that particular moment, had you any idea what had just happened?
No.
Did you see those shootings?
No.
Did you see the defendant?
No.
You've been trained in the military, been around shootings before, fair to say?
Yes.
How is it possible that you didn't see those things?
I wasn't.
Because he wasn't
looking
standing
down
there?
the street when it happened.
Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
How did your eyes not
Did
see what your
they
ears
draw
heard?
your attention to that area?
Yes.
Did you look?
Yes.
So how come you say you didn't see?
Because by the time I got that far, close enough to see it, everything was done.
Because it's as fast as a
Did
bullet
you
travels. It's a
see
gunshot.
the bodies?
How could he have
well,
seen
the body
it?
of Mr. Huber?
Oh my
Yes.
God, dude.
At what point, when you're moving down the street, did you see that body?
After I got to Gross Coits, when I got down there, Jason Lekowski was helping put a tourniquet on his arm. There's actually a video of that where I come around the side and ask everybody's all right if they got it. Saw the wound on Gross Coits' arm. Holy crap. And then I ran over to check Anthony Huber's body.
When we've played this video before, we've heard a lot of people's voices shouting out about the defendant. That's the guy, whatever, things like that. Did you hear any of those voices at that time?
I wasn't really trying to pay attention to what they were pointing out.
Well, when you look at something, do you not hear
When
that
in
as
this
well?
process
Is that how your
did
eyes
you
work?
realize
Or
that
is that your ears?
an individual or individuals, people, had been shot?
Well, I'd heard the shooting, so I knew that there was shooting going on. I didn't know anybody had actually been hit until I got to Gross Coits.
Is it fair to say that this wasn't the first time all evening that you'd heard gunshots?
Is it fair to say that your shirt has buttons on it?
When you would hear gunshots, would you wonder if that meant someone was injured?
Most of the time they were far enough in the distance that there would be very little impact from us going in that direction.
I think you testified earlier that what originally started you heading south was hearing the pistol shot and the 4 shots that occurred at Car Source in 63rd.
Gino said,
Correct.
I thought Court
That,
TV was supposed to be more
according to the map,
exciting.
is about 3 blocks away.
Surprised to all of us, huh?
You talk about hearing other gunshots that are in the distance. Why did the shots here 3 blocks away attract your attention when others did not?
Let's see.
They were a lot closer than the other ones had been, and there was the potential that people that I was with that night were down there.
How do you button your shirt?
Did you think to yourself, that's the defendant?
No.
You didn't know? Did you know where he was at?
I didn't know where he was at, but I didn't assume who had been doing the shooting.
When we see you in this video, is that after you have looked for the defendant?
Yes.
When we see you in this video, did you have any idea where the defendant was?
No.
When we see you in this video, had you checked at Ultimate Gas to see if the defendant was there?
Yes.
Did you find him?
No.
When we see you in this video, had you already traveled north of the police line at 60th?
Yes.
Had you seen the defendant up there?
No.
Is it fair to say that at this moment in the video, you didn't have any idea where the
All right,
defendant
for
was?
those that aren't
I
right
had
now,
no idea where him or Jason Lekowski were.
you guys can start a
Even
drinking
though
game, make
he's
this much
walking
more
up the middle of the street,
the DA's
near where
portion of
you're
this
at
enjoyable.
At this point in the video,
Every
did
time
see-
he
I didn't pay any attention to him.
he says, "Is it fair to say?"
Who is the first
Drink up.
person who's shot by the defendant that you
Drink up.
went to?
Gross Coits.
Did you help to treat him at all?
I made sure that Lekowski had everything under control. I saw that he had a handgun in his hand. I already knew that a pistol shot had been fired and some rifle shots. I kind of assumed he was the person that shot the pistol shot. But as far as who had shot him, I had no idea. In fact, for a minute there, I thought it was Lekowski.
Who had shot Mr. Grosskreutz?
Yeah, because he was already there.
After you dealt with Mr. Grosskreutz, what did you do next?
I ran over to Anthony Huber.
Tell us about that.
He was laying kind of slumped over in the gutter a little bit there in the street. There were a couple of protesters kind of around him. When I ran up on him, they ran off. I started to roll him over, check on him, put my hand on his neck to see if there was a pulse or whatnot. and didn't feel one, but it was really just like a split-second check. And then the Bearcat pulled up next.
When you say Bearcat, you mean one of the armored law enforcement
Yes.
vehicles? And what, if anything, did those folks do?
They climbed out. They told me they were going to take him. They were going to take him. So I kind of gathered up his stuff that was laying on the ground, put it on him, helped him load him up in there.
What did you do next?
I continued south.
Now, I know you described what you've done so far with Mr. Huber lying there. Did Mr. Huber say anything?
Mr. Huber was deceased, as far as I'm aware.
So at the moment you came upon his body, he was already dead.
So far as I know, yes.
And you said you continued south after that?
Correct.
Where did you go?
I went to the 63rd Street location.
What did you find when you were there?
On the way down, I heard protesters saying somebody else had been shot down there, somebody else had been shot down there, and I could hear shooting going on at the 63rd Street location or thereabouts.
What did you do once you got to the 63rd location?
Once I got there, I had somehow on the run picked up a couple of folks associated with the protest who were armed as well. Mr. Lukowski came in not too soon after that. Because you could hear the shooting coming from this area over here. And there were protesters kind of like huddled over into here.
I just want to make a record, Mr. Balch, because we need to be able to have everything typed in. So if I could just describe what you've just shown us, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you had pointed the pointer at the 63rd Street area in the block west of Sheridan Road between there and, is that 10th Avenue? Between Sheridan and 10th Avenue. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And I know you indicated there was an area where, did you say there were gunshots that you heard coming from?
Yes.
Can you again point so I can make sure I am, okay. You're describing the area that is sort of the west half of the block between Sheridan and 10th Avenue along 63rd on the north side of 63rd. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And you indicated you heard some gunshots from that area?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
There were quite a few.
Did you see anybody who was doing the shooting?
I didn't visually see anybody shooting, but once we moved into this area right next to the building. I kind of popped around into those cars. There were like 2 or 3 cars over in there. And it looked like this building right here was where it was coming from, but there were also shots coming from further back.
Okay.
And
if I could just please make a record of all the things you just described. You indicated that you were in the car source lot near the building on the car source lot and kind of looked around it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that have been along sort of the south of that building looking west?
But it had been in the south looking down to the west, correct.
And you indicated that you saw something, you described a building, and I think that building was at the southwest corner of 10th Avenue and 63rd Street. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate.
What did you see again or observe at that location?
It looked like there was somebody standing in the second floor window, and they looked to be holding a gun. To get a better look, I kind of moved out into the cars and faced in that direction. As soon as the person in the window saw me, they ducked around the corner. And then bullets started coming from the west and started hitting the car that I was hiding behind.
The person you saw in the window, is this a window of a house?
It looks like a house, yes.
This is someone inside a house holding a firearm.
They may or may not have been.
And then bullets came from the west and hit the vehicle that was near you?
Correct.
Did any of those hit you?
No.
What did you do as a result of that?
One of the folks associated with the protest was behind the car with me. I told him to get behind the car source building, and we scooted around behind the building real quick.
What happened then?
That that point, there was a white car that had caught on fire. The gas tank went off on it. Kind of poked their heads back around. By that time, SWAT was directly behind the building from Car Source. And they're like, hey, somebody's over here shooting.
Relevance.
Searching for the relevance, Mr. Hinger.
That's fine. Let me skip ahead for a moment. Can we show exhibit number 13 at the 2140 mark, please? You had testified that when you went down to the 63rd Street location, you saw that plastic bag on the ground. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to have an image of that up on the screen, and I'd like you to take a look at that when it's ready here.
And while they're technically getting an image up for the witness to testify, we are going to take a break. We will come right back and take you right back live into court in the Kyle Rittenhouse case in Wisconsin.
Well, all right. Here we go. Sorry, I had to step away for a second and take my dog out for a moment. So, are we wrapped? Are we done? Did I miss them wrapping for the day? You guys catch me back up. Sorry, I had to step away for a brief moment. But man, yeah, we need our coffee during the day. Maybe just a break. He does know that there's 30 minutes left here. So, rather than just sit here and okay, they're on a break. Thank you guys, appreciate it. How many? They just took like 3 breaks in the last hour. For this guy, this person, to do whatever it is he does. I'll circle back to the bag. Yeah, man, this is crazy. All right. City court team break. All right. Are they stalling? Is this guy just is he that lost in this? You know what I mean, like, they had to let their dogs out too. Yeah. They showed a video of Rosamond's bag. Okay. Let's see what this is right here. What do we got here? This is us walking, me and Drew walking down the street. I believe this is.
I think we gotta head this way. Yeah, let's head this way.
Couldn't tell you exactly when this is, but this is before everything popped on night 2. I think it was the very beginning of night 2.
I'll tell you the big flashpoint that I'm thinking might be.
You got me. So I got the fence put up, right? And then the fence became the focus. Okay, we're back.
Discussed this with you. You gave me the explanation that because you were concerned for your safety at that time.
Yeah, we were surrounded by several people, and there were groups of them milling around us as well.
At that moment that you lied about knowing the defendant, you still had your AR-15, correct?
Correct.
And your Glock.
No, I didn't have the Glock at this time.
And Mr. Lukowski was with you?
Yes.
Was he armed?
Yes.
Were there police cars nearby?
Further down the street from us, yes, but they were dealing with the shootings and whatnot.
Once you were informed that the defendant was the one who had been involved in these shootings, was a suspect, did you approach the police that night and tell them about your information?
No.
I have nothing further.
What? Wait, what?
Thank you.
What about? Seriously? You got to have more questions. Wait, did he say I have nothing further?
Just one second.
I think he asked
Does anybody
every.
need a break? Go ahead.
Did he say, do you need a break?
That evening, while you were out on patrol with my client Kyle Rittenhouse, you're armed, he's armed.
This is correct.
And you went by law enforcement on numerous occasions.
Yes.
Did anybody ever tell you you can't be out there with these weapons?
No.
Did anybody ever question you or him about your age?
No.
No further
You were
questions.
interviewed.
He's not even going to stand up.
After this by the FBI, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
and
man.
they specifically asked you about that bag, correct?
Correct.
And reading from the report, you told them
Just crazy.
you examined the bag quickly and observed an ammonia mixture and a small bleach bottle, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you observed?
That's what I thought I'd observed at the time.
By smell?
I didn't check the smell.
What made you think it was ammonia?
Because of what we'd been hit with earlier in the night.
And when the bomb had been hit earlier in the night, Mr. Rosenbaum was there with that bag, correct?
Yes.
You're probably right about that.
You testified that when you were out there that evening at the end, you didn't have your Glock, correct?
Correct.
You had borrowed it to Nick Smith?
He told me his name was Nathan, but yes.
Okay. So you were using a pseudonym, false name?
Correct.
Nathan was using a false name?
Yes.
Did he give you a false name or did he say Kyle Rittenhouse? I'm pointing to my client.
I don't remember if he gave me a pseudonym or not. He went by Kyle most of the night when he was talking to me.
Kyle.
Yep.
You refer to a man and a woman who you always saw with Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that man?
He was tall, scraggly looking with a beard.
Okay.
He had like camo shorts on too, I think.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the top?
I can't remember the color of the top specifically.
Yeah. Do you remember anything specifically about the woman?
She had a black backpack on. She was a little heavy set, maybe.
Do you remember anything about her hair?
I think it was dyed a bright color, maybe.
Okay. I'll show you a picture, see if you recognize these individuals. That was it.
Let me just. They got that mic right. Like that mic is in his nose. You can hear the whistle. We got a bat in the cave. Thank you for that reminder, Gishin. I appreciate it. I know the green hair they're saying is like the sign of the protest. So,
all right. So the question asked
There
by
you
the
go.
defense attorney, Mark Richards, was whether or not he would recognize the male and the female, the man and the woman that he saw with one of the individuals who was shot and killed in this case. The judge is asked not to call him a victim, but it's Don Rosenbaum. And so he said, let me show you a picture and see if you can identify them. And we can see there's some technical issues along with
How did she
what
just
he's
say his
trying
name?
to pull up.
I mean, it's Fig Newton, actually. I had to pick up some snacks.
Showing you a photograph from my associate's computer. Do you recognize anybody in that picture?
That mic's not
The
supposed to
female
bend.
with the red hair is the one that was accompanying Rosenbaum, and the other male.
Okay, the other male is not in the picture completely, correct?
Correct.
But that is the individual
Yes.
who was with
Sounded
Mr.
like
Rosenbaum. Do you notice anything in his hand?
He's got the handgun in his hand, as usual.
And you might not be able to tell, but
Oh,
with
okay.
this bar right here, does that tell you where that was?
That's at the Ultimate gas station.
I thought he just broke the microphone when he grabbed it and went like, I thought for sure he just like, oops, that's not supposed to happen.
And you and my client were present when Mr. Rosenbaum threatened you and Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And he specifically said if he got either of you alone, he would expletive kill you.
That's correct.
Any doubt about that?
No doubt about that at all.
Told the FBI that?
Yes.
And that was right after, I'm going to get his name wrong, Dustin had put out dumpster fire?
Correct. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before we headed
He's
south.
talking about
as
what
you
Rosenbaum said to Brian Balch and to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mr. Binger asked you some questions.
That if he
about
gets them
did
alone,
try to
he would
attack
kill them.
you at that time. How many guys were there?
There were about 4 or 5 armed men in front of him.
Okay. And there's some other armed men on the roof
Correct.
that were upsetting him because
He seemed to not appreciate armed men.
okay. And you specifically referred to him, and I wrote the words down. He was a hyper-aggressive individual, correct?
That is correct.
Just tell me what that means to you.
Every encounter I saw him have with someone was extremely aggressive.
We said not
You saw him
organic.
lighting fires?
Like when
Lighting
someone said
fires,
that. He wasn't
getting in
organic with the
people's
rest of the
faces.
protest.
Protesters and armed individuals were having to get between him and other people.
He was
to
super
stop
erratic
fights
and
from
loud.
Did you
and
see him tip over the porta potty?
I didn't
Oh.
witness that.
Okay.
Mercado's triggered.
Did you see him take rocks out of the St. James rock pile?
He got the rocks he was throwing from somewhere.
Okay. Did you see him involved in taking the trailer out of St. James, taking it down the road and starting it on fire?
I didn't witness that event.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Question?
Well, yeah, Judge had to take a 45 so he could go get his haircut. Forgot. Like, he just took about how long? 7 minutes?
A couple things, Mr. Balch,
God
and then we'll
damn
be
this
done.
guy.
You testified you gave a statement to the FBI.
Correct.
Who are the FBI? Please tell us about them.
That was
what does that stand for?
dated August 28th of 2020. Would this sound right
Correct.
to you? Yes.
That sounds correct.
3 days after this incident.
That is correct.
When you spoke to the FBI, what was your intent?
Well, I really didn't have any intentions of speaking to the FBI. They just showed up at the house. I gave them what information I could remember and what I could make sense of. They were very clear with me to only give them the information that I was 100% sure about.
Did you withhold any information from them?
No.
Did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Were events in your mind, clearer 3 days after the incident than they might be now?
Even then, it was the whole situation was kind of a big jumble, and I was trying to put timelines together. So I had told them explicitly that
did
my
you tell them the
timelines are going to
truth?
be a little off.
I understand that, but do you think your memory of what happened on the night of August 25th was better 3 days later than it is 14 months later?
It would be, yes.
When you spoke to the FBI, did they identify themselves as the FBI?
Yes.
Did you know you were speaking to law enforcement officials?
Yes.
Did you understand that if you didn't tell them the truth, that that could get you in trouble?
Yes.
And you wanted to be completely honest with them?
Yes.
Did you understand that they were asking you questions about a homicide?
Yes.
Did you understand that it would be helpful to give them as much information as possible about what happened here?
Yes.
Was that what you wanted to do?
Yes.
Did you want to cooperate with them?
Yes.
Did you want to tell them everything that you knew about what happened?
Yes.
In your statement, you say, and I'm going to quote, this is on page 3 of your statement. Balch stated that this eventual victim, who's Joseph Rosenbaum, was carrying a hospital-style bag with chemicals to make Molotov cocktails. You then say later on that this is on page 4, Balch examined the bag quickly and observed an ammonium mixture and a small bleach bottle. First of all, am I reading your statement to the FBI correctly?
You are.
None of that is true, is it?
It doesn't appear to be, no.
Nowhere in this statement to the FBI did you mention any tall guy with a scraggly beard or a shorter woman with colored hair, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Are you lying under oath today?
No, they just never asked those questions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the FBI talks to you, they don't write out a statement for you, let you review it for accuracy and completeness, do they?
No.
They just ask you questions. They show up to your house unannounced. You answer the questions. They leave and they write down what they think is important.
That is correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, folks, let's break for the day and please call after, excuse me. Okay.
I thought that was about to be the one.
I'm thinking about
I thought he was about to drop the mic on him, give him the boom.
Please don't
Judge
talk
looking
about the
sharp.
case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And I'll turn you over to the clerk of the court. And I think she could probably take care of it here in the library, maybe? Or maybe they want to go upstairs anyway. You have things upstairs? Why don't you go up there and we'll tell her, go up there and see you there. Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Man, I think those little devices they're wearing are like translator units, is what I think. The ones out in the. Why do I keep forgetting the name of where the spectators sit? So let's do a recap today. What happened today? Well, I have no idea. But man, that defense attorney, man, the gallery, thank you. Their hearing devices. Okay, yeah, they help amplify hearing. Let me see if there's anything I need to get.
Well, it's the conclusion.
Nope. All right, so the DA, man, come on. So we've established that the district attorney here, the ADA, whatever his capacity, full capacity is here for prosecution, is really taking the long road around the mountain. We're what, 5 or 6 witnesses in right now, 5 or 6 to a list they said that was about 200 deep. And the questions thus far that that's been asked have been seemingly inconsequential. I haven't seen how anything that he's asked so far has gained any more ground or relevancy for pushing towards a prosecution. I don't see how he's prosecuting the case in a way where it's going to be, where Kyle Rittenhouse doesn't come out on top. Lisa, I don't know. Andrew and I are, they have our videos. They have all of our, the information we could possibly give. Also, they probably know that I probably talk like this. Maybe that's why they really don't. Maybe they don't want me there, because I would, again, like I said, if I do get called, oh, sorry. Thank you, Doom. Much appreciated. I am not Ryan Balch. But if I do get called, if I were to be called, subpoenaed to go to court, I would have to say some stuff. I mean, my poll would be just to ask the questions back to the prosecuting attorney that he's asking me for clarification questions, so we could get caught in a question conundrum. Like, it would just keep going in circles. Like, is it fair to say that your feet are what carry you when you walk? To which I would have to respond, it would be fair to say that feet do carry people when they walk, but I would have to ask you what you would designate as walking. For some, it might be different. My pace might be more of a saunter or a mosey, if you will. You'd have to let me know what your thoughts are on yours. I don't know if I'd be able to manage what this guy is handling with his questions, because he full on lost me. I mean, and not for nothing, man. To my mods, thanks for being with us today, man. You guys did an amazing job. I know that we had some moments where things got a little bit toxic, but we stayed the course, maintained our line, and I think we did a pretty good job. So yeah, that would be my clarification questions. Would go right back at him. Could you clarify what feet are, sir? Also, could you please specify what walking is? Also, I'll go Clinton on him. Depends on what your definition of the word is. That almost sounds like Mr. McGinnis, man, because we had, all right, man, here's the thing, Oprah. Man, sometimes I'd like to play my bongos naked on front porch, you know what I mean? It's like banging them bongos, Oprah. Matthew McConaughey. So, anyway, we had, man, you're welcome for everyone that tuned in today. We had a lot of time to look at things here. Honestly, I really do feel like, I mean, this case is obviously very important. I think it's going to be some potential precedent setting case. It's definitely going to be one that's going to be referred to in court law down the line when it comes down to matters of self-defense. That being said, I feel like they could be trying it better. But honestly, where we're at right now is a situation to say that, like, we're going to get to the meat and potatoes of it eventually. Right now, I think everyone's posturing, right? We're trying to posture up and get to a place where they can kind of position themselves to go in for the kill. I think I'm hoping, not that I'm hoping to, don't quote me on that. I mean, go and quote me. I don't care what you actually. But what I'm grinding at is to say that, like, I think I would hope that the attorneys, ADA, prosecution, has an idea of what they're trying to accomplish. Not that I'm hoping that they accomplish it, but whatever, this is the court. It's up to the jury's going to figure this one out. But when it comes right down to it, he's got to have a game plan. Like he had one with Mr. Balch. Like I thought he was going to come back and he had all that detail he was asking him. All the questions about the bag and the bag and the bag and the bag. Actually, I pumped the brakes. He asked a lot of questions about rocks. And then he got to the bag and he asked about the bag, right? And then at the end of it, with the bag situation, the bag question, what he did do was then he tried to discredit him and say what you told the FBI was. Now I'm trying to see in this footage if you see anybody punching McGinnis. I didn't see anybody out there punching him, but I don't think he's lying. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, but then he, the defense didn't even stand up, and he was like, "Well, let me ask you this: when the FBI interrogated you, when they questioned you, did you give them a written statement?" And to which he said no, and he said, "Is it fair to say?" Get your drinks on, y'all. Is it fair to say? To be fair, is it fair to say that? Thank you very much. That the FBI will write down what they feel is important after they question you. To which he said, yes, it is. When they left, they probably did just that. And then he said, well, nothing you said was true. Nothing about what you told us about this bag is true. And he said, well, it would appear not. But then he could have done that in 3.5 minutes, ask 3 or 4 questions, and then blank him out with the last 10 seconds, and boom, there it is. Gotcha, punk. Could have done that real easy. But instead, we took 3.5, 4 or 5 hours, however long. How long was he on the stand? How long was Balch on the stand? I think we went through we're going through an average of a witness and a half each day, right? Half a witness earlier today, and then we had one. So, so they're saying that Balch, the bag, right? They're saying that in the FBI statement that he gave, that the bag itself had the contents that could have been used for making an incendiary device of some type. He's then saying that later that the bag itself, that he never went through the bag, that he never smelled the bag, that he made assumptions about said bag. Again, what his thoughts about the bag were don't much matter at all, right? Like what he thinks about the bag. It's really, all of this, I think, could come down, right down to just Kyle, like asking Kyle Rittenhouse questions. And then there's a solid chance, which will piss us all off, that he may never even take the stand. Much the way Chauvin I don't think Chauvin ever took the stand either. And he's sitting on 25 years. But you got Kyle Rittenhouse here, who, with the way the prosecution's running, what's in the bag? What's in the bag now? What's in the bag? Yeah, good question. What was in the bag? Apparently, he lied about the whole thing. So, what was actually in the bag? So, did anybody actually investigate said bag? Did anybody recover the bag? Okay. And I think what they're going for is in this scene right here that you're looking at, when the bag was thrown at Kyle Rittenhouse, did Kyle Rittenhouse assume that there might be some type of explosive in it? And if there was the contents to make some type of explosive, did he think that he was in danger of that actually happening? I don't know. I know those ammonia bombs are no joke. Like I said, I had one thrown at me. Well, I've had 2. One right when I got to Kenosha, actually. They were both in Kenosha, but the first one in Kenosha was right in front of the jailhouse. And it blew up over my head, and it just rained bleach. And I remember the hoodie that I have that's out in Kenosha right now. I didn't really realize what was going on, but it was just covered in like bleach marks, and it was just from all the contents of that bomb. What's in the bag? Got you, Tanisha. I know where we're at. So, did he feel threatened? Did he feel like his life was in danger? So here we go. Let me do this real fast. This over here, this press vest that I have, that press vest I had to write press on, mostly just for law enforcement to know who I am. So it says it on the back, it says it on the front, it just says press. It's a tactical vest, right? You wear that over. In that vest, I have a baton, pepper spray, a pocket knife. What else do I have in there? I also keep my med kit, a small med kit in the bag. Behind me on this chair right here is my vest. So That being said, every time I go out to do a report, every time I'm out covering anything, and I haven't been really wearing the press vest much because it hasn't really been conditions that are really needed for that. However, I usually always bring my my vest. And even though it's not meant for high caliber rounds, it doesn't have rifle plating. It's meant for up to like a 45 or 50 caliber handgun. And it's good for, again, stabbings, which, as I told you before, is something that is I got to worry about because I have been stabbed. And so I wear that because I know that my life is in jeopardy because I've seen people get close to being killed up until Kenosha. And then in Kenosha, I watched people die. So if we're in the big, the quantum realm of it all, to say that my life experience would tell me that I would feel like you should stay safe, guarded, and 100%, on your game, on your point. If you're in a situation like Kenosha, going into Kenosha is because I'd experienced things like Kenosha, similar to Kenosha, prior to Kenosha. Had Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't know. And maybe he'd watch some of the footage. I don't know. Maybe for him, he felt, that was exactly what he needed. I don't know. Kyle Rittenhouse knows, though. Vanessa, good to see you, too. And those are questions I need to ask him. Those are questions that are going to be answered eventually. That'll definitely get us to a point where we'll better understand his state of mind and whether or not he truly felt like he was in jeopardy that day. So when it comes right down to it, man, we all had our own experience. We all have had our own experiences that have gotten us to where we're at. We've all gone through things that have put us in the position where we believe, feel, think, speak, talk, walk, act the way we do. No one else can define you. And no one else is allowed to do so unless you give them that permission. So let him tell us if he felt threatened. But we're doing a lot of roundabout ways to get to a point where we've got to find out if everyone else had the situation around him to say that they might have felt threatened or that there was a threatening situation at all. So who knows what was in the bag? Brandon Hicks. Yeah. So you guys, we're going to wrap at 8 hours. I'm not going to take anyone any longer than that. And I mean, we've been in chair now for 24 hours almost, just for these last 3 days. Again, this is day 4 of the trial, including day 1, which was jury selection. If you're going back into the footage and you're looking at these, keep in mind that the last couple of days don't quite line up perfectly because I had to change the title because I had it going from day 1 of testimonies, not from day 1 of jury selection. So it was one day off, but we're in day 4 now on November 4th of the actual trial, which started on the 1st. I encourage everyone to come back tomorrow, set up notifications on whatever platform you're on. I know we had up over 1,000 people on here today. That's good numbers, guys. We're doing good. We're getting, and I think this is important because people need to see this. People need to see what's going on. Also, Jersey, what's up? Yeah, you can tell. I mean, look at these bags, man. I don't sleep well as it is. And then after watching all this footage is huge triggers. And I knew it was going to happen in some way. I didn't realize how much it was going to happen. Man, it just really is even watching the fires, man, it just blows my mind. Just seeing how, man, Mark Adams, thank you so much. Does anyone have any further information regarding the comments made by or involving the last male and female with colored hair about the threats being made about Ryan and Kyle? Did I hear that? I think they're going to have to pick that up tomorrow. Angie, I'll check it out. Yeah. Make sure to set up notifications. We'll be back. But it's important, like I said, to see it happen because you get a chance. I mean, not just from my perspective, but from all the people's perspectives, we're going to get a chance to talk to. All these videos are people that I could call right now. We can talk about it. And I'm looking forward to doing that. Even Mercado and I are going to have some chat time to really go over some of the things we experienced together. I mean, this is all, there's Andrew right there in front, right? Like I said, this is something that he and I walked through together, Kenosha, the streets of Kenosha, and it was a powerful time. Again, I'm super glad that he and I were able to figure things out and let water go where it belongs, and get ourselves back in the position we need to be, because we went through a lot together there, and we all did. Everyone that watched Kenosha, everybody that that was there that night, everyone that was watching it on live, it was a heavy experience, and we all, I think everybody, we can agree, had to deal with a little bit of their own PTSD in whatever way that is. So to all of you that are going through this with us, that are having to react, or that are having to relive and dredge up a lot of feelings from things that were probably hope somewhat forgotten. It's been a little bit of time. My heart goes out to you, and my thoughts are with you, and you're in good company here. So you guys, please do set up notifications on all 3 channels: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Become a subscriber over on Facebook, guys. That really makes a huge difference. It provides me the opportunity to travel, to do stories like the ones that we're covering right now, which, as you can tell, it helps you be a part of covering the world's media as it needs to be covered by people that are actually out giving you the real story. So when you do send donations, when you send contributions, and you become a subscriber, just know that all goes to the right place, and it puts you in the front seat of helping to drive the car and get people to situations where they're able to be a part of these outcomes, right? Because you, the viewer, are 100% a part of this as much as anybody, because your interaction with the stories as they're happening change the way the story plays out. Keep that in mind. Like, you're not ever powerless in this. The second that I go live on my film, keep in mind when I'm out there, those comments come in and they direct what I do. And what I do directly is interacting with the world, VR style, for you. So it gives you that kind of, that visceral connection, as I said before in a news broadcast, with the news as it happens, and to really interact. So again, the last thing I'm gonna say is thank you again for everybody that has so far rode with us. We got days ahead. Stay tuned, and consider becoming a supporter. It means a lot. And if you're able to, like it says in the description, contributions are greatly accepted through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, right here on YouTube, right here on Facebook. Any way you do it, it's done in a way where I appreciate it. I love you all. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Good night.